Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into Game 5 of Day 4. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Joey Wright. We get set for Renaissance Phoenix versus the Archbishop Hannan Hawks. Joey, got to see both of these teams play earlier in the week. How are we feeling going into this match?
I'm feeling really good, Teddy. I think this is going to be a great game. Renaissance Phoenix and Archbishop Hannan, two athletic teams, all the way here from Louisiana and Detroit, respectively. I actually had a chance to talk with Archbishop Hannan's head coach earlier in the week. You know, they spent some time in Chicago here as a team before they made the trip south to Washington. They've had a lot of fun. And while I haven't talked with Renaissance Phoenix's head coach, John White, I would expect the same for them. This is a great event that brings all over the country. And these teams and these fans in the gym are getting ready to hear a great rendition of the Star Spangled Banner here. So let's go down to the court. Of course, Teddy, I know that's not the Star Spangled Banner, but a beautiful rendition either way.
Yeah, I unfortunately mixed up the Star Spangled Banner and the national anthem earlier today, but you know, we're better today. We're better now. And both of these teams going into this contest are better than they were a couple days ago. Joey, one of the things I want to talk about, Renaissance Phoenix, they talked to us in the Uftring Auto Group Center, Tournament Central, about how their kind of goal was to hit 100 in their last game, and they did do that, scored 103 points. Do you expect that out of this team again today?
I think we could certainly see that. You know, that offense is explosive, and they were able to hang 100 yesterday at the expense of Milwaukee Juno. But when you talk about this Renaissance Phoenix club, you got to talk, of course, about the great Lance Stone, going to play his college ball in his hometown there at Detroit Mercy. Going to play in the Horizon League, and he has really taken this tournament by storm. So we'll see if Stone can keep it going. And you look at this Archbishop Hannan squad. You know, I was on the call for their game on Wednesday, I believe it was, and they've got talent up and down the floor. You know, they got Zach Loro can knock them down from three. Of course, they've got Bryce Daniels. They've got Drew Timmons, who is a very, very good player and has really captured a lot of attention here at the TOC. So going to be interesting to see if Stone, 5'7" senior, doesn't have a lot of height. Can he match up against some of Archbishop Hannan's taller guards? And I think he can.
Definitely a good question. Stone, in that 103-point performance that they had as a team, he had 32 of them. So him and Jordan Sigmund combined for 73 of the 103. Two very capable players. But on the other side, when you talk about Archbishop Hannan, you know, that's a game me and you called together, and we were very impressed with a lot of the things that they did, their system as well. Drew Timmons, like you mentioned, the Naval Academy commit, he's going to be very beneficial at the next level. But so far, you know, him and the rest of the guys in the starting five, even off the bench, they're very effective and they work well together.
They absolutely do. And Timmons at 6'6", better enjoy his high school ball while it lasts, Teddy, because 6'6", he's really going to be a great size matchup against a lot of these teams here at the TOC and on through the regular season. But next year, that's middle of the road, playing over at Navy.
The tip-off is won by Hannan. Bryce Daniels has it. Over to the wing, back to Daniels. Feeds it to the corner. Three-point shot is up, off the mark.
Saw Archbishop Hannan take a lot of those on Wednesday.
Anthony Thomas Thompson, the one that tried for the three. Very effective in their last game. Whistles blow there, but I give credit to Lance Stone. Like you mentioned, will that be a factor, the height? And on that first possession, well, the whistles blow, they're going to keep the ball, but definitely looked like he had a chance to drive inside and score if it wasn't for that.
Well, we talk about Stone's relative lack of height at 5'7". I think that's quickly going to show to be a non-factor. Right on cue.
Effective start. And down on the other end, almost falls for Drew Timmons. Had the right idea. If they keep attacking like that, it's definitely going to benefit them. Back in the hands of Stone, driving inside. Gets a little bit of space. Mid-range jumper won't fall.
Stone's just so bouncy, and he's such a good ball handler, and he's so effective from beyond the arc. You know, he can score from anywhere on the floor. He's so explosive. He's got such athleticism. He's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Very quick as well. Thompson has it at the top of the key. Going down low to Timmons. Basket won't count.
You know, we talk a lot about Timmons for good reason, but the player that impressed me most for Archbishop Hannan on Wednesday night was Zach Laura. Number 4 in white on your screen, the senior, and he's got some moves in the low post, but a great shooter. And that corner, far side of your screen, that's going to be where they're going to try to get the ball to him quite a bit.
Speaking of the corner, Thompson had another corner three. Starts off 0 for 2, but he's got the confidence to keep shooting. And on the other side, layup attempt and fast break is good by Jaden Miller.
Jaden Miller, one of a handful of juniors on a relatively young Renaissance squad. In fact, just 2 seniors, Brandon Flint and Malachi Jackson. 3 seniors, pardon me. Don't want to forget, of course, about Lance Stone. But a young group that John White has. And some youth on Errol Goff's squad, too. But
checking in for Phoenix, Alfonso Harris Jr., the sophomore. Shot no good. Rebounded by Phoenix. Into the hands of Stone. Over to the corner. Guarded by Davis.
You could tell Stone wanted to test that range a moment ago.
Sorry, correction there, Daniels. Mid-range jumper from the elbow will fall. Jordan Sigmund, 41 points for him in the game against, my apologies, the game against, I had it written down here somewhere, I'll get it in a second.
That would have been 41 points for him against Juneau.
That's right, correction. Thank you, Joey. Right back at it on the opposite end. Rebound by Timmons. Over to the corner, great vision by Timmons. What do you know?
That's what we talk about with Zach Loro, able to step outside and knock that 3 ball down. And he can get down low, too. You know, he can move downhill very well. Doesn't have a ton of size at 6'1".
We saw in that one game he went for the contact dunk. He was a 3-point guy all game long and almost shocked the entire gym. He got fouled on that shot, but almost threw it down.
You mentioned 41 points. I will remind our viewers, 51 is the tournament record. We saw that from Kenneth Lewis back in 2022. Got to get off to a hot start to have a shot at it, but there are a few players on the floor that if this game becomes a shootout, they could get certainly into that 40, 50-point range.
Great bounce pass by Stone to the corner. The shot won't go. Rebounded by Hannan. Timmons going down low. They've done a great job of guarding Timmons. He's been really effective in the other games we've seen him play. And so far, although he's getting his shots there, he's not able to finish. And that's kind of been a capitalization done correctly by Phoenix.
Sigmund called for the foul there, trying to strip Timmons as he went up. It's just his first foul, though, so not in any particular trouble.
Over to the wing. Gordon. Get it to Daniels, guarded by Sigmund. Trying to find a man, bounce pass down the middle. Goes out to Thompson on the outside, driving inside. Now in transition, Stone. He's going to take a step back. for three. His shot won't go. Rebounded by the Hawks.
It's a confident shooter. Sorry, Teddy, to attempt that in transition.
You're good. Timmons again won't get his shot to go. Back to back to back, just driving down. Both teams are playing at a high pace early on. Whistles blow. It'll be a foul on the Hawks. So a chance for us to breathe a second.
See if they go back to Stone, or if they go back to Sigmund, who you mentioned 41 points yesterday against Milwaukee Juno. Boy, a tale of two games, though. 103 yesterday, 3 today. Another 3 there for Stone will double that figure to 6.
Trying to go inside, turned over again. Detroit Renaissance. Stone step back 3 is good.
Lance
He's
Stone.
energetic.
He's fired up. How about that, Teddy?
Gotta love the energy early. They're playing very well against a good Hannan team. 13-3 start to the game with still 3:45 left here in the first. And Lance Stone is on fire.
Lance Stone, and how about the defense there? You know, that's a great guard that can step outside, get that steal, create your own offensive opportunities. We've seen Stone do about everything. In transition, you know, stepping outside, in transition, attempting a 3. Didn't get that to go, but he able to step back with the jumper there to get his, I believe, third made basket indeed, and he's got 9 of the Phoenix 13 points.
Explosive start for him. And Joey, how often do you see step back threes like that at the high school level? I mean, he shot it from like 6-7 feet away from the arc.
Not often. You know, Brandon McCoy's got a great step back 3 that's maybe his signature move, and he's among the best players in his class in the country. And Stone reminding us.
Throw passes outside, driving in, second chance opportunity. Whistles blow, be a foul. Fans not too happy about that one.
Not forget about Dominic Yancey Jr. down there in the paint for the Phoenix, a great 6'8 sophomore. Of course, you see his height there. He's down on that near side block, number 30. And he's been a great presence down low. This Archbishop Hannan team this week has had an opportunity to get to the rack, and thus far, even as the free throw goes and Yancey's called on the foul, not letting him have anything easy.
First shot by Woodard is good. Woodard just a sophomore. Talked about Hannan having quite a lot of representation from their underclassmen. The second one goes as well.
See if the timeouts and some of the changes to the flow of this game have cooled Stone off if he gets the ball back. But you mentioned Jordan Sigmund. They don't need to get it to Stone to have an effective offense.
Definitely don't. Stone gets the screen set. Won't even use it. Another step back 3. That one won't go. Almost got the rebound, but Timmons will come down with it.
It's good defense from Timmons. Came up on the screen and was not going to let Stone get around that pick from Yancey easily.
And there's Drew Timmons. A little slower start. Got it guarded pretty well first couple possessions. Throws it down to get it moving for the Hawks now. Great pump fake there by Daniels.
There was a sequence the other night where Daniels was in on about every possession for Archbishop Hannan, and we see that again there.
Good response to the deficit early on. Corner 3, no good. Rebound by Timmons.
It's going to be a fun battle to watch, Timmons versus Yancey tonight.
Acrobatic layup attempt, but the second chance by Timmons as he's really starting to heat up.
Yeah, Renaissance has got to do a better job of keeping Timmons out of the paint. He's cutting to the basket too effectively.
Sigmund guarded by Laurel, drives inside, passes out to the wing, now to the corner. Corner 3 up, no good, bobbles out. Timmons tried to get it, couldn't get a hand on it. He got it that time, gets the board. Gets swarmed by the Phoenix. Give credit there to Dominic Yancey Jr. You talked about him, the 6'8 sophomore. Gets the rebound, puts it back up.
Yeah, Yancey there, after a good job from Timmons to snag some rebounds, able to get the loose ball and take it up and in. Both teams leaving a little too much down in the low post. We'll see if they can get that rectified here as the game goes along, but an edge for the Phoenix here, and what's been a good one in the first quarter.
Take a second. This power-up is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Thank you to Intercon. Joey, that's something we kind of talked about in our game the other day. It was about, good shooting teams know that you have to have a presence down low in order to open up those opportunities. I think we saw Hannan do that with Loro in the second half, and we're seeing that a lot with, Dominic Yancey down low for Renaissance Phoenix.
Absolutely.
Whistles blow there. Stick with Renaissance Phoenix.
See what direction the Phoenix want to go here. Do you go back down to Yancey or do you kick it outside to Stone? It's going to go to Stone first.
And Yancey's checked out for this possession. Stone has it. Hands it off at the wing to Sigmund. Sigmund pulls up for three. Money.
Man, Renaissance not afraid to celebrate down the floor. We've seen that energy. First from Stone, then from Sigmund, celebrating all the way back up the court.
Wide open three for Timmons is up and good. Great way to respond for the Hawks.
Well-rounded player. Timmons can step outside and get you from anywhere. All of his points to that point had been down in the post.
Lance Stone calls for the screen, gets picked up by Simmons. Timmons, corner three, up and good. Back-to-back-to-back threes now.
Man, this is what it's all about. Two great offenses getting up and down the floor. There's Jackson. Hadn't seen him enter the scoring column until that basket.
Stone picking up from full court. That one over to Woodard, hands it off to Timmons.
Simple zone look here for the Phoenix.
Mid-range jumper off the side of the rim. Recovered by Phoenix, driving in, out to the corner. Three ball, just off. Second chance opportunity, bobbles in and out. Recovered by the Hawks. Nice spin move off of Stone. Timmons driving inside, a little bit of contact, nothing called. Second chance opportunity, good. And that's the end of one.
A little surprised we didn't get a jump ball called there. Of course, the officials had a better angle on it, but I think that's what the idea was on the defense from Flint. But there at the right time was Gabe Timmons. And the Timmons brothers really looking good all weekend long here for Archbishop Hannan.
Definitely are. Take a second to thank some of our sponsors. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. As well as Kep Sports Bar. Come to Kep Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu on our website. We also feature Trivia Night every other Wednesday at 7 p.m. We feature Texas Hold'ems at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like us on Facebook for more information. Also, Culver's is proud to sponsor this KBM TOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers, fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make the difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixture purchase this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And finally, by PJ Hare. Is again proud to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions this year. Is building the For the Future All-American team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for the cure for glioblastoma. Joey, a lot of good things that come from this tournament, as well as basketball, but just the good cause that it does, what it's for, is what makes this tournament so special.
Oh, absolutely, and if I could have a possession just to talk about the KB Strong Foundation, they are everywhere here at the TOC. Jody Brown does such a great job honoring her late husband, Kevin, for whom the tournament is now named, Washington's boys basketball coach that was known for grit, toughness, and leading some pretty good basketball teams. Beloved by his players, their parents, his students, and certainly would like to have him here with us this week. But great to carry on his name and legacy, and as the KB Strong does so much good work to further the cause against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. And OSF Healthcare, just to put a bow on that point, doing so much locally, new facilities to help patients and their families fight not only glioblastoma, but all forms of cancer.
In transition, the layup attempt up and good. And going off your point, Joey, yes, it's just one thing that makes this tournament so good, as well as having great teams like this. As Timmons drives inside, loses the ball, go out by the Gatorade. Joey, strong start to the game, but for Hannan, I don't know about you. I saw them play the other day when we called the game together, and I felt like this team is, you didn't see them trailing. They were constantly in the driver's seat in that one, and this one a little unfamiliar with them, but they're still very capable of getting back to this one.
Yeah, tale of two different games for sure. Renaissance, though, I think is one of the better teams that we've got here when you look at not only just the Gray Ribbon Showdown bracket, but all the different pools. Renaissance is certainly the real deal. So the Hawks are going to have to react accordingly. And, in talking with Errol Goff earlier this week, he said, we play teams from Louisiana mostly, Texas, Mississippi, right, that region. But to be able to step into Washington this week and play teams from Wisconsin, Michigan, different parts of the country, really does the team a lot of good to see different styles. Because, Teddy, as you well know from having watched a lot of great basketball this week, there really is something to be said for the difference in play style from one corner of the country to another.
It definitely is. You see teams from, like you said, just different styles of different areas. Like that area might be specifically good in one category that you don't, see a lot in Illinois. So teams from here can experience that and vice versa. They're going to call a foul on Lance Stone.
See how they call this one. Gray Ribbon Showdown's got teams from Louisiana, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Missouri. I'd like to thank our great control room real quick. Larry Larson is our director, and John Michael is our producer for this game, doing a great job. Just want to give them a quick shout out before that inbound pass.
Brayton Gordon has it over to Thompson. Another set. Whistles blow. Thompson will inbound again. Passes down low to Timmons, bobbles and hits off the head of Renaissance Phoenix defender.
Good scout there from the Phoenix. The inbound pass is going to Timmons, and Flint is able to get there and knock the pass away.
Floro over to Gordon. Gordon guarded by Stone, over to Timmons. Down in the low post now is Gordon. Gordon puts it up, and it falls. Timmons was going to be there for the second chance, but he doesn't need it. Still good insight by him. Stone picked up by Gordon.
Tight defense here from Gordon.
Stone has very good handles. Driving inside, tries to do the hezzy, but it gets stripped by Thompson. How about that?
Officials letting him play through there. Here's Loro.
Thompson over to Gordon. Gordon top of the key. Bounce pass to Timmons. Timmons post up, spin move. Floater is good. Now they're right back in the mix of things. 20-23. From the baseline, they're playing defense now. That's Gordon on Stone. Stone finds a man in the corner. 3-ball off the rim. Daniels gets the board in transition. Gives it back over to Gordon. Now Gordon trying to find a man. Down in the low post. Daniels puts it in and one. The bench is on their feet.
And a chance to tie it. Teddy, you asked a moment ago, how do you respond from being down at the end of the first quarter by a little bit to a really good team? Well, you just get the ball to your playmakers and let them do what they do. There's Daniels, who now has 6 points, could make it 7.
Joey, this reminds me a little bit of the game we saw earlier with Sean and La Mirada, but that game kind of got out of La Mirada's hands early, and then, or vice versa, sorry. Sean got out of Sean's hands early, and they caught back up and made it a game to win that one. Thompson gets the board over to Timmons. One-on-one. Another man comes in to support, but it doesn't matter. Timmons too big.
I think you look at what the Hawks have done to make an adjustment. They're really trying to draw contact. Timmons didn't get the foul there, but he gets the basket. But already 3 fouls here in the quarter against the Phoenix. It just goes to show how physical the Hawks are playing. Remember, 5 fouls in a quarter, you get to the double bonus.
Got to be careful for team fouls. Loro gets the steal. Back over to Daniels. We'll slow some things down. Now in for Hannan. Kobe Dantzler. Got Thompson in the corner, wide open. He's not missing those.
Not at all, and Thompson's also got some moves down low, does the 6'4 senior, but he knocks it through, and what is this, an 11-0 run for the Hawks?
They're on fire. Fade away by Sigmund off the front rim. Rebound, Timmons hands it over to Thompson. Thompson pass to the corner to Laura. Back Thompson. Timmons top of the key. There's a crossover, almost lost the ball. Maintains it, gives it to Daniels. Now Dantzler. 2-on-1, doesn't matter. Puts it back up. Doesn't get the shot to fall, but he'll get the foul. Great stretch here by the Hawks.
Phenomenal basketball from Archbishop Hannan. Errol Goff's got to really like what he sees. Quick note on the Hawks. One thing I've noticed, look down to our left. Hawks have traveled pretty well. Good contingent, looks like, of Archbishop Hannan supporters, making the trip all the way up north from Covington, Louisiana. Listen to the applause. Pretty good crowd. Of course, it's a long drive. You can't expect everybody to be able to make the trip. But good to see some of these teams here from the TOC bringing relatively vocal and energetic supporting parties.
Timmons will split the pair from the line. But yeah, Joey, I mean, a lot of these teams have traveled well, especially Hannan. Hannan, the 4A state champions in Louisiana.
Go back to last year. I got to give another call to the Dale Pirates. There's a great shot from Stone. I've never seen anything like it. The party that Dale brought along with them.
Yeah, that was wild.
Many more watching online.
It's like it was a Mid-Illini team playing in here. Thompson tightly guarded, gives it over to Daniels. 3 minutes left here in the second. Passes back down to Timmons. Hands off to Loro, top. Back to Thompson. Now the big man matchup back on Timmons. Finds Thompson in the corner. That 3 won't go. Dominique Yancey now back in the game. That's something you pointed out, Joey, just that matchup down low.
Yeah, Yancey and Timmons has been really fun to watch. That time the rebound able to carry him all the way back out to Dantzler.
Dantzler passes to Thompson. Thompson driving inside. Athletic finish at the rim. Gets the layup to fall.
That's what I talked about. We saw Thompson in that game we did on Wednesday, Teddy. Some of those moves he made and his ability to swim to the rack. Not always going to finish with the flush, but a nice reverse layup to give him 2 points.
3 ball in the corner off the side rim. And although they're going on a run right here, it's still only a 5-point game, so any points can get you right back in it.
Rebounding so critical when you're playing a Renaissance team that likes to step outside and shoot the 3 ball. There you get a good look at Yancey, who we've talked about. And he fills out that frame well, as you see.
Yeah, Yancey, 6'8", soft, so he's going to be a staple of this program for years to come. It's already been very effective for them today in opening up and creating shots. Finds Sigmund. Now Stone, the ever-shifty Stone, drives in. Kind of lost him there for a second, Larry. Sorry, Joey, I didn't even see him go through.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's not the tallest player, certainly don't want to overstate that point. He's very skilled, but when you're a little smaller than a lot of these big guys, you can use that to your advantage and kind of move through some of those gaps and cracks in the defense. Got to use the tools in your toolkit, and Lance Stone, really a great builder.
Stone has it at the wing. It's the screen set by Yancey. Hands it up to Sigmund, driving inside. Gets pinned by Timmons. Dantzler gets the board. Loro in the wing. Almost falls. Loro, the very dangerous shooter. Driving back inside. Sigmund slices through, gets the finish. Now a 1-point game for them.
Can't forget about Sigmund. You know, he's not on pace for 41 points like he had yesterday, but he is on pace for another great game.
Yancey top of the key with Timmons. Timmons floater off. Drew Timmons, that is. Yancey feeding the post yet again. His second chance, a little bit better.
This is some high-level basketball. You know, this matchup it takes me all the way back 5 years ago watching Walker Kessler and Deron Holmes go at it.
A deep three. That one won't fall. We've seen him hit one of those earlier on. Rebound by Yancey. He puts it up. Timmons bobbles it out. Dantzler with another rebound. He's putting together a pretty good stat sheet for himself on the boards.
Absolutely, he is.
Coach Goff going to tell them slow it down a little bit.
35-second shot clock is off, and Timmons is going to hold. Looks like he's going to run the point out here. Big man stepping up to run the offense.
Over to the corner to Loro. Loro is good! That's the setup that they keep doing. Loro, Joey, you mentioned him. He's not a guy that's going to be the main emphasis of a team, but when you go to him, he's effective.
Oh, he absolutely is, and he can get it done from anywhere, but predominantly from beyond the arc. And that's where Loro makes a big impact here late in the second quarter. And this is, I think, Teddy, the best game we've seen today. We've seen some close ones, but I think this is going to have the best finish. These are two very evenly matched teams with some intriguing differences as well, and those differences really playing off each other here in the early stages at Torrey Gym.
Definitely agree. I think Hannan has a little bit more of the, they're pretty evenly matched down low with Yancey and Timmons, but they have a little bit more of the wing edge, and I think Renaissance Phoenix can say they have the edge at the guard positions. But great first half, 35-29 is the score going into the third. The Hawks have the lead, came back from a deficit. We'll see how it happens in the second. Joey, is there anything that stood out to you in that first one that, really helped Hannan get back in it?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Hannan, it was just going down low, right, getting downhill, trying to draw some contact, just being a little more physical. And that worked in the early stages, and then once they were able to chip into what was a pretty small deficit, they could kind of start adding some wrinkles back to the offense, stepping outside, trying to create some transition opportunities. But I think for me, what I noticed was just the ability of the Hawks to get downhill and draw some contact. I think that's kind of what, again, they were only down by 6 or 7 points, but that's what enabled them to erase that deficit and flip it to take a little lead.
Certainly did. We're going to have a great second half coming up here in a little bit. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back after this.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit their website or call 844-OSF-4-HOPE. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Uftreen Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Charlie Schimmerhorn, joined alongside Angie Castle, who happens to be the Director of Marketing at OSF Hospital. It's good to have you here.
Hi, good. Thanks to be here.
This tournament, we've talked about it so many times, and I could talk about it until midnight, but this tournament, it is such a great opportunity to raise awareness for glioblastoma. And it's so great because it raises awareness, you can make some money for it, and it just goes towards a great cause. Angie, being the director of marketing at OSF, that takes on a very big role. And one of those roles that we kind of get to see play out here is something that I just learned about a few minutes ago, called reverse signing.
Yeah, so this year we added a new element to the Tournament of Champions. It's a reverse signing. So what's going to happen is we're going to have patients from Children's Hospital of Illinois, OSF Children's Hospital of Illinois, a few that are patients who are dealing with cancer. And they are going to come over to the autograph station, and the athletes that are playing in the tournament are going to be the ones that go up to them and ask them for their autographs. So it'll kind of give them an opportunity to sort of be the VIP for just a few minutes and have some fun.
That's a super cool thing. You know, I think, me personally, I would love to see that.
Yeah.
You know, it probably just brings a huge smile to all the children's faces.
Yeah.
I think that's just one of the coolest things. Going off that, though, a little bit, too, just that also kind of shows what great people some of the basketball players are, to be able to do that and to be able to just make these young children's day. So what have you seen so far kind of out of the players when it comes to maybe their social awareness or how they go about showing themselves at this tournament?
Well, a couple things there. I mean, just like working during the tournament this weekend and volunteering, I've noticed that they're so polite. They do a great job of representing their school and their coaches. But we also had the opportunity yesterday, Thanksgiving morning, several of the athletes came over again to OSF Children's Hospital, and they walked around the hospital, toured the hospital, met with some of the patients, signed autographs for them, handed out a couple of basketballs to some of the kids. And you know, it's Thanksgiving morning, they're away from their families, they are you know, in a strange place, and they probably could have slept in, and they instead chose to take that time to come, you know, brighten some kids in the hospital and spend time with them. So it's just been incredible to see how mature, how giving, and how wonderful their hearts are as they're here for the tournament.
Got lots of great people here, lots of great athletes too.
Yeah.
I mean, just everything about this tournament is just it's so rich and good in its own nature. You can pretty much look around and you can pull anything. You can talk about how good it is and how great of a cause it is. So obviously glioblastoma is the main focus here at this Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. But I think, in my opinion too, by raising awareness for glioblastoma, not only is it raising awareness, but it's also just it's raising awareness and money for all sorts of other illnesses and all sorts of other diseases. So it's a great opportunity just to get out, raise some money. If you can get here and watch some basketball, do so, because also it's fantastic basketball.
Fantastic basketball. I've been listening to all the dunks going on as where I've been working in the concession stand, and so we can hear the cheering of the crowd. It's been fun.
The poor rims.
Yeah, exactly.
No, so earlier though, you also mentioned, I heard it, you said the word volunteer.
Yeah.
And volunteers, people like you, are the whole reason why this tournament is what it is. Volunteers are the reason why this tournament stays afloat. Volunteers are the reason why this tournament's able to rack up money for such a great cause.
Yeah.
So I just want to say thank you for
Thank
everything
you.
that you
Yeah.
do here. It doesn't go unnoticed, so I just want to say that. But with that being said, Charlie Schimmerhorn, Angie Castle, we're going to go ahead and send it back to a break, and hopefully you can enjoy the next half of basketball.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but they help reduce this anxiety and stress through their rapid appointment scheduling process, which can shorten the amount of time it takes for patients to be diagnosed and begin treatment. for cancer. You can either be referred by your doctor or contact them yourself. OSF Cancer Institute will always respond within 1 business day. Visit their website or give them a call at 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
And welcome back to Torrey Gymnasium. What should be a good second half between these two teams, Renaissance Phoenix and Archbishop Hannan Hawks. This is a great first half, Joey, and I know you talked about how this could be the game of the day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, these are two teams that know how to score the pill. The Hawks of Archbishop Hannan and the Phoenix of Renaissance. And, you know, we saw Archbishop Hannan take about a 6-point deficit, whatever it was at the end of the first quarter, and flip it. To the end of the second quarter, they get down low, they draw some contact, but the Hawks have a terrific player in Drew Timmons and a great roster, and the Phoenix have a terrific player in Lance Stone and a great roster. So we'll see how the second half goes. On pace for, 70 to 68? I think that's not good math, but 70 to 58 that would be. But we'll see how the second half unfolds. I think it could be a very high-scoring affair.
You know, they need to start putting calculators up here with us in the booth.
They really do.
That would be very beneficial.
29 times 2 about broke me, but we figured it out.
Regardless, like you said, set for good second half action. In case you guys missed the first one, a lot of that battle down low between Drew Timmons and Dominic Yancey. Those guys creating a lot for their teams, as well as that man right there, Lance Stone, the point guard, number 11. Behind the back flip, over to the corner, driving inside. Floater, rebound by Yancey, tries to put it up, hits up the bottom of the rim. Rebound by Timmons, and they're fighting for it.
Man, get out of the way Teddy, but get out of the way when Yancey's coming through. Bulldoze Timmons, and that's a tall order.
Definitely is. Timmons, a 6'6" guy, pretty big. But, you know, I think it was an accident. Yancey helped him back up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Clean play, but still. It doesn't change the fact that probably hurt a little bit.
Just a little bit. Daniels driving in, over to the corner. To Gordon, back to Daniels, finds Thompson in the corner. Thompson 3-ball is good. First points of the second half for the Hawks.
And 8 points now for Thompson. If he can stay hot from deep, that's going to be a big problem for the Phoenix.
Nice double team there. It's picked by Thompson. Yancey recovers. Now got the numbers over to the corner. Try to get a 3-ball of their own. Won't fall. Timmons in transition. Finds Loro. Loro, the ever-effective shooter, can't get it to go that time. Yancey keeps it in bounds.
Man, that had the right line. It was just a little too strong. I really like what they did on the last possession did the Hawks, as we see Sigmund knock one down. You know, they brought that double team on Stone and used that height to their advantage. And we'll see if they can maybe keep using that height advantage as a matchup advantage against Stone.
Rebounded by the Hawks. Gets turned over, trying to keep it in bounds. Was Gordon spinning off is Stone. Finds a man, but it can't fall. Now wide open one-on-one, cuts back. They draw the foul. Good start to the third for Archbishop Hannan.
Yeah, the Hawks finished the second quarter, on a nice little stretch. Not a huge run, but you know, they outscored the Phoenix by a comfortable margin in that quarter, and now off and running in a good way here in the third. And that's keyed by the likes of Goff. Timmons has been in on plays offensively and defensively. not Goff, pardon me, but Lauro. I'm thinking of their head coach, but Lauro's been very good. Number 4 in white.
Goff has definitely helped as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, drawing up the right plays, and halftime adjustments can sometimes be overrated, but he was able to capitalize on a good end of the first half and keep it going here in Q3.
Certainly has. The second shot, like Gordon, will not fall.
Basketball's a game of runs, though. Phoenix will get it back with just one shot. They've got the playmakers.
Exactly. We saw it in that first half for Hannan. Just like that, Sigmund gets a mid-range jumper to land. 33-38. Daniels guarded close to the top of the key. Kept his dribble. Takes the shot over to Gordon, guarded by Stone. Great defender Stone is. I'm going to say he went over and back, so it'll be Renaissance Phoenix ball.
Sigmund and Stone, by the way, up to 13 points apiece. Almost leads all scorers. Archbishop Hannan, Drew Timmons has that covered with 14.
Those two work so well together, like the other game yet they had yesterday in the 103-point outing. Sigmund had 41 and Stone 32. How elusive is he? I mean, bucket doesn't count, but the initial spin move into the other spin move, crossover to the left, driving inside, all within a second. Sigmund inbounds. Is it to Stone? Deep three by Stone from the volleyball line. Drains him. This kid can hoop, Joey.
Yeah, Stone, limitless range. Makes it a 2-point game. And in a tournament like this, where every team is loaded with standout players, you need a guy that can create that spark, a playmaker.
He certainly does. Makes his own shot and also does the same for his other team, just like that man right there. Drew Timmons puts it up.
Timmons has been able to get into the post pretty easily here tonight. Today, I should say.
Sigmund mid-range jumper again. That one on Lauro. Bobbles around, ultimately falls down. Rebound by Timmons. Picked up by Flint, drives in with the flow. Switch sides. Sigmund to inbound. Good little run by them. Now only down by 4.
Yeah, and I don't think either side, and I hope I don't jinx it because I want to see a compelling game to the finish line, but I really don't think either team's going to pull away by more than a few points. I think it's going to stay 4, 5, 6 points down the line here.
Both of these teams can easily pick up momentum, and they're just continuing off of theirs. Now a 2-point Hawks lead.
Stone venturing in among the trees and able to float one up over everyone. Put it where no one can get it.
Daniels posting up from the half court. Hands it off to Thompson. And a timeout will be called. I believe that was for Renaissance Phoenix. Yes, it was. Chance for the Hawks to evaluate some things. Not quite sure why Phoenix would have called a timeout. I mean, they're on a run right now. Gives the Hawks a chance to talk about it.
Yeah, let's confirm who took that timeout. But, yeah, I think it was, and maybe just to lock in a little momentum.
No, you're right. It was actually Hannan. So, talking things over. We've got a great game on our hands, Joey. That's all you can ask for in tournaments like these.
Absolutely, and we're glad to have Intercon Power sponsoring our timeouts. Intercon Power, or interconpower.com to power up your career. But yeah, Teddy, to that point, I think that you look at this lead for the Hawks. 40-38 was the edge, and now it is dropped a little bit. It's been a 7-2 spurt. So we'll see what the Hawks do out of this break.
Quick note to say, neither team has really gone cold. It's just one that's been a little bit better than the other to be able to catch up a little bit. Daniels driving inside. I'm going to say he traveled. Archbishop Hannan players not too happy about that one. Now a chance for Phoenix to tie this one up.
Yeah, or take the lead potentially if they can get it to Stone. You know, we mentioned the need for playmakers, those impact guys that can heat up on a moment's notice. And I think if Stone is open, he's got the green light. Same with Sigmund, same with Yancey. Although Yancey's not in the game at this juncture, but you know, you've got guys, you look at even an Alfonso Harris, maybe a name that we haven't called so much. Tough foul there for Archbishop Hannan. You don't want to give up a foul when you don't have to.
Definitely got to be careful. And like you mentioned with Yancey, he's not in the game right now, but when he has, not that he's shutting down Drew Timmons because they've both gotten, you know, their positives, but it's definitely limited his ability because when he was out, that's when Timmons went on that run, like 6 or 8 points. It was just all Drew Timmons.
Not a foul there, Teddy. I want to amend that. It looked like one of the shot clocks did not start. One was at 35, the other was at 23. So not an Archbishop Hannan foul. They get it straightened out, and both shot clocks now reflect the accurate time. But not a miscue on the part of the Hawks. There's a foul on Archbishop Hannan, but that one's not as bad because you're going to make Stone earn them at the line.
Stone just so good at drawing fouls, and that truly is an art of the game. And I think a lot of people at the NBA level may not be a fan of that. It's not that bad in IHSA, but still, got to give credit where credit's due. It's a skill. First one for Stone. Goes through flush.
Troy Mercy's got to be happy to have him. He's not going to have to go far to continue his playing career after he graduates from Renaissance in the spring. Going to head over and be a big part of what Detroit Mercy's building in the Horizon League.
Little bit of a switch there. They're going to say that ball went off the foot of a Renaissance player. But after those free throws, Joey, it's pretty much what the game has been now. But on the scoreboard, tied at 40. It's been even all throughout.
It's been maybe the best game we've seen today.
Certainly has.
Watch both Timmons on the floor. Oh, man!
Thompson slams it down. He's a guy we usually see around the wing, but at 6'4", he's got the athletic ability to really go through. What a momentum shift that could be, and he got the and one to go along with it. A chance to take a 3-point lead.
One of the great plays we've seen this week here in Washington.
We've gotten blessed with quite a few dunks, especially in that last game, but some other ones that comes a little bit rare. Anthony Thompson, however, Joey, that was something else.
Thankful for these high-flying finishes we've seen throughout this Thanksgiving holiday week.
How will Stone and Renaissance Phoenix answer back? Guarded by Gordon. Spinning off. On the wing, hands it off. Driving inside. A little too much juice. Seems like it's going to stay with Renaissance Phoenix, and he'll shoot two. It's a foul. Didn't even hear the whistle.
Yeah, I want to look, and there's not a player on the floor right now that has more than 2 personal fouls. Well, pardon me, I want to amend that now as Stone has, not Stone, pardon me, Timmons, the other 11, has 3 fouls. I'm getting a little crossed up there, but Timmons with 3 fouls and 16 points. You know, he'll have to be careful. I think if you can get to the end of this quarter with 3 fouls, you're in good shape. Of course, that's not exactly high-level analysis, but Timmons is going to have to be pretty careful over these next 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And that's a shame for the Hawks because when they've been physical, they've been at their best. Timmons has got to watch himself offensively in the post. Don't want to maybe get called for a charge. The Hawks have to, or the Phoenix, I should say, have to exploit this.
Timmons definitely the key contributor to their physicality down low, so wouldn't want to lose him. Speaking of Timmons, the other Timmons to Drew Timmons.
There's Timmons and Timmons. Timmons to Timmons, that's a great connection. You know, the other Timmons, Gabe Timmons, is only a sophomore, and he's going to get a lot better over his next few years with Archbishop Hannan. But Drew Timmons able to take it up so easy.
Driving inside, pass from behind the back of the opposing player is good. How good is Lance Stone?
And Stone tried to draw a foul on the inbound. Officials didn't buy it. Gabe Timmons up, and 2 free throws for his trouble.
Gabe Timmons like you mentioned just a second ago, he's a sophomore, but contributing greatly to this team. Starting to make a presence known in this game, but the other game we saw him, he was doing some things as well. So in a couple years, maybe even the rest of this year, he's definitely a key contributor for them. He's going to continue to get better. First free throw for Gabe Timmons.
Easy mistake to make. They're both tall.
Gabe is 6'4", Drew 6'6".
Here comes Drew Timmons. Archbishop Hannan, school of about 650 students in Covington, Louisiana.
Gabe will go 2 for 2 from the line. Joey, I think the way I differentiate them when I can't see their number, I think Gabe has a little bit lighter hair, a little bit lighter colored hair.
Just like
Stone, one-arm fling out to the wing. How about that from Sigmund? These two mesh off each other very well.
Well, Renaissance's time in the Gray Ribbon Showdown has not disappointed. And, you know, we've seen one game already this tournament go to overtime. Well, I don't want to say that word just yet. Still got a whole quarter to play after this, but but I will say it this early. You know, I just think this is going to be a great run to the finish from two great teams.
Totally could.
I'll double down.
Sorry, neither one of them really wanted to give an edge. Second free throw by Thompson. Hits off the front of the rim. Won't go. 3-point lead for the Hawks. Could be more. They get the turnover. Gordon's mid-range jumper will land, so they'll come out with more than what they would have off the free throw. Now a 5-point lead.
It's a big swing.
In a game like this where defense is high and offense comes in stretches, it definitely is. See a foul on Lauro. Jordan Sigmund inbounding. A kickball violation there on the inbound. I'm going to read. Now in the hands of Stone at the Panther logo. Screen set by Yancey. One-on-one top of the key, driving inside, dishes to the corner. Almost bobbled a bit, well recovered. Now back out to Stone. High arcing pass to get over the defender. Sigmund has it. He'll draw the foul.
Sigmund has not had a bad game by any means. Far cry to this point from what he did yesterday, dropped 41 points. Don't think the tournament record of 51 is in any jeopardy, but you never know. But I'm reasonably confident we won't have anyone get up there. Stone, though, now with 19 on that free throw, and his high-scoring counterpart, Drew Timmons, sitting at 20 points.
We have gotten to see some big performances this week. Gavin Gores, I believe, had 31. Sean Reynolds, 32. I'm not sure of the other games if anyone's beaten those, but those have been the ones I've personally seen.
Well, and you know, you don't have to obviously come out and drop 52 points, you know, or whatever the record would be to have a great game at the TOC. We'll see a lot of players go back to their respective states or here in Illinois to their respective conferences. And as Timmons lays that in, they'll average 30 points a game easy.
Great transition there by the Hawks. Bounce pass through to Timmons, gets a second chance opportunity, helps out a teammate there with Laura. Sorry, Gabe Timmons. Great response, though. Now a 2-point game, 50 seconds left here in the third.
Malachi Jackson, that's not a name we've called a lot today.
Driving inside off the floater. Brenton Gordon. He's been the one that has the matchup on Lance Stone. He's done a pretty good job staying with him. Some players are just going to get their points, though, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't prevent it here at the TOC. The cream is going to rise to the top. Now here we go. Shot clock is not off, but it essentially is. If Renaissance chooses to hold for the last shot, it can be theirs. They're separated by about a second, maybe a second and a half.
They draw the foul again.
And Errol Goff not happy with that foul, because that's going to put Renaissance at the free throw line in the double bonus. 5+ fouls for the quarter for the Hawks.
Both teams sitting at 5 fouls apiece. First shot by Sigmund bobbles off the back and just goes out. Makes the next one, he can cut it to a 3-point game. Second one will go through. 51-54, 8 seconds left here in the third. Fast pace by the Hawks. Gordon, nobody in his way, tipped up. I'm not sure which Timmons that was.
I think it was Gabe.
Good job by Gabe, heads up play. Seemed like nobody even wanted to get in the way of Gordon, just kind of let him go through.
Yeah, and you know, Archbishop Hannan knew what the game plan was there. They were going to try to crash the board and get to the basket. And Timmons able to get there and throw it up and in, right at the buzzer, and that's where size and skill come into your advantage for the sophomore.
Take a quick thank you to one of our sponsors. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by the Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Joey, we're looking good here. 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. These two teams just battling it out.
There you get a look at the Archbishop Hannan huddle. Again, I've had the fortune of talking to Coach Goff a couple of times here at the TOC, and you know, he's been very generous with his time. In fact, we rode the elevator down the other day at the Embassy Suites in East Peoria, where a lot of these teams are staying, and had a chance to converse a little bit there. Great to make contact and meet him in person. He was one of the coaches that responded to our questionnaire to learn a little more about the team. And again, he was in our Tournament Central studio show. And I believe John White was as well, Renaissance's coach, earlier here in the tournament. And again, appreciate both these coaches as we've got our first foul of the fourth quarter for bringing their teams up north for Archbishop Hannan and south for Renaissance. And being a part of what this tournament does to raise money and awareness to fight glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer, and I know that this has been a very rewarding tournament for both these programs.
Certainly has. Goff feeds down low to Drew Timmons. Good way to open up the fourth frame. Kai Jackson gives it over to Sigmund. Sigmund tries to step back, gets doubled, intercepted by Gabe Timmons. Gives it over to Thompson, feeds it down low. Another one for Drew. How about these Timmons brothers making plays on either side of the court. Now back-to-back layup attempts. This one an and one for Drew.
Got to ride the hot hand. Timmons is up to 22 points, I think, once it updates, and a chance to make it a 10-point game at the line. And Renaissance has got to do a better job of cutting that off. Dominic Yancey in the game. They've got to play the passing lanes. They've got to force some steals, some turnovers. Again, just a couple shots in transition could change this game the way Renaissance can shoot the rock.
Going to need to cut that deficit just a little bit. Floater by Stone. Bobbles around, it won't fall. Thompson in transition. We've seen this before. Puts that one up. With a great start.
Thompson gets downhill so well. Now, how do the Phoenix respond? We've not seen a run of this magnitude tonight.
It's the screen by Yancey. Step back off Loro, mid-range jumper lands for Jordan Sigmund. He's got a good mid-range game.
And an offensive foul there before the inbound, Teddy. That's big, going to go against Brenton Gordon. An offensive foul, might as well call it a Jody Brown State Farm charge. And now they're going to let Stone throw this in. That's a sorry to cut you off again, Teddy, but that's a tough unforced error for Archbishop Hannan. You know, we've seen a few undisciplined fouls here in the last few minutes, especially that one right before the third opens the door for the Phoenix.
Certainly does, and in a crucial moment, too. Corner three by Stone is money, and he's talking, and he got a foul for it. Got to be careful with those.
That'll be a technical foul on Stone, so we talk about maybe some discipline issues for Archbishop Hannan and the same for Phoenix, for Renaissance, pardon me, and I was just getting ready to say this game going to be a lesson. You know, for any players watching, if you're getting ready to play in some big games, really any games this season, you've got to make sure you're staying disciplined here late in games.
Composure definitely a good aspect of it, and being composed is what Zach Loro does. He gets both free throws to land. Obvious frustration on the face of Lance Stone, but he's definitely a player that if he plays well enough down the stretch, still 6 minutes, 30 seconds, he can pull through and get this comeback.
Now, of course, just to go back on that point, we said discipline issues, nothing egregious, certainly. I mean, just a couple of misplaced fouls for the Hawks. It's early in the season. You'll get those cleaned up. And just a little bit too much excitement from Stone. No harm, no foul. Some officials will call it, some won't. So, I mean, nothing that these coaches, these great coaching staffs won't clean up as the season goes along. But there's Timmons again.
I mean, how many times have we seen that play? If it's not broke, don't fix it, like you said a moment ago. I was about to say same thing applies. That three ball almost landed for Stone. He has no lack of confidence from range.
No, not at all, and that's what you need, especially in a game like this and with the shot clock. You know, Renaissance is guaranteed more possessions if they can score quickly, in the shot clock. So the tempo, if they can pick up the pace and knock in a few deep balls, it's going to work in their favor if they can play some good defense.
My apologies, Joey.
No, you're good.
For Archbishop Hannan, Bryce Daniels checks back in. Been a pretty crucial player for them in this game. Thompson in transition, gives it to Daniels. Driving in, gets pinned off the back, but he'll draw the foul. Daniels takes a trip to the line.
Archbishop Hannan in the driver's seat here. If they can execute down the line, they'll be in really good shape. Some really fun matchups on the way tonight, Teddy. Going to be a great run to the finish here on day 4 of the TOC. Up next, Gary Westside and Benet Academy.
Second free throw off the mark.
Morton and St. Petersburg Gibbs later on. And St. Francis Episcopal and Washington should be a really good game. Really like what I saw from the Panthers against Romeoville on Tuesday night, and a really good St. Francis squad that has made the trip over here. Metamora and the Paideia School coming up as our nightcap tonight. Should tip off between 9:15 and 9:30. So still 6 minutes of a great game left to play. A power-up timeout presented by Enercon, but lots to look forward to here. 4 games left as we move through the penultimate day of the Tournament of Champions.
Joey, looking forward to tomorrow. And tomorrow's all the championship games as well. So, these are all the games that can be determined earlier on. After that, we got a good slate of games for Saturday.
Yeah, and tomorrow should be, in theory, the best day because the way the tournaments, there's 4 different brackets essentially in this TOC. Not all of them are brackets. The The shootout series, those are more a collection of one-off games, but at least the National Classic and the Washington Invitational, those are tournaments. And in theory, the bracket should work out to where the right teams are playing each other record-wise to create what should be 8 compelling games, throughout the day. So I think we're really looking forward to a great finish to this year's TOC.
Definitely are.
Speaking of the shootout series, one more point. I mean, we have not seen Gary or Benet. They'll play a one-off up next. And that should be Gary Westside, I should say, but that should be a really compelling matchup that Gavin Russell and I will share the call for.
Stone over to the wing. Driving in is Gordon. One-arm floater will hit. Detroit Renaissance is going to have to respond in a big way if they want to get back in this one. Started to slip away a little bit. Great pass by Stone to the opposite corner. That one is a little bit too much on the shot. Back over to Gordon. It's just to Daniel.
Yeah, and I think the Hawks yesterday, they saw the Phoenix hang 103 on Juneau, and maybe took that personally. They wanted to come in and make sure that didn't happen to them here in this contest, and it certainly hasn't. Defense has played very well, and the Hawks have rebounded so well, too.
Their defense has looked very impressive. There are times where Renaissance has gone on a little bit of a run, but with good scoring teams, that stuff happens. As whistles blow, a little bit of contact down low involving Lance Stone, and wasn't sure who he got tangled up with, but
you saw just maybe in the corner of your screen there, it looks like Brett Adams coming out with the Libman mop. Oliver Stone hits the deck, and it's a great volunteer crew at the TOC, right on top of things.
first shot by Woodard is good.
There you get a look at the mop. Floor sweeper, however you want to term it.
And Woodard sweeps those first 2 free throws.
I like that. Libman's kind of got that basketball mop market cornered. You see that at a lot of different venues. High school, college, professional ranks. Can't have anyone slipping on any perspiration down there on the floor.
Definitely can't. Floater lands there for Stone. Not quite sure. Looks like Stone has 24 points on the day, so they're trailing by 12 right now. It's going to take a lot to get this win, but it's definitely not because of him. He has been a very, very bright spot for that Phoenix squad.
Yeah, he has, and so too has Sigmund, who has 21 points. A little hard to see, you're right, from our vantage point across the gym. But 24 points for Drew Timmons, leads all scorers. And if there's anyone watching in the really either Detroit or Louisiana, Covington, Louisiana, these teams are going to be tough outs when they go back to their respective hometowns. Of course, Renaissance, we'll see what happens. There's still a little under 5 minutes left to play, but an offensive explosion yesterday against Juneau, and now getting a test from a tough Archbishop Hannan team that has not dropped a game this season in 6 tries.
Again, going back to what Joey just said, yesterday, 103 points in that game against Juneau. 73 of them were combined between Stone and Sigmund. So 41 for Sigmund, 32 for Stone. That just shows how good this team is, and another side of it shows how good the defense of Archbishop Hannan is as well. It's over to Thompson. Thompson trying to drive in. Going to regroup, go back out. Long ball toss to Drew Timmons. He puts it up. We've seen that play all too many times. Just keeps working. 72-58, 14-point game. Calls for the screen. Stone still picked up double screen now. Swings it back over to Sigmund. He puts up the shot. It's not going to go. Driving inside. Athletic finish. Gets the foul.
And the Hawks really keeping the pedal to the metal with that physicality. You know, you get the foul there, but Stone having to earn these 2 free throws at the line, I think you'll take that as a trade-off. But Stone, a great shooter. Pretty easy task for the senior and Detroit Mercy commit.
Stone now at 25 points. Make that 27.
Phoenix here, you know, if they can force some turnovers, if they can get into those passing lanes, poke a possession or 2 loose, there is still some time left. Oh, look out. Knox Minot. Player comes crashing into him. That's Loro. Everybody's okay. Knox, our photographer down there, caught a player, Loro, coming right at him. Loro looks maybe to be more. Knox says he's all good, throws the thumbs up. There he is.
Knowing Knox, he probably got a good picture of it on the way
Oh,
down.
I'm sure he did. And that's a great segue to just tell you real quick about what Knox has done all week long. Great photos, game after game. Some really, and even from the first half, if you go to Clutch Sports IL on Twitter, he's got some great snaps from the first half of this game. So check it out. Really taking some great pictures for us all week long. Appreciate him giving up his Thanksgiving holiday to come join us.
Shout out to Knox. That last possession, jump shot bobbled off the front of the rim, and that one, the whistle will blow. So Timmons will take a trip to the line.
I tell you, not only for Knox, but for all the very talented photographers and videographers here throughout the week. Not a lot of room on those baselines to get out of the way when there's a player barreling down on you.
There's a lot of them, too. Some of those games you try to walk by and just shimmying past 40 photographers.
Oh, absolutely. For some of these marquee, and this isn't a marquee game, but for some of these really hotly anticipated matchups throughout the week, maybe with some more local teams that can fill it up, there are a lot, you know, sometimes you're right, there are 20 photographers down there, and I always like watching their cameras, you know, when the ball's moving along the baseline, because they all move in unison. Tough to tell with just 2 of them down there as you get a look at John White. But yeah, when there's a bunch of them, just watch those cameras moving and sweeping to pick up the action.
Joey, a little bit of a storyline we can go off of now. If they aren't able to cut the lead down, it's just whoever has the most points at the end. Tied at 27 is Stone and Timmons.
Yeah, fun battle between those two that we talked about all throughout the game, and we mentioned Timmons versus Yancey. I'd say Timmons has gotten the edge in that battle down low. The big men going at it.
Great bounce pass down low by Thompson. Finds a man, that man being Gordon. Corner 3, bobbles around, rebounded by the Hawks, and so they're fighting for it. Timmons lost it. Intercepted by Gordon in transition, lays it up. It's good. Bringing that energy.
Archbishop Hannan, sorry Teddy, has been one of the most impressive teams here in Washington this week. A trip well worth the while for both these programs, but Archbishop Hannan putting on a show on the national stage. Timmons hasn't done much wrong, but couldn't get that one to go. Stone not afraid to take anyone on.
Definitely not. He's attacked quite a few times when he's got the numbers outbalancing him, and same with the hype. Now 17-point lead as the crowd's going to applaud. That might just be it. Give credit where credit's due. Both teams played pretty well. Archbishop Hannan just a little bit too much.
Want to give a call to our great camera operators throughout this game too. You know, we mentioned Knox's hard work on the baseline. You got Andrew Crawford, Michael Savoy, Wesley Stombaugh taking some great moving pictures, if you will, right? Video for us. The 3 cameras in the gym. Doing a great job bringing you these great pictures at home.
Everything on our social medias too. They just the videos of the the dunk a couple games ago,
Yeah.
and all the highlights getting uploaded.
Which dunk?
Yeah, which one? Had to be at least 30 by now just today.
Of course, with this game relatively well in hand, 19 points should go for an Archbishop Hannan victory. Want to just remind our viewers of the cause behind this tournament, the KB Strong Foundation, fighting glioblastoma here locally. OSF Healthcare doing a lot of great things with new facilities, offering treatments for patients and care for their families as well as they fight not only glioblastoma but all forms of cancer. Coach Kevin Brown was, for a long time, the boys basketball coach here at Washington Community High School, fought a courageous battle with glioblastoma and inspired a lot of folks not only through his fight with the terrible disease, but also just through the way he conducted himself in general as the Panthers head coach. Grit, toughness, things you talk about with Coach Brown. And you talk to any of his former players, he'll tell you that he was hard on them, but in the best way a coach can be, getting the most out of them, being tough on them and making them not only better basketball players, certainly, but better people.
Those are the best kinds of coaches. It's that fine line. There's a lot of coaches that might go a little too much on the tough love approach, and sometimes it doesn't work with players. So that perfect middle ground is what everybody seems to talk about Kevin Brown. So not only, I said this on the interview the other day with Charlie Schermerhorn, Hall of Fame coach, also Hall of Fame person from what everybody says, and that's just one of the reasons why this tournament goes around, and all in support for one cause, as well as watching good basketball that Kevin Brown loved.
Absolutely, and Jody Brown said during the Tournament of Champions annual Thanksgiving dinner yesterday she wants KB Strong, the foundation that bears her husband's name, to grow into something that can be a source of support for anyone fighting glioblastoma, like Susan G. Komen and everything that foundation does for folks battling breast cancer. KB Strong is something that the folks on its board want it to grow into something resembling Susan G. Komen, I should say, and it really is off to a great start in the few years it's been around. If you're around at all in Washington this week, KB Strong's got plenty of information available around Raymond R. Torrey Gym. If you're watching online from afar this week, you saw a moment ago the link on your screen, kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Would encourage everyone to check that out, learn more about Coach Brown and what the foundation is doing. And I'll close with this, Teddy. I didn't get a chance to meet Coach Brown personally. Clutch Sports Media came onto the scene just shortly after he passed away, but offering Tournament Central that you'll watch throughout the tournament, bringing so many different folks in that did know Coach Brown, former players, friends, former coaches, people that coached alongside him. So stay tuned between games and at halftime. Offering sponsoring that this week, and getting a chance to kind of bring Coach Brown's story to life even further.
Certainly has. Another thing I want to mention, in case you want to find some way to support, if you come to TOC this week, there'll be a booth for the KB Strong Foundation. You can get some crew necks, t-shirts, anything like that.
Really good looking merchandise.
They really are. They're comfortable too. I still have mine from last year, but I might have to get myself another one.
Get a t-shirt last year. I think I need a hoodie this year.
That's what I was thinking too. I think I might go crew neck.
Of course, it helps, Teddy. I'm a proud Urbana Tiger myself. For a long time, Urbana was involved in this tournament as a competitor, and anything orange and black I can find, I'm in, right? It's a great color scheme. So the KB Strong Foundation, orange, black, and gray. You see the KB Strong logo. We've cut to it a couple times, and it's on the nice-looking sign they've got behind the baseline there against the padding. Really is some sharp-looking gear and comfortable, as you said, as well.
Truly is. Thompson has it. This game, Joey, all but over. But a lot of positives to take away with both sides as Timmons again. Now over 30 points with 31.
So we can just talk kind of the same thing we did last year.
Yeah, kind of.
Deep three attempt there by Stone. This could be the last possession.
This is one of my favorite.
No shot clock, but
yeah.
This one's easy.
defense still playing aggressive. And there'll be a foul called there.
14 seconds left in this game. How about a call for Archbishop Hannan's effort? And Renaissance has been a lot of fun to watch here, too. John White doing a great job with that program. But Carol Goff's been a lot of fun to talk to this week. And that is a Hawks team I wouldn't want to face
Definitely
back in
not
Louisiana. Alma mater of Tommy Manzella, by the way. Just to work in some of these famous alumni they've got listed in the program. Lawrence Thomas went to Renaissance in Detroit. Simone Missick, Joe Crawford, Malik Hairston.
Be a group of substitutions for the Hawks. And they will just dribble the ball away. Joey, a great game. Fun calling the game with you as well. In this game, what do you think the biggest moment was for either side?
I think just the end of the third quarter and the start of the fourth quarter for Archbishop Hannan. You know, we saw maybe the highlight of the game was that dunk from Anthony Thompson, big flush that we saw from the very talented senior. But I think just kind of that run that the Hawks went on to start the fourth frame and grow this lead into something that was out of reach for the Phoenix. Just a complete team. I mean, the Hawks have shooting, they've got size, they've got skill. You focus too much on the Timmons brothers, well, it's going to open up a bunch of stuff elsewhere on the floor. So really like what the Hawks and what they've done this week.
Definitely a strong showing from either side. You take some positives away for Phoenix, but I think one thing you got to say for them, they certainly have the power and the players to be able to compete against anybody. And for 3 quarters today, they competed very well against one of the best teams in the state of Louisiana, a reigning state champion over there. But Joey, great game here. Get ready for the next game. We're going to take a break and go down to the booth, or down to the studio, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Afternoon Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Charlie Shimmerhorn, joined alongside Scotty. How much is your house worth?
A lot.
A lot. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of my favorite interviews that I get to do. Don't get me wrong, all of them are great. But my friend Scotty here, he is one of the most passionate people that I've ever met. He has just a fantastic motive of what he does in life. And all my kudos go out to him.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So, Scotty, if you come to this tournament, you can watch him. He's running around so much. He does the garbage. I mean, tell us about your role here.
I do custodial stuff. Basically, I make sure all the toiletries are filled up. We make sure all the garbage is taken care of to make sure it's not overflowed, whether if it's in the restrooms, out here in the concession stands, almost anywhere. And if there's any spills, we always make sure that everything is mopped up so that way we don't have any people slip, fall, or injure themselves and things of that nature. We try to make this place as safe as possible for all of our viewers here to come to the Tournament of Champions.
Me being here, you know, I can say this for everybody. He does a very fantastic job. I mean, I see this man here from 8 in the morning when I get here and occasionally sometimes around 11 o'clock at night. And he's always here, if not earlier and later. So certainly very long days for Scotty. But everything that he does not go unnoticed. So, you know,
No,
there's everybody here
not.
recognizes all the hard work that you do to keep this place clean and safe, like you mentioned.
Absolutely.
Scotty, you had a connection to Coach Brown, and I know that this is something that you are very, very passionate about, and a reason why I invited you to do this interview, because this is what this whole tournament's all about. Raising awareness for such a horrible disease as glioblastoma. So, Scotty, just tell us your relationship and why you are so passionate about the Tournament of Champions.
I knew Coach Brown through high school. He was my weightlifting teacher for all my 4 years in high school, and not only was he my teacher, but he was also a very dear friend. And not only have I shared that friendship with him, I've also shared and started a relationship and a true friendship with his loving wife, Jody, who lost her beloved husband from an aggressive battle with cancer. And glioblastoma is not a friendly disease. It is a really dangerous battle with it's a very dangerous cancer, and the thing is, we're here to fight the fight, and that is, we are shown to Coach Kevin Brown that we are going to be KB strong for life.
So, I mean, that sums up this whole tournament 100%.
Absolutely.
We were talking earlier about your wristband that says KB Strong on it, and I believe
Absolutely.
there's basketball and like a sombrero.
Yes, it
Talk
is.
us through really just why you wear that.
So I wear this. So when Kevin Brown and when Polly Folder, who was a Spanish teacher here at the high school, two of our staff members who passed away from battle with brain cancer, we got this when they were diagnosed with cancer. And when we heard, they were both diagnosed with cancer, we want to show them that, and not only to them, but to the families, we are here for them, and we are going to support them, and we're going to make sure that they remain cancer-free, and that not only for them to be cancer-free, but also to make sure that all people out there that are going through cancer, we will not stop the fight until every person that has cancer is cured.
That's what this tournament's all about, Scotty. People like you. But the only way that you can do that is by donating, right?
Absolutely.
You can support even by just showing up to the tournament, watching, tuning in. It's such a great cause.
Absolutely,
I think
it is.
If you're watching this and maybe you were on the fence of whether I should donate or not, just know that when you do, it's one of the greatest things you can do.
You're doing it, and also make sure and keep this in mind. You're doing it for a cause, because you're doing this to help people that are fighting for their lives, and that if you are willing to make a difference, just remember they're making a difference too. And if you can do that, it is worth it, 100%.
For sure. Scotty, you are just one of the most passionate people I've ever met towards
Absolutely.
this subject. Scotty, why should people be so passionate about this? Why? Because I'm inspired by you, honestly. I think, and a lot of people are around the school. They see your hard work. They see your work ethic. I know there's so many people who just respect you, respect everything that you do. So just talk viewers through how on a daily basis you manage just to stay so passionate and just have everybody earn your respect.
Well, the reason why we do this is because we're doing this as a community to come together, but you also got to keep in mind we're doing this for a Tournament of Champions that is named after a coach who lived, breathed, ate, and slept and dreamt basketball 24 hours a day, no matter what. And so that's why you need to come out here to remember you're doing this for the name of Kevin Brown, and that the Tournament of Champions is dedicated to him. And if he were to be here for one day, just see this, his heart would be so much full with people around here. And I know that it would mean the world to him, and it certainly means the world to Jody, because she knows that she cannot do this alone. It takes a team effort, and that's why we are all here today, no matter what.
100%. I agree with everything that you just said there. Volunteers are the backbone of this whole organization.
Absolutely.
Nothing that these volunteers do obviously get paid.
Mm-hmm.
But I see just people like you, like Devin Moore, like Jody, like Angie, who I interviewed just a few minutes ago. They put so much hard work into this tournament that it's the reason why we're able to raise money for
Exactly.
KB Strong. Scotty, I think we got like a minute and a half or so. I know you wanted to last year. You had some advice for people.
Absolutely.
And I know you wanted to shout out some more advice because you had some new
Absolutely.
advice. So what is that advice that I've been wanting to hear?
Stay versatile, stay hungry, stay attentive, and be open to new opportunities that have been given in life. Your future's not defined yet, so be open to new things. And if you've been given an opportunity, make the best of it and make the most of it, because they do not come twice around. And if you believe in yourself, anything is possible. Be it whatever it is you want to be, and make sure that you do it with passion, pride, heart, integrity, and courage, because you can do that, you will achieve greatness with your life. And that is a pure statement, well, for sure.
I hear people clapping.
Absolutely.
That might be one of the best quotes I've ever heard. I think we need to actually get a frame and frame that. I'm gonna get that in my house. Scotty, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the Upturning Auto Group Tournament Central.
Absolutely.
Just know, if you're watching this, try to be more like Scotty, because people respect him. With that being said, Charlie Shimmerhorn, Scotty Houseworth, send it into an ad break. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
KB Strong for life.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. It's a teamwork shootout series matchup ready to go here at 4:45. And we've got the Lyle Benet Academy Red Wings as they'll take on the Gary Westside Cougars. Alongside Joey Wright, I'm Gavin Russell. First of all, Joey, I got to say that last interview in the Upturning Tournament Central, Scotty Houseworth, he's here all week. Great janitor, maintenance man at Washington Community High School. What a fantastic individual joined us. If you join us later, rewatching this game, please go back, scroll back a couple minutes, and rewatch that interview. Powerful stuff from Scotty.
Absolutely. Well said, Gavin. Scotty Houseworth, second year, he's joined us in our studio, and man, what an outlook. What a great attitude he's got. He's here early, he works late, has a great attitude about everything, and truly some fantastic advice that he left just before we came on the air. So, yeah, absolutely appreciate Scotty and everything he does. And, that's great. Seriously, I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. That was something I needed to hear.
No matter who you are or where you're from, take that advice. Be more like Scotty. That's what we need to live our life by every day. But we certainly have a great matchup on tap for us here. Just the one and only time we'll see these two teams joining us, gracing us with their presence. And they feature some very good players. Kind of starting out with Lyle Benet Academy, come from a couple hours in the Chicago suburbs. Head coach Gene Heidkamp, and they've got some big players, including SIU commit Daniel Polyukonis.
Yeah, and you look at what Benet does, year in and year out, they're a power, they're a tough out on the boys' side and on the girls' side. It's just a great athletic program that the Red Wings have. So looking forward to seeing what these Red Wings can do. First time, believe it or not, they've ever been in the Tournament of Champions. It's the second appearance for Westside out of Gary, but looking forward to seeing what the Red Wings can do.
Westside features some pretty good players. Their own Reginald, better known as Trey Hinton. He's just a sophomore. He definitely can get it done. They have a lot of versatile players. Don't count them out. Maybe the Red Wings a little more deep on their bench, but the starting lineups for these two teams are going to be fantastic.
Oh, absolutely. And you don't arrive at the Tournament of Champions by accident. These teams up and down the roster have a lot of size and a lot of skill. Look at Keaton Barnes for Westside and Tyler Cruz, as well as Anthony Holmes. All those players 6'4" or above. Benet has a huge roster, but among that really big and expansive roster, you're going to see Colin Stack, you're going to see Brendan Beaumont, you're going to see Peliconis as well. You mentioned him a moment ago. Those players are all 6'6" or above, and Colin Stack's a 7-footer.
Yeah, when you ever have a 7-footer on your team, usually good things are going to happen. We've got our starting lineups coming up. You see Lyle Benet Academy wearing the white jerseys. We've got kind of the pattern down the side, the red and the blue. Other side, really like that orange that Gary Westside is sporting. Kind of similar maybe to an Illini orange, of maybe a little bit brighter than that. I don't know. You're a color guy, Joey.
Yeah, I am the color analyst. Today that's what I'm here to do, is I'm here to tell you about every color in the gym. No, but it is a bright orange and blue for Gary, and of course Benet the red and black. And really, this is going to be a very high-level matchup. I'm looking forward to seeing these two programs go at it again. As you mentioned, one and done. This is it for the Red Wings, and this is it for the Cougars, but should be a really fun matchup to watch.
Indeed. Starting lineups are as follows for Benet Academy. It'll be Blake Fagbimi. He's headed to Truman State. He'll wear number 0. They have Ryan Walsh, the 6'4" junior, wearing number 2. Jaden Wright, the 5'11" junior, wearing number 3. The SIU commit, Daniel Poliukonis, the 6'9" senior, wearing number 4. And Colin Stack, the 7-footer. He's not hard to miss out there. That's the lineup for the Red Wings. We'll get you Westside's lineup in a moment. They'll start with the ball.
Well, all this talk about some of these standouts. Trey Hinton, a name we've got to mention for Gary Westside as this one goes along too. Can't overlook number 1 in orange. He can light up the scoreboard from anywhere on the floor.
First shot is no good there from Gary Westside. Derek Collins, 6'3" senior. He's one of the starters with Trey Hinton. Bryce Cooper, Jeremy Jones, and Tyler Cruz is the starting 5 for the Cougars. Stack, the big fella, no good from outside. Gary down the lane, goes to Cruz. No good. Almost got his own board, but Stack, just a big body down there.
Yeah, that's going to be a fascinating battle to watch all game long. Tyler Cruz and Colin Stack. You know, Stack's a 7-footer, but 6'10's not far behind.
There's Daniel Poliukonis from the mid-range. Made that look pretty easy. He fits kind of that modern big man game. He's got the height, but he can shoot really well.
Well, you mentioned that too with Stack. I mean, we saw him not hit the 3, but attempt the 3 earlier. See if Gary can get the ball to Trey Hinton. I'm excited to see him play. Here he is.
There's the 3 by Hinton. It's good. Right on cue. The color man, Joey Wright, calls it out, and it's a 3-2 ball game. Down the lane. A 3 on the other end is blocked. They'll keep it alive. Lots of movement here early on. Things will settle down a little bit more. Jaden Wright tries to drive down the baseline. He's pushed, and a foul on Hinton.
Gavin, this is one of the longest matchups we've seen. This is one of the longest matchups we've seen, Gavin, just looking at wingspan, looking at height, certainly. I mean, both these teams play really long. They got a lot of height and a lot of skill.
Certainly do, and up and in. Nice job there from Blake Fagbimi. Coming down the way is Hinton. They'll survey a little bit. Got to use that shot clock, right, Joey?
Yeah, 35 seconds. Benet better get used to it, especially. It's coming to the IHSA in just a few years on a full-time basis.
10 seconds on said shot clock. Bench is up and loud for Benet. Got to make something happen, and it's thrown away out of bounds, and it's going to go back to the Red Wings.
His coaches, Chris Hawkins, Chris Buggs, doing great jobs. Westside still looking for its first TOC win in its second appearance. They're 0-1. They were here back, I want to say, in 2021, maybe 2022. Someone will have to check that for me.
They'll try to extend their lead now. Passes it off. Three-pointer in the corner is knocked down. Jaden Wright. He got his last attempt blocked, but he's still shooting the ball. 7-3 Red Wings. Hinton moves the ball around. Holmes. There's Hinton again for three. It's good. He certainly can shoot. Might be one of the better shooters we're going to see in this tournament. He's got all 6 of their points.
The junior was named the tournament's 30 intriguing players to watch list. Best news for Cougar fans, he's only a junior.
Dagbimi's three is no good. Hinton, he's going to get a screen. Steps in, might be a 2. It is a 2. Nearly a putback there for Cruz. Other way right, coast to coast, it's tipped, but it's a foul. Our first trip to the line tonight comes on a drive to the hoop, and it's going to be 2 shots for Jaden Wright.
Good last name.
Joey Wright appreciates a good Wright last name.
Right at the line, though, these are big free throws for the 5'11 junior. Both these teams feeling each other out here still in the early stages, but I expect this game, it's probably going to take 50 or 60 points to win it. I expect a lot of scoring.
Well, not even halfway through the first quarter, and both teams nearing double digits already. First free throw was good.
You see Renaissance out of Detroit, Michigan, leaving the gym, top of your screen. They put up 103 points yesterday, and then fell in the game preceding this one. But put up a lot of points and put on a good show yesterday against a good team from Juneau, Wisconsin.
That is quite a few points. Got to say, save some for the rest of the season. Here's another 3. Westside can't get that one to go. Keaton Barnes, no good. Down the lane, fouled, and one. Rolls around the rim and goes down. In fact, Benet gets it to go. And they extend their lead to 4, can be 5 with a 3-point play.
One note for Benet is that they've got some experience already this season. They've played 3 games. Gary's played 1, and neither of these teams have lost as you get a look at the Phoenix departing Torrey Jim, or maybe they'll stick around to watch. I guess we'll have to wait and see. You see him moving along the bottom of your screen. But a lot of these teams, Gavin, had the misfortune, if you knocked off the rust at least a little bit, entering play today. So we'll see if that limits maybe some of those first-game jitters, some first-game mistakes.
It's always nice to have, get warmed up, and then play a big early season contest in Washington. Up and in for Hinton. He is really good, Joey. Trey Hinton is carrying Gary right now, and he'll have a chance at an and one himself.
That's what I said at the top of the show, Gavin. He can step outside and get you that way, or he can drive inside, barrel down toward the rim, draw contact, and the finish and the free throw.
Kind of the theme of this year's TOC, a lot of combo guards, you know. Guards with size, they can play just about everywhere all over the floor. Hinton is no stranger to that title. Red Wings working around the perimeter. Benet throws it over. Pump fake. Mid-range shot is good. Nice looking 2 there from Ed Stacy's. Checked into the game.
Year in and year out, I'm impressed. The underclassmen that come into the TOC and make a big impact. Of course, it helps to be 6'7", but Ed is just a sophomore.
Lots of younger players getting it done in Washington. Lots of sophomores, even freshmen playing out here.
There's a junior and Bryce Cooper going to the rack and getting the job done.
Not quite as a big team for Gary Westside, a lot more guard focused, but they don't play like guards all the time. Pass down the lead, Stacey's gets it to go. So the sophomore making an impact here, and it's gonna be a timeout. by Gary Westside. And this timeout's brought to you by Intercon. Appreciate Intercon for sponsoring this year's KBM TOC. Every timeout is brought to you by Intercon. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. If you're ready to power your career, visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
Great to see a team from Indiana in this year's Tournament of Champions. 2 teams from Indiana this year, actually. Crispus Attucks from Indianapolis, also from the Hoosier State. There is some debate over, of course, which state has the better high school basketball. I like Illinois and what we've got going on over here, but certainly a lot of great basketball in the Hoosier State, and they've got a great case too. It's all in good fun, but great to have a few teams on hand from the home of American basketball, Indiana for sure.
And stolen away. Great basketball over the Midwest. I guess we can be Team Midwest, Joey.
I think we can. I think we can get along well with Indiana. Of course, working over at the News-Gazette, it's always fun to watch some of those teams in that part of the state go across the state line and play some of those teams from western Indiana.
That's a deep 3. Jaden Wright. He's got some range as well, so the 2 3-point shooters in this game to watch, it's going to be Trey Hinton and Jaden Wright.
Absolutely.
Both are juniors, so they'll keep their shooting the high school level for a little longer. It was a contested, maybe even got a piece of it. Hinton was bargaining for a little bit of a block there, but he left it short. Lots of substitutions here early on for Benet. Mentioned that they have a bit of a deeper bench. They brought almost the whole football team's worth of players with them, Joey. They have a lot of players on that bench, but they're using those substitutes effectively.
Yeah, they have nearly 30 players on the roster, do the Red Wings. And, of course, not going to see all those players or even close to it tonight. But they have 23 players, so a little less than 30, but more than 20 players suited up for Benet is pretty remarkable.
Ryan Walsh keeps the three-pointers going, and you mentioned the scoring. Look at that. Bennett's already topped 20 points. We still got a couple possessions left to go in the first quarter, 21-11.
We've seen, Gavin, 100 a few times this week. See if we see it again today.
Very well could. Drive down the lane. That one's good by Jeremy Jones. Benet could have gone for a 2-for-1 perhaps with the shot clock, but it looks like they'll elect to just waste a little bit of time. They'll leave Gary Westside with a few seconds left.
Shot and game clock separated by about 8 seconds.
Wright, he's going to step into a 3. A deep 3 is good. Jaden Wright might have been around college range. That was a couple steps back for sure. And he's knocking them down. 7 seconds. Hinton, off balance 3, no good. And the putback is good. And that shot will not count at the horn. A nice job there to salvage for the Cougars. That was Keaton Barnes. But it's a 24-15 lead at the end of 1 for the Red Wings.
Yeah, and Benet may be putting the whole state on notice. They've already won 3 games. Looking for win number 4 here against a really good Gary team. Still a lot of basketball left to play. But that last basket of the frame for Gary, Gavin, that was such a big play. You want to come into the second quarter down by single digits, and that was a great putback there to save a shot that was just a little bit off from Hinton.
This break is brought to you by Intercon Power, that is. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Both of these teams are looking to get a step forward on their seasons. For Gary Westside, positive season last year for the Cougars. They finished last year 14-9. but took a big step. Back in 2022-23, they were 4-19. So kind of flipped the script there, flipped a couple numbers. They're definitely on the way to doing something special and gaining a lot of attention over in the Hoosier State.
Absolutely, they are, and a great early season test here.
Down the way, the 7-footer gets it to go. Hard to stop Colin Stack.
Yeah, pardon the fractured point there, but yeah, Stack down low. I mean, that's what he does. And interesting that on the first possession of the game for Benet, we saw Stack step outside at the top of the key and shoot a 3. Now getting it done more in the spot where you'd expect a 7-footer to operate.
Joey, it's 2024. 7-footers can operate anywhere on the basketball court.
They certainly can. Dirk Nowitzki kind of started that trend.
Sure did.
Stack's number just one off, 42 as opposed to 41.
Here's a nice pass from the big man, up and under, no good, but he puts it back. He's everywhere, all over the floor. Passing, shooting, and dunking.
How about Colin Stack? And that was a great pass. Didn't get the assist, but he deserved it. That was a fireball right to the block, and how about that putback? Follow your pass.
No good. Poliukonis grabs the board. He's been pretty quiet early on, but maybe what he does best is just kind of let his teammates do their thing, stay out of the way. So we get a foul there. And kind of on the other side, we were talking about Gary for a moment ago, but for Lisle, a couple of years ago, they were the state runner-up in 4A. They were 35-2. That was a very good Red Wings team. Last season, they had some notable wins, including against 4A runner-up Normal Community last season. So they like to play some pretty stiff competition in Illinois' largest basketball class.
Yeah, as I said earlier, they're right at the top of the state year in and year out. And John Michael, our director today, mentioned Sam Hennessy, of course, notable Benet alum.
He's in the house.
Playing in the house, playing college basketball for the Bradley Braves. A lot of current Braves, rolling over after the Braves' big win against Judson earlier this afternoon.
And a block on the floor.
I think they'll hang around to watch Matthew Zobrist play for Metamora later.
Perhaps. They have a couple games to watch, but
it's a late game.
It is a late game.
A lot of basketball to get there.
They may be tired, might want a little bit of a rest, but I believe Duke Dean, maybe Christian Davis in the house, along with Sam Hennessy.
Well, Gus Rugard's alma mater's up next. Getting ready to play Gibbs out of St. Petersburg, Florida.
The Morton Potters, another great local team here in Central Illinois. Gary trying to reverse the trend. Lisle's been on kind of a run here lately. They've been stuck on 15 for a minute. Hinton goes in himself. A little bit cold after a hot start. Wonder if Bennett's maybe put a little pressure on him defensively. Here's Stack from the outside, no good. Tipped around, Stasies gets it to go. The sophomores really come to play, and the big men having their way for Benet Academy.
Yeah, Benet looking really good. Again, it's that length. Making it tough on this more guard-oriented Gary team, but that's a great screen. Good pass from Hinton.
They closed out well, and it's blocked by Stack. Stasies leads a 3-on-1 charge, gives it back right. The triple is no good. Rebounded by Cruz.
Like that screen Tyler Cruz said a minute ago.
He's a big body out there. 6'10" frame, so matches a little bit. Runner in the lane, no good. Cruz tried to put it back off the head of Stasies, and Wright eventually comes away with it.
Cruz, those long strides, has some speed. Point. Watching him run up to the top of the key to help out. He can move, can get to the ball quickly.
15-point lead. Early offense. Poliukonis, pump fake. Long two is money. He's had a couple of mid-range shots, and they've been nothing but nylon. Timeout, Gary Westside.
Benet got off the bus ready to play, and we've seen some positives from Gary Westside as well, but got to hand it to Benet. Gene Heidkamp and his team, again with 23 players on the roster, they got a lot of depth. Got a lot of talent, a lot of height up and down the roster, even from names we haven't called yet. Graham Bergman is 6'4", he's a junior. Ryan Walsh is a junior, he's 6'4". Not all 23 players are dressed today, but they've got a deep bench and getting to a point, Gavin, where maybe they can go to that bench late in the game. Of course, Gary's going to make a stand. I think they're going to make this a ball game, though, before it's all said and done.
Certainly, they'll have to draw something up during this Intercon timeout. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. There is Benet coming out of their huddle. There's our photographer.
Knox Minot doing a great job all week long.
He's got some great pictures.
Oh, fantastic pictures. Head to Clutch Sports IL on Twitter, Clutch Sports Media on Instagram to check him out. And earlier in the last game, he took a player to the lap down there shooting some pictures. Luckily, everyone was okay. So,
not a lot of room on that baseline, Joey.
Battleground down there.
Tried to spin, dump it off to the big fellow was Derek Collins. Couldn't find Cruz. It was a tough pass. Benet really in control of this ball game. But you mentioned Gary Westside not out of it yet. Definitely a lot of time to make some adjustments. Chris Buggs, head coach, eclipsed the 100 win mark last season. So he's got some good experience, knows a thing or two about winning ball games. They need a bucket on this possession, get off of 15, bit stuck on a number. Slows things down. Over halfway through the shot clock. Gets it back out to Cruz, under 10 on the shot clock. Got to make something happen. 3, 2, they got to shoot it.
Fell into that shot clock. Use the last 5 seconds. Get your opponent out of system. Make them shuck up a bad shot. And that is exactly what Bennett's defense did.
No good, and Paul Yukonis pokes it out of bounds. He missed a runner in the lane. Hinton back in the game.
2 years ago, Gavin, I spent the first 3 days here at the Tournament of Champions and then went over back to Champaign with the News Gazette and covered all 8 IHSA football state title games and, through about half of the TOC and then all of the IHSA state football championship games. I think I saw more play clock violations on the gridiron than I did shot clock violations on the hardwood. So it doesn't really come into play all that much, but if you can lock in your defense and guard intently for 25, 30 seconds, you can start to see what Gary just ran into a minute ago.
Yeah, really not something that's seemed to be a huge effect. A lot of teams play pretty quick anyway. They don't even really need to focus on it too much, but once in a while it'll come into play. Tipped up, Stasies has it stripped away, and Gary Westside moves down the floor. Approaching the 2-minute warning in the first half. Got me thinking about football, Joey. Throws up a runner, no good. It's poked and it's going to stay with the Cougars. Get some substitutes here. Stack's going to come back in for Benet. Kind of trades off with Stasies, it seems like, and that's a really good 1-2 punch there. Stack's a junior, Stasies is a sophomore, so they're going to be back next year. Could be a powerhouse in 4A for a couple seasons.
I'll say this just to put a bow in our football conversation. I'm glad the private versus public school debate doesn't come up as much in basketball, because I've opened Twitter a few times today, and that's all I see people talking about as we move through the IHSA football games, whatever side of that you fall on. I'm just glad basketball, we can kind of, we can just watch basketball. It doesn't seem to be something that's on people's minds much.
Certainly. It seems to come around just about every year.
Every year.
Twitter, or some prefer to call it X, as
I don't.
it is officially known, but
Twitter.
we call it Twitter
We call it
for
Twitter.
old time's sake. But yes, that is a debate. It's an interesting one for sure, maybe one for another time, but lots of great both public and private schools throughout the state. Really doesn't matter, and the basketball court doesn't seem to come and play as much. As Gary got a couple free throws to get them a couple points. Stack, stops, nowhere to go with it. Eventually dumps it off. Benet looks around, has to give it off. 5 seconds, Poliukonis goes up, no good. Good defense on that possession from the Cougars.
Walsh should have gotten an assist there. That was a great pass.
Nearing the end of the shot clock, they did make a good pass, just couldn't quite get it to go. West Side looking for a little momentum. Good pass, three-pointer is off the iron. Benet fast the other way, streaking coast to coast. No good. Back Benet. Up and good, the finish as Derek Collins. So a couple of late points and a stoppage here. The ball rolled into the tunnel.
So Benet, Gavin, they can go 2 for 2, or 2 for 1 if they so choose. About 50 seconds on the game clock. And if they hurry up within about, if they can get a score here quick, they're assured of 2 possessions.
We'll see what they decide to do. Lots of pressure being put on. Looks like a zone look of sorts. And it's tipped away. Out of bounds, though. Crew's hand, Stack's hand, hit the floor. And it'll go back, so almost identical. Not quite identical, but about 1.9 differential. If I'm Gary Westside, I'm just looking to finish the half with a good possession and a score.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially a shot clock left. Last good shot can be Gary's if they want it to be. Let's see if they keep the offense moving or if they try to run down that shot clock. Remember, running down the shot clock played to their disadvantage a moment ago. It's great defense on the part of Gary, though, to get this possession and come up with a late stop, maybe make this a 10-point game.
We'll see what they can do. They'll get it down, up, under, no good. Stasies was there, now 5 seconds. Throws it over and it's out of bounds. As Stack wasn't able to haul it in, so a couple of turnovers. Feels like the end of the shot at the horn would be good if it counts. It goes. I didn't think it had a chance at first, Joey. It looked long, but boy, it fooled me. Must have been the wind resistance in the gym. And what a three to end the half.
And that's the highlight of the first half, no doubt about it. How about that from the West Side Cougars? It was close as to whether he got the shot off, Gavin, but I think a few extra seconds ran off when they shouldn't have before that inbound. So a good shot. How about that from beyond half court? Give it to the Cougars. It's a 10-point game, and Benet, I think, certainly played the better game in the opening 16 minutes, but the Cougars have so much talent led by the great Trey Hinton. I think we could be in for a whale of a second half if the Cougars can keep that momentum up out of the locker room.
Indeed, I believe that was Bryce Cooper. I was mesmerized by the shot going through the cylinder. I didn't even get a look at who shot it, and they immediately filed in the locker room. So we'll give it to Bryce Cooper, but I guess we'll have to check the tape and give credit where credit is due. Nice half-court shot, as it is a ball game, 10-point ball game. Red Wings of Lyle Benet Academy up by 10 at the half. We're going to send it to a quick ad break to thank our great sponsors of the TOC, and then it'll be Larry Larson in the Uftring studio with some TOC ball boys. He'll talk to them for a few minutes, and we'll be back for the second half. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions basketball on ClutchSportsIL.com.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back to Uftring Tournament Central, where we're now joined by some very special guests. It's Tucker, Corbin, and Silas from right to left. Make some noise for our ball boys. These fellas are all ball boys, part of the ball boy experience presented by Teamworks here at the TOC. Guys, don't be shy now. So tell me what all you do as ball boys. We'll start here.
Okay, so when they come out to when they're getting subbed in or people are getting subbed in, you fill up waters for the people that come out for in the game, and then you give the waters to them, and then you rebound for them and stuff like that.
All right. What's your favorite part of being a ball boy?
Going in the locker room and doing that. Yeah, and rebounding for warm-ups and watching them dunk.
Okay. You think you can dunk someday?
Yeah.
All right. I love the confidence. Your favorite part of being a ball boy?
Rebounding's fun, and then getting to know all their names is cool, and then watching them dunk and stuff.
Nice, love it. So, what team are you a ball boy for?
St. John Bosco Braves.
Oh man, that's a pretty good team to be a ball boy for. How many dunks have you seen so far?
At least 8 per game, and
8 per game.
12 in warm-ups.
And an average, love it. So, Silas, what team are you for? You want to pass the mic here?
I'm for St. John Bosco.
St. John Bosco. Are you all three of you for St. John Bosco? Okay. Corbin, what team are you?
St. Gibbs.
St. Gibbs? Okay. Yeah. So, got to ask, who's been your favorite player so far?
The 7'1" dude.
The 7'1" dude?
Yeah.
Don't remember his name, but we know how tall he is.
Yeah.
Okay, love it. Let's go down the line here. Favorite player so far?
LZ Harrington.
Love it, love it. And back down. We gotta work on this mic order here.
Brandon McCoy Jr.
Brandon McCoy Jr. So now I understand that you guys have been around this tournament for a while. Obviously, you're still kids, but you've watched this tournament for a long time. Player that you've had the chance to see.
Still Brandon McCoy Jr.
Still okay. I like it. Recency. Putting you on the spot. Favorite player that you've seen?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, that's all right.
Isaac Selascar or Dylan Shaw.
Wow. Okay, digging deep. I love it. From Winter Haven. Yeah, that was a good ball club a few years ago. All right, fellas, I understand that I'm sure you're basketball fans, but you're also basketball players, I'm sure. Who's your favorite NBA player?
DeMar DeRozan.
Oh, I like it. I like it. Former Bull.
Jason Tatum.
Jason Tatum. St. Louis guy.
Damian Lillard.
What's that?
Damian Lillard.
Damian Lillard. Okay, Dame time. So do you guys play basketball right now? All right, what position?
I play guard.
Guard? Pass down the line.
Guard.
Guard.
I'm a big man.
Oh, big man. All right, so like center, power forward, just general forward?
Just wherever my coaches put me. I don't know.
So now I'm going to really put you guys on the spot. There's 3 of you here. If we're playing a game of 21, first to 21, you versus you versus you, who's winning?
Me.
Who's winning?
No, it's me.
It's me.
The people are saying Silas is going to win. Yeah.
Me for sure.
We're getting some noise for Corbin here, okay? I'm gonna go one by one. I'm going to go one by one, okay? Make some noise if you think Tucker would win. All right. How about Corbin? How about Silas? Oh, wait. You got to be louder for your guy. Come on. We got to get the fans going here. My goodness. How much time we got here, guys? So, rest of the tournament, you've got 2 games left. What's been, in your memory and so far this tournament, what's been your favorite part? And what's maybe the part you're looking forward to the most moving forward?
I'm excited to see all the dunks that we're going to see in the championship game.
I'm probably going to see a lot of them.
Yeah, just the dunks again.
Just the dunks.
I'm excited to play some of the other teams in the other side of the Washington Invitational bracket.
Very nice. Yeah, should be good. Washington Invitational Championship tomorrow. St. John Bosco is going to be in it, and that'll be here on CSM coming up tomorrow night. Fellas, before we go, what grade are you guys in? You're doing a good job here.
6th grade.
6th grade?
6th grade.
6th grade?
6th grade.
All right, everybody's in 6th grade. Wow. Fellas, that's a little bit earlier than I made my television debut. So congratulations, great job, and keep doing a good job as ball boys, all right?
All right.
All right, those are some of our Teamworks ball boys. We're going to step aside for a quick break, then head back in for more hoops. This has been Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back into Torrey Gym. Second half between Lyle Benet Academy, the Red Wings. They have a 10-point lead over the Gary Westside Cougars, 32-22. And at the end of the first half, we had a great half-court buzzer beater shot. I mistakenly gave credit there to Bryce Cooper. It's actually Derek Collins. Upon further review and also watching our broadcast, it looks like at the very wrong time, our internet just kind of buffered just a little bit. But the funny part is you can see the shot and the make, so really no harm, no foul. However, apologies for our internet there slightly, but it was a great shot. And goes to Derek Collins. Got to give him the credit.
Well, hey, we got to get these teams off the court. I want to see those 3 kids go at it in game of 21. I feel like that's what the viewers want, too. I got to go with Corbin to win that game.
I don't know, man. Silas had some good energy. I mean,
Silas did have some good energy. I felt like Corbin had the crowd behind him?
Corbin did have some supporters. I love the studio audience.
I did, too. That was man, we got the best studio hits of the tournament here with this Benet and Westside game. I tell you who I wouldn't want to play in 21, though, is Trey Hinton. He's going to have to play a very good second half together to bring Westside back into this. But it's a 10-point game, and the Cougars have a little momentum coming out of that big-time buzzer beater. That's how you tie it all together.
Indeed. I believe the biggest lead for the Red Wings was 17. So down to 10, a lot more manageable for the Cougars, and they'll start with the ball. They can get it to single digits with a bucket on this opening possession. Music still rolling.
I like this. Oh,
the officials don't like it. The officials gotta lighten up once in a while, right?
Yeah.
Like some tunes.
It's Gavin Russell's playlist they got to start the third quarter.
I know. They like a wide array of music, Joey, so I could say I like that song. Here's a three-pointer to start things out. It's no good. Benet will try to answer that half-court buzzer beater. Wright thought about a deep three. Thinks better, though.
He hasn't been afraid to shoot it tonight.
I like his confidence on the perimeter. Agumai into Poliukonis, just short off the iron. As the other way, Collins goes up, no good. Cruz with the board. He'll kick it back out, and he traveled. Just got a little bit ahead of himself there. Easy to do when you're playing a really fast ball game. No scoring yet. Almost a minute into the third quarter.
So some really good defense out of the Cougars group before the third quarter or the second quarter ended, but unfortunately for the Cougars, they can't get out to Ryan Walsh in time.
Ryan Walsh just splashed a couple threes. Him and Jaden Wright, number 2, number 3. Dynamic duo on the perimeter for Benet. They can really hurt you in every aspect of the game. There's Joey's guy, Trey Hinton. He's gonna be unselfish, pass it out this time, no good. Skying for that rebound was Jeremy Jones. Cruz, it'll be Jones, triple is good, he answers. And a couple of corner threes to start the second half, 35-25.
Yeah, Bennett's done a nice job of capitalizing on some Gary misses so far, good rebounding, but
Stack gets it to go. Nice touch on the little floater. And it says, hey, if we keep scoring, we're just gonna keep this lead intact. Not leave anything to chance. See what Gary can draw up to combat that.
yeah, Gary does not have to get all of this back at once.
Little by little, right? We have a lot of this quarter and a whole nother one to play. Stack goes up, short off the iron. Nice defense from Cruz. About the only guy out there that can really match up with him size-wise. Collins loses the handle. I think it was tipped initially, but kind of went back to reach for it and eventually went off his hand out of bounds.
And Mary's just got to capitalize on any opportunity it gets here with a 12-point deficit. Again, not the end of the world. Really good team, really good coach, Chris Buggs, but Benet has a really good team too. And offensively, Bennett's just been a little easier tonight. That height, that length, Wright's ability from outside, little high-low.
Stack gets his own miss. And he just has a few inches and height right there. Does him well. Not a lot that Keaton Barnes could do. 14-point lead. Benet feeling pretty comfortable right now. We've seen Gary Westside make a little run at it. Good passing. Barnes, three-pointer is good. They're going to hang around and be pesky, Joey. That's exactly what you have to do in games like this.
Yeah, again, just keeping pace with a really good Benet approach. And Gary has been pretty effective from beyond the arc here, starting to heat up in the last couple of possessions. Certainly the really deep three to beat the first half buzzer.
No good off the glass, but Stack just rips it away. It's almost unfair, Joey. He's just dominant in the paint.
Yeah, what's impressed me about Stack to this point, Gavin, is his ability to stay with plays, even if they don't go right the first time. Saw him really fight to keep a ball inbounds late in the first half, although I think he was still whistled out along the baseline. Gets a block there.
He is everywhere. Stat sheet stuffer, right, up, under, no good. Taken down. Cherry picking at the other end. And it is a good layup. Looking a couple back, Bryce Cooper. 11-point ball game. Fagbimai goes up and in. The Truman State commit. So trading blows. Lots of offense in this ball game. Maybe not 100 points, gonna guess, but still pretty high scoring.
Well, here in this Tournament of Champions, you never know what's around the corner.
Hinton, no good for three. Tips it, and it's gonna stay, I believe, with the Cougars.
I can't following his own shot.
Talked about Chris Buggs a little bit there. Mentioned he won over 100 games in his career last season, but obviously Gene Heidkamp for Benet has a significant resume He's been with the Red Wings since 2008 to the tune of a 361-96 record, so hasn't even lost 100 games since 2008. Up and good for Barnes.
You're talking about Benet being one of the state's best. Benet not all that large a school either. 1,300 kids.
Compete in the state's top class, though, 4A, so they play against the big boys.
Yep.
Deep three from right. That one came from the suburbs. And he's just firing from three.
Yeah, Wright has not been afraid to step outside and dial it up tonight. Really looking good. Has 16 points.
Hinton contested fadeaway. He can make some really tough off-balance shots. He's pretty good at that. Benet Academy has won 20-plus wins in 13 seasons under Gene Heidkamp, so they're no stranger to putting up some big win totals. They're off to a very good start this season already. Stacy's. It's a Jody Brown State Farm charge. He was in good position. Jody Brown sponsors all of our charges here at the Washington TOC. Give Jody a call at the number on your screen or visit jodybrownagency.com.
Nothing Kevin Brown love more or a good dive after a loose ball, right? Those gritty, tenacious plays.
That's winning basketball.
Winning basketball, absolutely. Those are the things that make a difference, and good to see Kevin's wife, Jody, continuing to carry on Kevin's cause all week long through KB Strong.
Some contact inside, no good. Couldn't break the zone defense. Was Barnes. Stat goes up and under. Rim grazed the dunk right there. Points count the same. And head taps on the bench for Benet. The big fella really getting after it this afternoon. Tries to go down low. Turns around, shoots, no good. Fab Gamai comes down to the board. Over, Walsh, three-pointer is no good. Stacy's with the follow, and it's good. 16-point lead, nearly the biggest of the day for Benet. Chris Buggs, head coach Gary, calls out a play. Hinton from the free throw line is fouled.
Well, we got a stoppage with 42 seconds, Gavin. I was getting ready to remark how quick a third quarter it's been. Not a lot of stoppages, and even though Benet has upped the gap a little to 16 points, scoring's been there for Gary. They're starting to take the lid off the basket. Two good teams getting up and down the floor. Well, it's been fun to watch.
First free throw is off for Hinton. Glad you've joined us on ClutchSportsAll.com. We got some great games coming up the rest of the day. Which in Morton, the Potters will be on later. Metamora still yet to play tonight. Local Central Illinois powerhouse team. Second free throw is good from Hinton. St. Francis Episcopal called a game for them a couple days ago. They're very good. Walsh off the glass for two. And if Gary wants the last shot, they could get it. Shot clock is off. About a half a minute to go. We'll work it around the perimeter. Collins, how about spinning for a mid-range shot? He'll pass it out to Hinton. Takes the screen. Steps back. Contested two. Doesn't hit anything. Maybe a chance for a buzzer beater for Benet. Poliukonis off the glass. And not quite the buzzer beater we saw at halftime, but good enough. It's a 19-point lead for the Red Wings as they lead 54-35, and this will give us a chance to thank our sponsors. All of our great sponsors at the Washington TOC, starting with Intercon. Intercon is the official sponsor of all timeouts and breaks. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Also by Keps. Come to Keps Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu on our website. We also have trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. and also feature Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like us on Facebook for more information. Culver's is proud to be this year's sponsor of the KBM TOC. It's official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria. Let Scoopy know we sent you. And by PJ Hair. PJ Hair is again proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and is this year's Building for the Future all-academic team. We wish all teams good luck. Let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Thanks to all our sponsors. Again, the fight against glioblastoma continues. The KB Strong Foundation, lots of ways you can get involved. Come out to the tournament. Continue watching here on ClutchSportsOwl.com. Great basketball left to be played as it's tipped away, and Gary Westside will get an early steal, but then they'll turn it right back over. Benet will have another chance at a possession. Fagumai bounces around, no good. Stacey's had a hand on it, but he throws it off of the defender, but they're going to say he touched the wall first, I believe. Either the wall or his foot caught the ground. It'll go back to Gary Westside.
Yeah, but I'm really excited to see Morton and Gibbs play next. Should be a really good game. Morton just down the road from Washington. Cover them all year long on ClutchSportsIL.com. And Gibbs from St. Petersburg, Florida, has put on a couple of nice shows this week. Good test for the Potters up next.
Wes Gudeman and company. And it's a Jody Brown State Farm charge. How about that? Lowered the shoulder. That charge is again brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm Agency in Peoria. Give Jody a call there, 309-693-1103. Visit JodyBrownAgency.com.
Jody, a minute ago, Gavin, Jody really doing great work all week long here at the TOC. If you're out here later tonight or tomorrow for the tournament's conclusion, stop by the KB Strong stand out in the concession stand area, as we've got a basket there for Benet. And really, you know, go to the link on your screen. It flashes periodically, kbstrong-fightingthefight.com, to learn more about Kevin's story and all that KB Strong is doing to raise money and awareness to further the fight against glioblastoma.
Without a doubt, and the runner is good. Derek Collins has had a couple of nice buckets. Had one a moment ago. And we're going to get a timeout here. An Intercon timeout. I believe Benet took this one. We're going to get a few things right. Good chance for some early season coaching despite kind of a hefty lead for the Red Wings. Good moment. Coach Gene Heitkamp sees a few things they could maybe improve on and a chance to kind of talk it over during this Intercon timeout.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you don't want to put too much on film, but also at the same time, good opportunity to work through some things against a good Gary team that just went a little cold early on, and they've struggled to dig out of that. But the Cougars, a lot of upside, a lot of talent, and so, you know, and you never know what's going to happen. I'm not going to rule this game over with 6 minutes and 13 seconds left and wind up on freezing cold takes later. But, you know, with the game looking like it's going to tilt toward Benet, you can still run through some things. Run through some of your sets, see how they work in game, because I think it was Jeff Little, maybe Mike Plunkett mentioned on Tuesday night, one of the first games we aired, you can pick up some bad habits in practice. You can look at some young fans hanging out. You know, you go against yourselves all off season, and you know, you can start to maybe get away with some things that another capable defense is going to snuff out. Although both these teams have played a few games already this week.
Sure.
So still something to play for here in the last 6:13.
No doubt. And Gary Westside, a younger team than Benet is. Feature quite a few juniors. Hinton is a junior. He's already had some D1 interest, so he's certainly going to go to the next level. Tyler Cruz got a D1 offer this month from Southern Utah. So they have some players that are definitely going to put it together, but still have a long way to go in their development in high school, and it's fun to see them on this stage. Takes it back out. Fagbumai for three. Doesn't hit anything but the net. The bottom side, and we go back to Gary Westside.
Not the nothing but net you want.
Not quite, but I'm sure he'll line it back up and keep firing. Hinton, good pass over from Barnes. Banks is open. Banks open on Black Friday. Probably a lot of people spending that cash on Black Friday, but he cashed in for a three.
Did you do any Black Friday shopping today, Gab?
I did. I acquired a printer.
Nice. You know, I've never had a printer that works. Seems like whatever printer I've ever had, just can't get it to cooperate. I don't know if anyone's ever had I don't know if there's ever been a printer manufactured in the history of you know, it's in the digital age that has worked properly.
They're a tricky thing, especially when you talk about ink cartridges. I got a tank ink on my printer as Cruz goes up. He had a lot in the tank for that one.
Big bold letters for that dunk.
Indeed. I ran out of ink with that dunk right there. Poliukonis tries to answer, and he's short. Hasn't been the best shooting day for him, but he's certainly going to show his range off, and he heads to Southern Illinois down in Carbondale.
Well, anyway, I wish you luck with your new printer. Hopefully
I
you're
appreciate
the
it.
exception to the rule.
You know, we'll see. They can be frustrating. I'm not a printer user on the daily, perhaps, but you know, they do come in handy. Absolutely. For printing out broadcasting notes and important documents. Three-pointer is short. I mentioned Black Friday, though. Nowadays, it's just online shopping pretty much. I mean, a lot of people don't go out to stores anymore, kind of miss that era. You know, you line up at 3 a.m. at the Best Buy, and you want that new printer, but nowadays you can just get on your phone and order it.
Yeah, I'm not a big online shopper. I'm a last-second shopper when it comes to the holiday season. I'll get my gifts on December 23rd.
Right before they close up. Joey prefers to be surprised by the selection.
Yep.
Even after they're all picked over.
That's right.
Note to self, don't have high expectations if Joey gets me a gift.
No, I've come up with some good stuff now. Hold on. I have to wait till the last seconds because I spend so much time scouting out, you know, potential gifts and checking over lists, and you know, there's a method.
Fair enough. Hinton's got a method. He goes up and just couldn't get to go. Way to bring it down, but a foul on the body. Going up against the much bigger stack was Jeremy Jones, able to sky for that rebound. He'll shoot two.
I tell you, Gavin, it's a 14-point game here. There's still some time left. These are not meaningless free throws from Jeremy Jones, especially with that shot clock. You know, you would have liked to get the first one, but at the 13, you force a steal, you pop a quick three. I mean, again, I don't want to take anything away from Benet as well as the Red Wings have played. You start to have this discussion, you know, everything's got to go right for the Cougars. The door is ajar. Benet, I guess the point being, they've got to take these last 3 minutes and 36 seconds and play hard through the finish line to cement this fourth victory of the season.
Indeed, and probably something head coach Gene Heidkamp is going to preach is, hey, let's finish, right? We want to finish better than we started as Westside puts on a little pressure. It's a 13-point ball game. 3.5 to go. Fagbumai down the lane. It's going to go to Stack, and he flushes it home. Not leaving anything to chance, and the big bench over there for the Red Wings raises the roof. It's about as easy as it gets. You let the 7-footer hit it right through the cylinder. Hinton, the three is no good. Tipped around, stays with the Cougars. We're going to need some three-pointers here. Can't get that one to go. Definitely an interesting gym to shoot in kind of have to be used to it, especially if you just play one game here. It's hard to kind of lock in and get it. Each gym is a little different with the depth of the walls. Really no baseline here at Torrey Gym.
Very tight confines in Torrey Gym for sure. You know, that's the case with a lot of them. This is one of the larger Mid-Illini Conference gyms, though. Might even be the largest. The Randall Tepke Gym over in Metamora.
Pretty small.
Pretty small. Morton, smaller than this. You don't have that extra level.
Probably about the best gyms to compete against that. Maybe,
of course, Pekin is large.
Pekin, yes.
I can't forget about
yeah.
Doughty Hawkins.
They have a section behind the basket.
Yeah.
Don't see that in a lot of high school gyms. East Peoria is kind of a similar layout to this.
Yep. Lone 4A school in the Mid-Illini is East Peoria, right on cue. Another 3 from Walsh. I don't know what the cue was, but another 3 from Walsh. He's had a very good game.
Walsh and a block from Stack. He's stacking up those blocks. There's Poliukonis. Throws it over the head, the two-handed flush.
Bennett's going to be a really fun team to watch over the next 3 months.
Hopefully we have some viewers from the Chicagoland area that are getting a taste of Benet. What to expect from them. They always play a really tough suburban schedule. I believe they're part of the East Suburban Catholic Conference up there. They play some really tough opponents. Marist, Hyde Park, Carmel, DePaul Prep, Lake Forest. So they'll get their money's worth this season, and they want to hopefully end things with a trip to Champaign, Joey Wright territory. And State Farm Center, Assembly Hall, whatever you want to call it, Champaign.
I live down the street from State Farm Center, on the same street.
It's a good destination to be close to.
Because Kirby Avenue and Florida Avenue runs through that little stretch of the edge of campus and then through Neal Street, but it does on either end turn into a residential road. You go far enough.
You know, you learn something new every day. I'm not a big guy on Champaign geography, but I definitely learned that just now. There's a layup, and good. That's our first time we've called Grant Bergman tonight. The junior gets his first bucket of the game. West Side will seemingly pick up their first loss of the season. Three-pointer is good, going the other way, and looks like Chris Buggs will take an intercon timeout. It looked like the three-pointer there was 21 Anthony Holmes. Coming and making his first bucket, so 1-1 will go West Side. Again, they'll take back some momentum though, learning a lot from this game, playing a very good opponent. And you mentioned there that the Lyle Benet Academy Red Wings will remain undefeated as they continue their season here in Illinois. You mentioned some great games coming up later this evening. Take a look shortly at what we can expect from tonight. The next game coming up is Morton versus St. Petersburg Gibbs. St. Francis Episcopal will take on home Washington, so that's going to bring a big rowdy crowd in. There's some Bradley players we talked about earlier. Left to right, Duke Dean, Almar Atlason, Christian Davis, Sam Hennessy, alma mater of Lyle Benet Academy, and Gus Rugard ready to watch Morton. And finishing up the night, as I was mentioning a moment ago, Metamora will be in the house. Future Bradley player Matthews, and a timeout.
Metamora's had a number of Bradley connections. Danny Adams, Nate Cannell over the years. Matt Zobrist adding to that list. Washington on the boys' side, I can't think of any, but Claire McDougal, of course.
Washington alum. Lots of Central Illinois players have gone to Bradley. Dyricus Sims-Edwards from Washington.
Of course.
Go down the list of several. Go over to Pekin, Jeremy Crouch. He's the head boys basketball coach for the Dragons. Bradley really does a good job looking in the backyard, and hence why you're going to find the Bradley coaching staff here at the TOC quite a bit. And it's up and good. As Collins gets it to go. That's Barnes. Fast break opportunity off the glass, no good. There's Collins. Gets it to Barnes. He goes up and gets the 2. So a late surge will make it a little better. Chris Buggs coaching right to the very end. Another turnover. Collins. 3-pointer from the wing is good. And a timeout from Chris Buggs and the Cougars.
And maybe just an opportunity out of the timeout to work through a set. An out-of-bounds play, something to sharpen up. But you got to give Benet a call. What a game it's been. 67 points in a fun fourth quarter, getting up and down the floor on both ends. We've had some highlights. Look at that, Scoopy in the house. Over near our Uftring Tournament Central studio show by the autograph line. We've called Scoopy's name a lot this week. Culver's a sponsor now for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and we say hello to Scoopy. That's just outside Raymond Artori Gym.
Scoopy's making me think I need a butter burger and a concrete mixer right about now.
Just want to let Scoopy know, by the way, while he's here, that we sent all those people to Culver's this week. 5 locations around Washington, Morton, Peoria, and East Peoria.
Culver's is a great establishment. We just had a great ball game. Good offense in this one as Lyle Benet Academy, the Red Wings, will take home a victory. Back up to the Chicago suburbs, 67-55 over the Gary Westside Cougars. As they'll head back north into the Hoosier State in Indiana. Really nice ball game. I know we don't necessarily always hand out player of the game, Joey, but who would you hand it out to?
Yeah, I mean, go up and down the list. There are a number of players. I got to give it to Colin Steck. He had a great game. He was getting after loose balls, laying it all on the line, staying with plays, and really did a nice job for the Red Wings all night long. So Colin Stack, the 7-foot junior, he's got to be my selection.
Colin Stack had a great game. He's just a junior, so he's going to keep things going for a while, but since this is a teamwork shootout series matchup, they'll hand out some medals here since this is the only game that these teams will play, so we'll keep it here for just a moment. Our producer Jonathan Michael was mentioning about the reverse signing, and I was hearing a little bit about that. I'd certainly like to get a little more information, but it sounds like something really cool they're going to do is have some players from the tournament this year, some of the most notable players. They're actually going to get autographs from some cancer patients and survivors that are certainly very brave men and women. They're able to come and enjoy some basketball, and they're going to give them their autograph. So certainly lots of great individuals coming through the tournament here. And that's, again, all part of the KG Strong Foundation, stuff they're able to do just like that. But Scoopy was out at the autograph table, and autographs for kids and people alike from the players. So lots of great stuff that can be done. And Colin Steck receives a medal right there.
Yep.
As you see there near the scores table on your screen.
Yeah, I just want to highlight, Gavin, to your point, OSF Healthcare, presenting sponsor of the TOC. They do a lot of great stuff. We talk about glioblastoma a lot. It's a terrible disease, an aggressive form of brain cancer, but OSF Healthcare does a lot for folks impacted by all different types of cancers, and they do some really good work. They've got some new facilities on the way, so I know the tournament appreciates OSF's support, and they certainly do a lot of good here in the Peoria community and Central Illinois community for individuals battling cancer. So that reverse signing is going to be a lot of fun.
Indeed. Got to talk with Ryan Lugenbuehl, who is a big part over of OSF Healthcare and their new Cancer Institute, and he's always here watching the games pretty much all day, every day. Brings his kids over, and they love watching some basketball, but they have a lot of great things going on. Lots of new research, lots of new programs. So certainly got to thank OSF Healthcare and all of our sponsors, Culver's, PJ Hair, Intercon, Teamworks, many others, helping make this tournament possible. But Certainly a great ball game we just had there between Lyle Benet Academy and Gary Westside. They'll clear the teams off the floor, and we'll head into our next ball game as Morton is going to take on St. Petersburg Gibbs in just a little bit. For Joey Wright, I'm Gavin Russell. We'll step aside for a little bit of a break, head to the Uftring Tournament Central, get you back for the next matchup. Keep watching KBM TOC action all week on ClutchSportsIL.com.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Tournament Central, but a little something different here. So the camera's turned around, as I'm sure you notice. We're taking a look at the reverse signing going on right now outside Uftring Tournament Central, and what the reverse signing is it kind of goes back to the concept of an autograph signing, right? Post-game, players will go sit at those tables over there that you see on your screen right now, and all the youngsters in attendance will bring their programs and their Sharpies, and they have their program signed. But with the reverse signing, kids from OSF Children's Hospital are here, and the players are getting their autographs. So a great and a very cool concept, the reverse signing, brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Great community event, and it's just great to see all the basketball players lined up here. You've got Gary Westside walking in right now. You've got the Washington Panthers walking through and getting these youngsters autographs. And these are youngsters who have spent a lot of time at OSF in the Children's Hospital. And, of course, that's not an easy thing to deal with by any means when you're a kid. So it's so cool to see so much joy going on right now here just outside Uftring Tournament Central. Joining Teddy Ball here, and Teddy, what a cool idea this is.
Yeah, definitely unique. We didn't see anything like this last year or the year before, and so definitely a cool way to get the kids, looking forward to some bright things, and obviously just a cool thing for the community to do, along with the players going on. A lot of these kids definitely look up to players like that and want to be like them, and maybe even something more. So the fact that they can kind of turn the tides a little bit and open up to them is kind of cool.
Oh, without a doubt. And it seems like every year there's a little something added to the Tournament of Champions. And I remember when we first started at broadcasting the TOC, there wasn't this autograph station. Now there is, and now they've added this reverse signing concept. So it's cool to just see the event keep on growing for good.
Yeah, definitely. When you talk about adding the autograph signing, I think that's a cool way for the kids to do it, and then they get to really kind of idolize those players a little bit and really get to know them and kind of strive for their goals to be like that. So now when the tides flip a little bit, some of these kids get to be in their shoes, makes them definitely feel larger than life.
The cause behind the tournament, raising funds, raising awareness in the battle against glioblastoma, a rare and aggressive form of brain cancer. But it goes beyond just glioblastoma. It goes beyond just basketball and just bringing communities together, putting smiles on faces over the holidays. Because you've got a kid in the hospital, not just for the kid but also for the family. That's such a difficult thing to go through, especially during the holidays.
Certainly. I think this is also just, it helps out the kids, but it also equally helps out the parents. I think in situations like this, it's very hard to, might be hard for parents to see bright spots on things, and but at the same time, this is such a good thing to see because not all the time do you get, opportunities like this. So the parents definitely are enjoying it as well as the kids. So.
It looks like the Benet Redhawks, fresh off their victory, going through and getting their tournament program signed. So cool to see, and it's been fun week, and it'll continue tonight and into tomorrow. Head right into the autograph station and see all the kids line up there and wait for autographs. But now it's kind of the other way around where kids get to sign the autographs. So again, what you're watching on your screen right now is a reverse autograph signing. Kids from OSF Children's Hospital are here signing autographs for players and fans alike. So they get to be the superstars of the moment.
Overall, not even just the moment. Those kids are superstars. They're fighting the tough fight that a lot of us have never experienced, and kind of makes you appreciate everything you have. And I think seeing those kids with a smile on their face might make everyone a little bit happier because if those kids going through what they're going through are able to be happy in moments like this, why not everybody? It
definitely puts things in perspective. That's good perspective from Teddy Ball right there. Appreciate you joining us on ClutchSportsIL.com for our coverage of the 19th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Coming up next, more basketball. It's Morton against St. Petersburg Gibbs. That's coming up here. We'll toss it back to the gym in about 3 minutes, 2 minutes or so. And that should be a good one, Teddy. St. Petersburg Gibbs, a lot of size, but Morton has the ability to really hang right with anybody.
Yeah, and for around our area, obviously we're all going to be tuned into that Morton game because big team in the Mid-Illini, and they've had success over the past couple of years. And so lose a couple guys. Gus Rugard goes away, and some more guys graduating and stuff like that. So it's a new-look Morton team. I'm going to see really their first taste of real competition here this season.
And then coming up after that game, Washington hosts St. Francis Episcopal out of Houston. And then to wrap up the night, it's Metamora against the Paideia School, and that's at 9:15. So a full day of basketball, and it's nice to get a look at something to break it up, to be honest, Teddy, as we're watching the reverse autograph signing now. Kids from OSF Children's Hospital signing autographs for players, fans, coaches alike inside Uftring Tournament Central. People kind of standing in front of the camera, so it might be hard to see. Let's maybe try to zoom in here. I'll do a little talking and camera work at the same time, but you're able to see the programs there. Somebody just had their program signed. We've got Scoopy in attendance. We already saw Scoopy on the broadcast. But what a neat moment. And heck, let's just zoom out a little bit, get you a big picture. There you see the Den of Honor banners that have been up all week. Those kind of give you an idea of not only who's played in this tournament, but who has dedicated themselves to the cause behind this tournament. You see Kevin Brown on the column off to the right there, and then on the other side, Anthony Davis, Andrew Wiggins, guys that have gone on to play in the NBA. So it's basketball and battling behind a great cause.
Yeah, all these people on the Den of Honor are just, like you said, it's not just a basketball tournament here. It's really a community, and everybody comes out, whether it's people from Washington, people from the teams that travel, and all together, that's how it makes this tournament. It's not just the teams, it's not just the players, it's everybody involved.
As the line continues to grow for the reverse autograph signing, it's time for us to head back inside the gym. It's Morton, St. Petersburg Gibbs, coming up next on ClutchSportsIL.com. This has been Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for hope. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Game 7 of 9 here today. Boy, what a Black Friday full of hoops action. We've had lots of fun here inside Torrey Gymnasium. Really cool things going on with that reverse autograph signing down there in the multi-purpose room. So much stuff going on down there. Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Jonathan Michael alongside Jeff Little here. We got the Morton Potters and the Gibbs Gladiators out of St. Petersburg, Florida. They have made the trip all the way up north, and boy, I think these guys might be a little cold here today, yeah. Jeff. A good game coming up in the National Classic.
Somebody probably needed to explain to them what that white stuff was. It was kind of falling a little bit earlier today. I'm not sure, but I'm sure they don't see a lot of that in St. Petersburg. So, but yeah, we expect a great game here tonight.
We definitely do. Both these teams looking for their first win of the season. Both these teams, again, played well, but played against tough opponents. Gibbs yesterday falling to Vashon, Morton falling to La Mirada out of California. And both those other teams we mentioned, they both won today as well. So it should be a good opportunity for both these teams to pick up a win. And this game, Jeff, we were talking right before we came on, could be decided down low. It's kind of the old school versus the new age in terms of the post players for both teams.
Yeah, Wes Gudeman is such a solid player, night in and night out, but he's going to have his hands full with such a, big task tonight with the 7-1 player in the middle.
And it would be Isaiah Medina, the 7-1 center for Gibbs. He's committed to DePaul. Gudeman measures up on the program at 6'5". Plays a little bit bigger than his size, but again, 7'1" is no small task. You look at this Gibbs lineup as well. They also, on their roster, they got Bobby Crawford, a 6'8" senior, R.J. Williams, a 6'5" sophomore, and Michael Broxton Jr., a 6'10" junior. So Morton will have to play small ball tonight, but it's a team that they can shoot the ball well too. I think that could help keep them in this game. Got guys like Silas Steffen, Alex McKee, Trip Rugard. They can make teams pay from behind the arc too.
Well, absolutely, and Coach Zeller is a very, very good coach. So I'm sure he has some plan of attack for having a rim protector in the lane. Stretching them out, getting dribble penetrations and kickouts and those kinds of things. I'm sure they're going to have something to battle the size here for Gibbs.
They certainly will, and we'll take a look at the starting lineups. The ones for Gibbs being introduced now. It'll be Medina, number 1, 7'1" center down low. He'll be joined by Mathis Roberts, a 6'3" senior guard. O'Neal Delancey, you haven't mentioned him. He's kind of the Robin to Medina's Batman on this Gibbs team. 6'4" sophomore. And Bobby Crawford, again, a 6'8" senior out there. Alongside with Jacob Daniels, a 6'1" senior. And for the Morton Potters, it'll be Cal Boker. He's got to have a big game for the Potters, a 6'6" senior center. He'll be joined by Gudeman down low, the all-area player for the Potters. And then at guards, the Potters are going to roll out Alex McKee, Trip Rugard, and Silas Steffen. The same lineup we saw 2 nights ago. Almost said last night, but the Potters had Thanksgiving off.
Well, and it's one of those things. One of the ways you can combat somebody that size is maybe make him step out and guard somebody. And if he's going to match up with Boker's somebody that can exploit him from the perimeter.
It should be a fun one. This one we had our eyes on in the hotel room last night, looking at the slate of all the games, and we said this Gibbs-Morton game could be pretty interesting. We're underway here in Washington, and the Gladiators win the tip. It's Roberts feeding it over to Delancey. Got the cornrow hairstyle. It's a screen and passes it over. Medina stretching the floor, knocking it down. That's a tough sign if you're the Potters early on.
so much for doubling him when he gets inside if he's going to step outside the arc and take you.
Trip Rugard, Potter's point guard, bringing it up now. Goodeman, that little shot fake move that he loves so much.
Oh,
Gets
yeah.
so many defenders to bite on that.
Pump fake, reverse pivot.
Rugard has second thoughts about driving in the lane, now does. Shot fakes, looking for some help. His shot is blocked, and Gibbs takes it back away.
You know, that's one of the things the Potters have do a great job of dribble penetration most nights, but with the multitude of rim protectors in there, like you mentioned, you know, it's going to be tough. It's going to be more penetration to find the open guy, I think, than to finish at the rim.
It is certainly, the Potters, I think they would call this, the TOC is a grown man's tournament. And there's lots of teams, not every team, but lots of teams that do have that size where you got 3 guys over 6'6", 6'5". You just don't see that every day in the mid-Illini. I think the Potters are going to get called for a whistle. It's just
maybe the shot clock didn't restart. Not sure, or maybe they reset it and shouldn't have.
That might be the case. There was an early Potters foul that went on Silas Steffen. And as we sort things out here, again, glad you're with us on Clutch Sports Media. Black Friday full of hoops action. And, hey, I'm sure you guys have been spending all your money for the Christmas gifts. But, hey, glad you're with us live and for free. Glad we can help you save some money here on Black Friday as well.
If you're out and listening to us, we thank you.
Yeah, most certainly as well, especially those people that spent Thanksgiving with us and all the people that helped make our broadcast possible as well. It has been an absolute blast to be here in Washington this week. Shot fake there from Daniels. Back out to Medina. Guarded tightly by Goodeman. Here comes a double team. Pirates trying to force a jump ball. They rip it out, and I think they are going to get that jump. It favors them.
Yep. Good job doubling Medina in the post. When he put it on the floor, he was trying to back Goodeman down in, and they sent a second defender, got him tied up for the possession.
And that's exactly what you want if you're Morton. Again, bring that second guy to help down and try and just rip that ball out. Regard finds some key.
Even without the size necessarily, Wes Goodeman's a strong player, and he's going to be in a situation where he can use his strength against Medina inside.
We'll
and
see it here.
There he is. There's a pump fake.
How about Steffen ripping it away for Morton? Goodeman was open there on the corner. Here's McKee on the corner, right in front of the Gibbs bench, and nails it. Potters with the response, all tied up at 3 here. And Morton, strong team last year, shared their conference title with Metamora, who's also here. And the follow there by Bobby Crawford, he got fouled. Nice sportsmanship there from Steffen, helping him back up.
Good job by him crashing the boards on a 3 from the wing. And, like good players don't assume that it's going in. They go to get the ball off the rim, and I think he thought about throwing it down until he kind of got bumped from behind and didn't have good balance. But he's going to get a couple free throws here.
Game that I was on the call for earlier, the Vashon versus La Mirada game. Vashon just crashed the offensive boards so hard, and they had so many second chance points. And that was really a big difference in that game. Wolverines were behind after the first quarter, then kind of got the bigger lead in the second and hung on the rest of the way. But I think they had to have had about 15 to 20 offensive rebounds in that game.
Those extra possessions are just killers because so many times those extra possessions turn into three-point play opportunities or a kick out for an open 3 or something like that you can't defend those. I mean, they just happen. So.
And it's tough because sometimes on the defensive end, you got some guys that anticipate, hey, we're going to grab the board, we're going to try and get a fast break opportunity.
Absolutely.
And all of a sudden it's a 5-on-3 for the team that got the OR. Here's Goodeman, gets Medina in the air. Seeking contact, didn't get it. Steffen, an acrobatic move to keep it in bounds, but that's a shot clock violation.
We haven't had to talk about the shot clock very much in this tournament, but there was one where Wes had to kind of force one up over the 7-1 guy and pump fake, and even if you get him to lunge and pump fake, he still has his hand in the air, makes it a tough shot.
There you see that shot clock been in use for tournament for, I believe, the second straight year, maybe the third, and Crawford elevates and lays it in. 7-3 Gibbs lead. And yeah, you know, Jeff, you talked about it. I don't think this is the third year of the shot clock, as our director Larry Larson says, but I think that you could probably count on maybe two hands the amount of shot clock violations we've had in this entire tournament. We're on day 4.
Right. I question, because as a coach, I've never had to play with that shot clock or coach with it, but you know, I mean, these kids just adjust to it, and like you said, you're probably right. There's probably fewer than 10 for sure shot clock violations.
O'Neal Delancey swishes home a 3. Gibbs starting to pull in front a little bit, 10-3. And, you know, I think it's just because you see these high-level teams, guys that just want to compete. You know, you don't see high-level teams like that. Most of them don't even really need the shot clock. As here's a steal in the open court. Shot no good, but the follow is there from Bobby Crawford.
Wow.
These rims have been through a lot today. Let's just say that. In the St. John Bosco game, I think there was a total of about 14 dunks.
Wow.
And 13 of them, or I should say 12 of them, were from St. John Bosco. Steffen slices into the lane, but it's blocked by Crawford. He's been all over tonight. Pass, though, is airmailed, looking for Daniels to go back to the Potters. Still trying to find some stuff to work offensively. It's been tough sledding against this very long
I
Gibbs
think that's
team.
about the third block shot so far here in the first 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes of the game, and you know, they're making it tough, like we talked earlier about the dribble penetration against most teams on Morton's schedule. You know, that's going to be a shot in the lane, or it's going to be an easy dump off, and you know, and Gibbs is doing a great job defensively. They're rotating and helping on dribble drives and helping in the post. Gudeman with a nice post move there, but might have got a piece of that one as well.
It's been tough to get a shot up that's not deflected by a Gladiator as we get a foul on the floor. It'll be Morton's third.
Foul on Rugard there on the drive.
Rugard's brother, Gus Rugard, is here in attendance today. And how about Gus Rugard? He knocked down, he's a walk-on for the Bradley Braves basketball team, and they just had a big win over Judson today. Just kind of a tune-up game against the NAIA school after Thanksgiving break, as Adams, that's going to be an offensive foul there on Gibbs, gives it back to Morton. But anyway, Bradley had a big win today, 107-41. And then after the game, Gus Rugard hit the three-pointer that set the new single-game record for Bradley three-pointers in the game. It's had 21 threes today.
Holy cow. Well, good for him.
Of the Rugards. Tripp was adopted from Ethiopia, and his brother Gus has just been like a blood brother to him his entire life. And is such a strong mentor, and now Tripp gets his time to shine leading this Morton team this year. Here's Grant Selke into the game now as a sub. Goodman driving in, drawing the double, kick out. Three ball from Adams and knocks it down.
Two good plays in a row from Owen Adams. He made good defensive pressure and drew the offensive foul last trip down, and there he makes a three on the kick out.
Adams is just a true athlete for Morton. Not only does he play basketball, but he's also a Mid-Illini Conference champion in golf. Sliding in there was Keon Wright, had it blocked away, and is also a starter on Morton's very good baseball team. Goodman settles into a three, no shot fakes. Selke now down to Jude Zeller, son of Morton's head coach. Rugard driving in, kicks it back out. Still plenty of time to shoot for the Potters. They got 13 on the clock.
Great defense from Jacob Daniels, recognizing Gudeman's left-handed, played the left-handed drive.
Adams got him on the shot fake. Number two, just a bit short. Now here comes Delancey the other direction, and it rolls in. Gibbs has gotten out in transition multiple times tonight. 6 points for Bobby Crawford and 5 for Delancey. Offensive board there from Zeller. It goes on Gibbs.
Good effort from Jude Zeller there in the post. He just got inside of his guy and and beat the box out and drew the foul on their offensive rebound.
Extra possessions do certainly help, as Goodeman will check out for a breather. And boy, every time that Goodeman plays, he just looks, it may just be the way he looks, but he just looks exhausted after every game because he just gives so much on the court every time. Nice job staying in bounds there by Colin Burns. 3-ball from Adams, unkind rims, but that time Burns is there for the second chance point.
Well, that's 3 offensive rebounds in a row there for Morton on that possession. I'm sure the Gibbs coaching staff can't be happy about that.
And Morton said height disadvantage who?
Yeah. Some of rebounding is effort.
And positioning as well. That's how Dennis Rodman became such a good rebounder. Not always the biggest guy in the court, but boy, he knew where to be at. That's another foul there on Gibbs. Potters fans loving that. Another sub checking in for Morton. It'll be McKee. Come back in for Rugard. So no Rugard, no Goodeman on the court for Morton, but already a couple of bench points for the Potters. And man, it is a deep team. They go probably about 10, 11 deep on this roster. Almost everybody plays.
You know, that makes it fun for the kids. You know, you're not just going through practice day in and day out and not sure when you're going to get your opportunity. If you know coach is going to call your number at some point, you just tend to be in tune with the game a little more. Shot clock's off here for Morton.
They can hold for the last shot, and I'm sure they will. Zeller penetrating, kicking back out to Selke. Down to 10 on the clock. Still plenty of time to go. Now down to 5. Screen coming. No, they'll pass over to McKee. He's covered like a blanket. Shoots up a 3, and it's just a bit short. Overall, though, strong first quarter from the Potters, but Gibbs out in front, 14-8.
Gibbs kind of stretched it there a little bit, and then all of a sudden, you know, Morton with a little more effort, crashing the boards, getting some second and third opportunities, and kind of got themselves back in it here at 14-8.
Great early season test for both teams, and we'll take this opportunity to thank all of our sponsors, including Enercon. This timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear and genset packaging. EnerconPower.com if you're ready to engineer your future with us. And also by Keps, the sports bar during the TOC, just down the road from here. They have trivia every other Wednesday night at 7, Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. on every Sunday night, and great food over there at Keps Sports Bar as well. Follow and like them on Facebook for more info. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC, an official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. They're making a difference by giving back $1 for every concrete mixer purchase this week to help donate the fight against glioblastoma. And also by PJ Hare. They're once again proud to be a sponsor of the TOC and a sponsor of this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. Gladiators with the ball here. It's Mathis Roberts. 6'3" senior. This Gibbs team, a good mix of underclassmen and upperclassmen. You got a couple sophomores, freshmen, and on their roster. Foul going on the Potters there as Abe Zeller wants an explanation.
Well, there's a lot of contact. He was thinking that they got held there.
And another foul called there on Morton Kell. Rather, that was, I think, on Burns. So 2 quick fouls for Morton here in the first 10 seconds. On the inbound, they go to Delancey. He got knocked down right after he shot. And how about that, Jeff? 3 fouls in the first 13 seconds for the Potters.
Well, we may, good chance we're going to be seeing a lot of free throws here over the next 7:47.
I was going to say, before that inbounds pass, Morton's done a solid job of not letting Medina kill them too much early on. He had that open 3 to knock down at the start of the game, but since then.
Yeah, they've done a good job of limiting his touches inside. The one time he got it and tried to make a move in the post, they sent the double and tied him up for the jump ball. So we haven't really seen him be a factor around the basket yet. That's been more of Crawford that's hurt him around the basket. So, but again, like you talked about, with this roster and more than 2 guys of that size in there, it's going to be a handful for the Potters to handle.
Sometimes when you have a 7'1" guy, sometimes he can just act as a decoy.
Absolutely.
Just bring out the tallest guy and leave the rest of the key a little bit more open.
Pressure in the backcourt there by Gibbs. Beat the 10-second count, but not by much.
And Zeller slicing in. His shot a bit too strong. It's Delancey the other way. 3-ball on the way from Roberts. Just a bit short. Potters corral the miss there with McKee. 8-point advantage here for Gibbs. Both teams again looking for their first win of the season. Kick out there. Driving in, I think that's McKee. His floater just short. Medina's long arms bring it in. Roberts driving with the right hand. Now back to Medina. We'll see what he does here. He goes for a step back jumper at the line. Off the mark, but look who's there for the rebound. It's Bobby Crawford. Leads to a 3-ball from Keon Wright.
Good effort, good second. Another foul number 4.
That is not what you want to see. Jude Zeller pushed off there. That is going to put Gibbs in the bonus for the next 6:34.
You know, Gibbs is just putting on some man-to-man pressure, and the Potters are probably going to need to run something where they're screening or stacking and making some cuts. They're kind of just starting and trying to free themselves, and you know, Gibbs' pressure has been a little bit, making it much more difficult for them to get it inbounds.
Inbounds pass there in traffic. Good defense from Stefan in the corner. On the drive, it's Roberts. Potters all staying pretty close to their men. Screen coming. Set there by Broxton. He's into the game. And Delancey.
Good ball screen, and again, we've talked a little bit. You're seeing more and more kids start to remember that, hey, a 15-footer open may be a better shot than forcing up a long one over someone's hand or trying to take it to the basket and shoot over somebody bigger.
Nice offensive board there from Cal Boker. His first points. It's Morton up to double digits.
Good effort. Another offensive rebound. I mean, the Potters are really hurting Gibbs on the boards, and you wouldn't think that would be the case, but
true showing of grit there, and Delancey got fouled. So there's number 5 on Morton. I think Stefan got him there. I didn't quite see exactly how much contact there was, but it definitely is easy. I'd say he did it, but it is easy to, once you're shooting, to kind of maybe sell that call a little bit once you're lying back on the ground.
Yep, you get a little contact, body contact in there, and you go down, and there's an official right there. And sometimes I really think that official sometimes head follows the ball and then sees the movement, and then, oh, there must have been a foul, and calls it. But, you know, probably was a little contact and probably a little bit of acting, so drew the call there.
A little bit of both there for Delancey, who knocks down his first. His third is good. 23-10, Gibbs leading. And both these teams will be in action again tomorrow to round things out. Hard to believe that tomorrow's going to be the last day of the TOC. It is flown by. Goodeman working in the post. Nice turnaround.
There's that good footwork that we talked about from Wes Goodeman. He just turns to his left and gets across the lane, stretches out, and kind of uses a rim to protect it.
Good patience as well there on the post from Goodeman. Definitely one of the best players in the Peoria area this season. Active hands from Stefan, nearly forced a steal. He thought it went off of Gibbs, but it'll stay with the white and blue.
Again, that's just good, solid man-to-man principles from Coach Zeller's team. I mean, you know, dribble drive from the baseline to the middle, toward the free throw line. That guy drops and helps, takes away the lane, and tipped it away. Could have gone either way.
Whistle blows before the shot. There's been plenty of them on the Potters here this quarter. That one goes on McKee. That is just his first. The good news again for the Potters, again, because they're so deep, if there's a guy or two in foul trouble, they don't have to panic too terribly much.
Well, and I think they've spread their fouls out pretty well here. I don't know that anybody's got more than one. Maybe there's
someone's got 2. That is Stefan.
Yeah, Stefan does have 2. So you know, and even in this case, you know, 2 fouls at this point, plus you know you've rotated him out already. You know you're going to put somebody else in here in just a second. A miss.
And Crawford nearly grabbed it. As Rugard brings it up now. Nice crowd here on Hannan and Torrey Gym. Not the biggest one we've seen all week, but still some good energy in here nonetheless. Potter's student section has showed out as now Stefan on the receiving end of a foul. Gibbs his first of the second quarter.
And the obligatory clap from the Morton crowd on the first foul this quarter for we got 5, and now you finally called one on them.
Goodman going to work on Crawford. There's that footwork again.
Again, offensive
goes right
rebound.
back to him. McKee got Medina up in the air, around the world. Stefan on the drive, gets the man in the air, shoots. Nice move there from Silas Stefan.
Good shot fake, get the defender in the air, and then shoot over him on his way down.
Team filing into the gym. They dressed very nicely. Not sure what team that is, but they are all dressed in suits and ties. How about that?
Old school.
Love it a lot. You know, back when I played high school basketball, I think there was 1 or 2 games every year where we would dress up, especially for a road game. But it was kind of more of, almost more of a joke. Not really as much of a, hey, we're actually doing this. But hey, look good, play good.
Yeah. Yeah, we had dress codes for road trips, that's for sure.
Hey, definitely don't mind it as well. You're all going to wear the same uniform on the court. Goodman knocks down a 3. Cuts it down to 7. Potter's starting to feel it here midway through the second. That was a deep 2 rather than a 3. Foot was just on the line.
Yeah, just another effort of by the Potters on the offensive glass against a much bigger team, and you know, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but sometimes when you have that kind of size, you just assume the other team will let you have the rebound when they shoot miss, and so you know your effort maybe isn't at the highest level that it should be, and when someone, I always used to tell teams, don't let somebody play harder than you. And, you know, I think that's kind of what we're seeing here with Morton. They're really getting after him, especially on the offensive glass, and you wouldn't think that that would be a way that you could exploit against a team with Gibbs' size.
And a lot of it, too, goes back to their head coach, Abe Zeller, one of the best basketball minds in the area, one of the most passionate coaches for sure in the area as well. It, again, took Roanoke Benson to state that COVID year where ultimately they were just about ready to play in state and the world shut down. That was a week that I'm sure everyone remembers and doesn't want to remember. Yeah. So we'll move on past that. But again, he's done a great job wherever he has gone in his second year now with Morton. And again, nothing against Roanoke Benson. They're a great school, great basketball. But I think Zeller was definitely deserving of a move up to a bigger school.
Absolutely, and he did such a great job last year with the Potters. And you know, and now you see again he's got a very loaded squad and will be very, very much in the mix for the Mid-Illini Championship once again.
It's Morton and Metamora, the 2 teams that they're looking at in the Mid-Illini this season as the favorites. Although Washington, again, you know, they've had some games against some very tough teams in the TOC. Yeah. But I think Washington will be a lot improved this year, too.
Well, I think so, too. And, I mean, the Washington lineup is just kind of stacked with experienced players.
Yes.
You know, guys that have been around, kind of a little bit like Morton here, having guys, that's a tough call, but having guys that, you know, that have been out here before. They know what the Mid-Illini battles are all about. There's no easy ones. So, you know, that I think is really worth its weight in gold sometimes.
I got Andre Lewis, James Johnson, C.J. Duncan all back again. Washington coming up right after this. And then our nightcap, if you want to see Metamora, they're also playing tonight against the Paideia School from Atlanta, Georgia. So good night if you're a Mid-Illini fan.
Mid-Illini showcase tonight.
Yeah, your night's just getting started if you're a Mid-Illini fan. Here's Goodman working on Medina. Outsized by 8 inches, it doesn't matter.
Kind of used his body to kind of lean into him and then leaned back with his left hand, shot up over him.
Goodman's having a solid night so far, despite being outsized, which he isn't outsized too terribly often. Here's Gibbs now with Mathis Roberts. D up, the chant from the Morton sideline. 3-ball on the way from Delancey. It's an air ball. Morton really just has all that momentum right now, and they're probably feeding off some of this. Again, not quite a home game, but it feels more like a home game for the Potters.
Sure. It's a lot easier for them to get their fans here than the student body from St. Petersburg. So
it'll be very impressive if any students from Gibbs made the trip. Foul there on Medina.
That'll be his second.
That is his second. I wonder if he's going to sit before the half. They're going to keep him in for now. 2:14 to play, but now Morton is, again, all those early fouls. Now they're in the bonus the rest of the way out.
And we were afraid we'd see a lot of free throws down on the other end, but that hasn't been the case.
Nice disciplined defense from the Potters as we approach 2 minutes. Selke feeding Boker in the high post. Wide open, Rugard way downtown. He says bang right to his home fans.
Don't know if Gibbs will stay in that 1-2-2 zone for very much. They better recognize where the shooters are on that.
Morton really starting to feel it. Delancey's shot is off the mark. He's gone a bit cold, and now Morton can tie or take the lead here. I think some people may have looked at me as like a madman when I said that Morton could give Gibbs a game, and so far, good stuff for the Potters as Abe Zeller takes his time out. And Gibbs head coach Larry Murphy a little animated over there. Got to get his team back on the right page. They started off the game on a 10-3 run.
Yeah, and they kind of have gone cold here, haven't made many shots here in the last couple of minutes, and then on top of that, they haven't got to the free throw line when they really had 5 minutes worth of free throws if they'd taken the ball. Could have gotten it inside, but hasn't been the case. Potters really have done a nice job on the offensive end with some patience and crashing the offensive boards to get themselves back in it.
Most definitely. This time out, again, brought to you by Enercon. For nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. If you're ready to power up your career, visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Momentum on the Potters side here as they will inbound at half court with Steffen. That was a nice three there from Rugard. He's known more as a distributor, but still showing off that shooting stroke that his brother was very famous for.
Well, I'm sure they maybe took a time out there to run a set play here against the zone of Gibbs, so we'll see. Shot clock's down to 5.
Selke in the paint, but it's Goodman on the floater, and it's no good. Selke nearly got the board there on Crawford.
Much better sequence defensively that time for Gibbs down the floor.
Sometimes all you need there is just that timeout just to get guys back on the same page and get them fired up. Back over to Roberts. Now Delancey. He's got 11 so far tonight. Three ball is no good from Brandon Perkins. Potters, not much of a difference between the shot and game clock. They can take this down to about 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, the last meaningful possession unless there's a turnover or a long rebound, I think.
And you're going to feel really good going in the locker room if you are Morton. Again, Gibbs, one of the most highly rated teams coming into this tournament. I believe they were one of the top 100 teams nationally ranked by Max Preps before the season. Goodman, nice post move and finishes. This ball game's tied up. 5 seconds left to go. Delancey brings it up with 2, with 1, crosses over, shoots just off the front rim. 23-23 ball game here in Washington, but Morton's got to feel like they're in front by 10.
Absolutely. I mean, the big comeback, I think they were down, I think they were in double digits. It was down 11, and I think this might be an 11-0 run to tie this thing up here right at half. So Morton's got to feel good. They'll talk about what some things maybe, defensively, I think they've done a really nice job of limiting, inside possessions and second shots, and they've gotten a ton of them themselves. So, I think Coach Zeller's got to be happy with what he sees.
23-23 your score as the Potters drop some plays before they go up into the locker room and talk some things over. All sorts of fun here in Washington. The Uftring Auto Group National Classic here rolling on from Washington. Jonathan Michael and Jeff Little here in the booth. Glad you're spending your Friday night with us. A lot of people spend their Friday nights maybe out at restaurants or having a good time. But hey, we're having a great time watching some basketball here as well. We'll step aside here for a quick break and come back with Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central We'll be standing by with a special guest for an interview. Definitely don't want to miss that. And then stay tuned for the second half coming right up in a few minutes. You're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute on ClutchSportsIL.com and Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back to the Upturing Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Joining me now is Brian Teig. Brian, thanks for making a few minutes for us.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me.
I know we talked last year and kind of hashed a few things out, but obviously we've got a new audience this year and stuff. Always great to have you in the studio, Brian. You know a thing or two about Upturing, and I know you're working over at Upturing in Washington these days. Great company, fantastic to have them on sponsoring the KB and TOC.
Yeah, I've been with Upturings for about 11 years now, which I appreciate their sponsorship, and it's kind of neat because this tournament's been going on for, I believe, 19 years now, and they've been with them for day one, even back when I played. So to then go work for a company that once sponsored or still sponsors this tournament's pretty neat to be a part of it on both sides now.
No doubt about it. And, of course, you're involved. You're here quite a bit of the week here with the TOC. Tell our audience a little more about what you are involved with and kind of how you play a role during the TOC during the week.
Sure. So a couple years ago, I was asked to join the board with the TOC. So we spent a lot of time just planning out all the X's and O's as far as what brings this weekend together. I do want to give a shout out to all the committee members and volunteers because they're truly who makes it happen. They do a nice job, and if you come out and see this tournament, it's a well-oiled machine at this point. It kind of runs itself, and we got a lot of great volunteers.
No doubt about it, and you mentioned how many different people go into this. Not only do you have the basketball aspect, getting that all put together, but all the other little areas, concessions, you know, the ball boy, ball girl experience, the hospitality. There's probably too many people to shout out, but, I mean, there really is so many working parts. You mentioned it's a well-oiled machine. How many people go into making all this possible? I mean, by a rough estimation, if you even have one.
I mean, to say 100 would be a short guess anyways. I mean, I would say hundreds as you look around.
Sure.
I think more and more people that show up just to attend the tournament want to get involved and want to find a way to get involved. For instance, concessions.
Right.
Typically, that's probably the hardest to get people to sign up. Thanksgiving Day,
right.
Saturday night at 9 o'clock at night. This year, I think we had 90% of the concessions signed up in like the first 3 days of putting out that invite. So it's pretty neat, and there's a lot of people involved that make this tournament go.
No doubt about it. In future years, if you're interested in getting involved, I'm sure they would love to continue to have more help. That's a great way you can be involved with this tournament. But kind of going back a little bit, Brian, obviously a Washington native here, went to the high school. You played for Coach Kevin Brown, and obviously this is very important for you as well, you know, to see this tournament continue to thrive. Just give our audience your backstory a little bit on playing for Coach and kind of your experience with this tournament.
Yeah, so I came in with Coach Brown. Actually, my freshman year, I got to dress up as varsity and got to know him really well, got to know his wife really well. Coach was a hard-nosed guy. I mean, he expected a lot out of you. I always say my freshman year was kind of my honeymoon stage of just getting to know him, and then the sophomore year, I was quickly expected to be a producer with the team, and it's weird now sitting back and watching the games and knowing the effort that Coach Brown expected out of us and watching kids play today, and then looking back and obviously, like anybody else that used to play, wishing I was still capable, not even just the age, but still capable going out there and playing, and just taking in the audience and the amount of people that show up to this tournament, it's for some of these young kids, it's the only time they'll get to experience playing in front of this many people, and that's pretty cool to do.
Yeah. In your time at Washington, obviously you played with other great players, played on a big stage. What was that like, just to be able to play high-level high school basketball? Because, as you mentioned, not a lot get to experience stuff like this, right? This is a very special moment for a lot of teams. What was it like from your vantage point as a player?
I mean, it's pretty cool. Like I said, since I graduated Washington High School, I didn't go on to play college basketball. I've never been in the situation to be able to perform or play or be appreciated by so many people. And then this tournament gives so many kids the opportunity, like myself. I wasn't the greatest player of all time by any means, but it still gave me the opportunity to play against some of the greatest players and guys that went on to play high-level college basketball and some that moved on to the NBA. So it's just a cool opportunity. Even for the kids that are here today, getting to over here at the autograph booth, getting to get signed autographs, knowing that one day, 4 or 5 years from now, they're going to be watching these kids play on TV on Christmas Day on the NBA games. So it's pretty neat.
That interview could be worth something one day. So
yeah, absolutely.
Come get them while they're hot. They're out here signing autographs in the multi-purpose room at Washington High School. One last thing before we let you go here, Brian. Washington's got a big game tonight. We've seen them put up some good fights already this week. Coach Eric Schirmhorn puts a lot of that fight that Kevin Brown had instilled. But what do you like out of this Washington team this season?
It's all fundamentals. That's been Washington's thing for a long time. It's fundamental basketball, and that's how you have to break down a team. And no one guy going through Washington's been able to win a game, and they got to break them down fundamentally, and they're going to have a good game.
No doubt about it. Washington's coming up later. Metamora also plays, but we got a second half between St. Petersburg, Gibbs, and Morton coming up. Brian Tye, Gavin Russell. We'll send it to a quick break and back to the booth with Jonathan Michael and Jeff Little. We're live from the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. Don't go anywhere.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Tie ball game here at the half. We haven't been able to say that too often in some of these games. Jeff, we got a good one on our hands between the Gibbs Gladiators and the Morton Potters. Tampa area power versus Central Illinois power, and it has been neck and neck so far. Early on, Gibbs had the lead, but then Morton kind of came back despite giving Gibbs the bonus with 6 minutes left to go in that second quarter, and Gladiators were settling for outside shots.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really key. We thought it would be a big problem for Morton drawing that fifth foul with just under 3 minutes into the second quarter, and you know, I think Gibbs only shot 2 free throws out after having that advantage. So definitely didn't take advantage of that opportunity to the fullest extent that they could have, and really put Morton in trouble. So Morton will get possession here to start the half. Coach Zeller's got to be ecstatic with, one, holding them to 23 and getting themselves 9 straight there to get themselves into a tie game here to start the third.
Gibbs will trot out all their same stars they did in the first half with Roberts, Delancey, Daniels, Crawford, and Medina. He only had 3 points in the first half. It was the first bucket of the game, a deep 3. And since then, he has been defense, which doesn't feature a player taller than 6'6". We'll see if he can come alive here in half number 2.
A little bit of a defensive switch there for Gibbs. Gibbs has put Crawford on Gudeman, and McKee is matched up on Boker here. Gudeman with the pump fake, the shot fake.
Gudeman went through the elevator doors and found the cup for two, and Morton's got their first lead of the night. Hole just kind of opened up there for Goodman, and he made them pay. Gladiators trying to find their groove again.
Inside to Crawford, guarded there by Boker. Looking to get it into McKee. Stephan's got the matchup there with maybe on a switch on a screen. Now Goodman picks him up.
Yep, now back the bigs on each other, and it's poked out there by McKee. And Potters come away with it. Silas Stephan getting down and dirty on the hardwood.
Good effort by Silas Stephan, getting on the floor, maintaining possession of the loose ball. A lot of kids will travel in that situation, but he kept his composure and found a teammate.
Rugard guarded tightly by Delancey, who is getting interest from a lot of D1 colleges like Oregon and West Virginia.
Well, and you can see why. I mean, he plays hard on the defensive end. He's a really talented offensive player, so.
And Goodman nearly got it past Medina. He brings it in. And I was watching again Brandon McCoy, the top junior in the country on St. John Bosco earlier today, and he was a good player on offense, don't get me wrong, but almost all of his points that he scored came off of his own steals on the defensive end, as a nice layup there from Daniels.
Good strong move to the basket. Might have drawn a little bit of contact, but fought through the contact and got the basket.
25-25 your score. Potters were down 11 at one point and got back in the lead. Here's McKee's triple. Bounces up and into the hands of another number 5 in Delancey. Here's Daniels right in front of the Gibbs bench. Spinning, turning on Rugard. Blind pass, and it was turned over.
You know, it's probably not a lot of nights where Trip Rugard's guarded by somebody and has to guard somebody with the same kind of quickness that he has. But
another offensive board from Morton. Rugard's three in the near corner was just a bit off.
You know, you're going to need to. Well, there's a foul there on Stephan. I think that might be his third.
And that is his third. He's played aggressive tonight, and Grant Selke will come and check in, as will Adams. Stephan, another strong all-around athlete for Morton.
Tie game here, 25, one bucket each for both teams.
I have a feeling this one might come down to the fourth quarter, but we've seen lots of second-half runs from lots of teams here in this tournament. Medina forces up a shot, and Crawford slams it down.
That's his second follow-up dunk tonight. I mean, he just really, and there you see Trip Rugard just hounded in the backcourt by Delancey.
Those are two gritty guards right there, and Delancey's going to get called for the foul. That's his second. Oh man, what a slam from Bobby Crawford.
Well, but that's created because when Medina put it down, three people kind of rotated to cut him off from getting to the rim, and now all of a sudden Crawford's going to the rim unchecked. And that's going to be bad news for a lot of nights.
Ball rebounded by Morton after it's batted around. Rugard thought about the three, driving in, kicks it out. Selke open, triple in the corner. He's got it. And Morton's got the lead right back.
You know, I just kind of noticed in that last sequence, Gibbs kind of expects the ball to come to him. They don't check anybody out. They don't go after the ball. And Morton's doing a good job of going after it. There they tip it, keep it alive, and get a three out of it.
All about effort. Gibbs' shot is no good. Foul there on the Gladiators. I think that's going to go on Crawford as he was going up for the board. And that's his first.
And there you see, there's a situation where he is boxed out. He tries to go up over. You know, with his size and athleticism, you would think he probably can do that some. And, you know, that's one that the Gibbs coaching staff doesn't think is a foul. And the Morton coaches are glad that it is.
Here comes a bit of a press for Gibbs. Now they retreat. There you saw the Potters student section making the short trip over. About 15 minutes away, Morton is from here. Adams sets the screen there for Jude Zeller. Medina out on the perimeter guarding Selke. Goodman from way out. And it's off the mark. He pulled that one from Eureka. I think he can knock those shots down too. Maybe not the best look, but need be. Goodeman's got some range. Poked out there by the Potters. Here goes Rugard. Roberts altered the shot. Now here comes Gibbs the other way. 2-on-1. Feed up and the lay-in from
Good
Daniels.
unselfish play by Crawford. I mean, a lot of kids with his athleticism would think about, I'm taking this to the basket to dunk it myself, and he makes a great pass on a 2-on-1 for a layup.
And Gibbs, they just need the points right now. They don't need the style points. Adams feeding Goodeman with Crawford on him again. Medina has not really been on Goodeman much. And Selke drains in the three. Morton shooting the lights out. And Selke, more bench points for the Potters. I believe Zeller has scored. Adams has scored. Selke has scored all off the bench for Morton. Here's Delancey penetrating, kicking back out. Three ball on the way. Daniels, no good. Wide open Rugard down there. He'll settle for a three. That one's good.
You know, we talked earlier about maybe the shooter going down with not a lot of contact. I think Gibbs tried to draw a foul on that three-pointer, and Rugard says, I'll just take off and shoot one back in your eye.
Referees weren't buying that one there from Gibbs. There's a foul called on Zeller. Morton's second here of the third quarter. His hot shooting has been contagious. Trip Rugard's got 6, and both on 2 very big three-pointers, making his brother Gus proud. He's here in attendance. He'll check out now.
Potters with a 5-point lead. They've really outplayed them since about the midsection of the second quarter.
Here's Medina, double-teamed. Now Daniels driving in, trying to draw a foul, but just lays it up for 2. I'll take that to get it back to 1 score.
You know, we talked about Morton. They got a situation where they force McKee to kind of guard somebody out on the perimeter, and you know, any kind of movement, if he tries to stay back, Morton's got enough talented outside shooters that's really causing a problem for him.
And again, you got Goodeman and Boker, other guys down low. Zeller driving in, lays it in. Here, Gibbs, you got to get guys like Medina and Crawford down there. They were just caught kind of watching.
Yeah, he turned the corner and the help wasn't there.
Medina elevates for 3, off the mark. He's had a bit of an off game for Gibbs. Morton nearly turns it over, and they do. Opportunity here for Delancey, kick out. Daniels in the corner, rims out, touched every part of the rim without going down.
Morton crowd wanted a foul there on Crawford.
No one really, except for Silas Steffen, that has more than 2 fouls here tonight. And Abe Zeller will want to talk things over, but Potters got to feel really good about where they're at right now, and they are 100% winning the effort battle here tonight.
Well, I think defensively, I mean, they've just done such a good job and it's not that they haven't given up shots, but they've done such a good job of making every shot that Gibbs gets a real tough one. I mean, there haven't been many easy baskets, not really much in transition, and you know, part of that's because they can't get a rebound on the defensive end, a clean one anyway.
Here for Morton, trying to get an early season win against one of the best teams that Florida has to offer, at least on paper here before the season. A lot of good high school basketball around Tampa. I know Gibbs on a lot of people's radars, but Morton looking to hope to make a statement. They're making their 3rd TOC appearance. They're 4-3 in the TOC after last night's loss. So a win here could keep them above 500, which is nothing to sneeze at in this very strong tournament every year. Under a minute to play. Potters might be patient on this possession. Goodeman tries to get Crawford with a fake off the mark. Bounce off of Goodeman's hands and back to the Gladiators.
Good pace. We talked about it before. Good patience, good footwork there by Goodeman in the post. Good shot that he makes a lot of nights.
Delancey, it's fouled there by McKee. 5-on-5 crime there.
Good drive to the basket. He drew the foul. If they'd have done that in the second quarter, they probably would have more points at this juncture in the game.
And again, when you're maybe not getting the best looks offensively, just drive into the hoop, try and draw some fouls, get to the line. Those are some of the easiest points you can get. There's foul number 4. of the frame.
Morton almost made another play there before the foul was called. They've done a really good job of, when somebody has gotten by them on dribble penetration, the wraparound kind of thing, trying to poke the ball away, and they've gotten the loose ball out of it because they've scrambled around and been so aggressive getting on the floor and trying to be first to the loose balls.
Delancey fadeaway three. He got fouled, and that was Stefan that committed it. That's his fourth. And that was just after McKee picked up his third for Morton.
That's it. I kind of watched that contact. There was even less contact on that one than I thought that one in the first quarter. Delancey kind of stuck his foot out to draw the contact, and the ref said he got him on the arm, and I didn't see that, but there wasn't any body contact, that's for sure.
But Delancey will get 3 shots out of it, knocks down his first. Chance to make it a 1-score game. It's been a good defensive game, honestly, from both teams. This has been one of the lower scoring games we've seen. It's for sure today, if not the lowest scoring of the whole tournament.
Well, you wouldn't, again, you just assume the shot clock's going to mean high volume of points and that kind of thing. But, it's been a well-played game. It's just been good defense and both teams making the others earn it and take tough shots. And, Morton's gotten a lot of scrappy baskets, whether they're offensive rebounds or loose balls.
Delancey goes 3 for 3 at the line, cuts the Potters' lead down to 2. Really curious to see, assuming they can hold on to this lead, how they will play holding just a 2-point lead against a strong team going into the fourth quarter. It's going to be a test for this Potters team.
Well, shot clock's off here with a 2-point lead. Selke tries to find Zeller back door. Hope he doesn't put it on the floor. Good.
And it goes off the foot of McKee, down to 2, down to 1. They have time for a deep one. Got it off.
Ooh.
Almost
Rimmed
got it.
out, yep.
Jacob Daniels. Strong effort there as the horn sounded. Morton still holding the lead, 36-34. And all the people here in Torrey Gymnasium, they paid for their entire seat tonight, but they only need to use the edge of it here in this fourth quarter. We'll take a quick time out to quickly thank Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. EnerconPower.com to engineer your future with us.
Well, and for fans not familiar, we reset those fouls here, so the aggressiveness of Morton there maybe in that quarter doesn't carry over here. So,
Jeff, I got to ask your opinion. I know this was a rule change last year. How do you feel about the new 5 fouls? They reset each quarter and no singular bonus, no one-and-ones, just 2 shots. What are your
as an old school coach, those one-and-one free throws were tough for somebody to make. If you put somebody at the line for a one-and-one with a minute, 2 minutes to go in a game, in a close game, that first one was a little harder to make. But now that it's just always 2 shots, I don't know if I like that part. I do think that it kind of eliminates somebody not having any fouls and somebody just really hacking somebody like crazy toward the end of the game, and that's when kids and coaches and players all get frustrated. And I think it has eliminated that. So it's a good rule change. I think coaches have adjusted, players have adjusted, and the game changes, the game evolves. So
definitely affects, I think, the later portions of the game, especially when you got to earn the second free throw.
Yeah.
As a 3 ball from Daniels hits the front iron, and Zeller keeps flying in for the board.
I don't know that Gibbs has made an outside 3 since the first quarter, maybe.
Yeah, their shooting has been a little bit cold here tonight, but again, cold temperatures here outside in Washington tonight. It is definitely below 30. Goodeman turns around and knocks it down.
That's the scouting report. I mean, he can go right, but he likes to go to his left over his, turn over his right shoulder, shoot that left-handed in the lane, little jump hook kind of thing, extends the ball out away from him, makes it tough to block.
Potter's looking for another stop, but Crawford puts it back up and in to silence the crowd. Big bucket there to keep it within a score.
Good high post screen, gets Crawford on the dive to the block, and he puts it in the basket. Going to keep the lead to 2.
Crawford's had a good game for Gibbs. He's got 10. Delancey's their leading scorer tonight with 14. Medina not on the floor right now. He's only got 3. He's a DePaul commit at center, 7'1". McKee sends it back out to Rugard. Goodman ready for the screen. Now slips back to the right. Rugard with one hand carries it into the lane and lays it up and in. What a move that was from Tripp.
But again, because of the guys that the post people are guarding are out on the perimeter, they're not there to protect. And he's not afraid to take it in there when there's no rim protector, so to speak, standing in the lane.
And right on cue, Isaiah Medina heads to the scores table. He'll be coming back in. They feed Crawford down low. Double team. He gets fouled and one.
Again, there's kind of the undersized Selke trying to muscle up and gets beat across the lane on a cut and just kind of bodies up on the shot. And Crawford's able to jump up over him and fight through the contact, have a chance for the old-fashioned three-point play.
Height isn't everything, but it is certainly something, and Crawford used it there. This to get him back within a point. And coming up after this, Washington takes on St. Francis Episcopal out of Houston, Texas, and then Metamora versus the Paideia School from Atlanta, Georgia. Round things out at 9:15. And have CSM after dark.
Here's a situation where Selke's going to handle the ball, and Medina's matched up on him. So again, right away you see one of their post players out on the perimeter. That's gonna negate him even being a defensive rebounder, and we know Selke can shoot it. He's drained a couple here in the second half.
And Morton's bench contributions can't be understated in this one. Zeller, he's a bench warrior himself. Here's Goodman in traffic, turns around, loves that shot, and there's Selke with the offensive board. Active hands from O'Neal. Delancey takes it away.
Good effort, put it down on the floor.
Crawford can't get the finish, gets his own miss while laid on the floor and finds Jacob Daniels. What a play there from Gibbs. There's that effort.
He's lucky Daniels didn't land on him when he passed it to him, but that's a great effort.
Selke nearly lost it.
Left his feet to pass that. That was dangerous. Somebody steps in that passing lane, you got nowhere to go with it.
You got to make a snap decision there. Lucky not to turn it over. Now Morton facing a 1-point deficit. Zeller driving in. Powders will slow it down. 10 to shoot for Goodman. Kick out. Selke. Medina in his face. Rims out. Battle for the board. Who had touched it last? It was Gibbs.
Off of Crawford, out of bounds. Rugard smartly let that one go out. They'll get a chance to run in a set play from the out of bounds underneath.
60% of the Potters lineup checks out. Selke, McKee, and Zeller head to the bench. Boker comes back in. Adams comes back in. Three ball, Goodman rims out. There's been a lot of those threes that have looked good off the hand, but just.
And that one, like you said, was just right in front of our table here, and we could see that, and that looked like it was going in, and he shot it right in rhythm, and we know he's capable of making those.
Goodman definitely has range, even though he is one of those old school centers that we mentioned at the top of the broadcast. Delancey slipped and lost the dribble. Rugard hits the deck. And Gibbs calls a timeout. They got 4 left, so why not use one here?
Yeah, kind of. After he stumbled a slip there on the floor, he does a smart thing. Coach did a smart thing. Somebody calls a timeout before they can tie him up, or he throws it away.
And this timeout again brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in a variety of ways. Visit EnerconPower.com to engineer your future with us. Also want to give a shout out to the KB Strong Foundation. They do so much to help support the fight against glioblastoma. Every dollar that this tournament raises goes right back to the KB Strong Foundation. Also Jody Brown State Farm as well. She's a great sponsor of this event. But KBStrongFightingTheFight.com for more information. Also scan the QR code there on your screen. Definitely encourage you to check that out and at least educate yourself. Learn a little bit about this terrible disease that has affected many people here, especially in Central Illinois, and took the life of Washington head coach Kevin Brown a few years ago. A lot of great people, a lot of great volunteers involved in this event.
It's a top-notch tournament because of all those volunteers and sponsors that make everything that takes place this week possible, and we can't thank them enough.
And Gibbs back now out in front. They haven't led for most of the first half. led by 2 at halftime. Delancey had to just push that one up there. He said, "Get this ball out of my hands now."
Well, the shot clock was winding down, and after the timeout, Morton switched defenses. We've talked about that, or I've talked about it, on all the broadcasts. Coaches like to do that out of a timeout, and I'm sure Gibbs probably set up something that they wanted to run versus the man-to-man that Morton's run almost exclusively today, and now all of a sudden, whoops, what's this 2-3 zone? What are we going to do? And the confusion really created a poor opportunity there with a 1-point lead. You certainly don't want to take a shot like that.
That was a low percentage look there from Gibbs, again, who hasn't knocked down a ton of threes in this one. They've done most of their damage down near the paint. Rugard back out to Adams.
I think Gibbs really defensively, their pressure has really not gone up a notch here in the second half, especially late third quarter here in the fourth. They've really got getting Morton down on the shot clock.
Nice rip away there by Keon Wright. Forces up a tough shot. Here come the Gladiators the other way.
Great
Wide
pass.
open, Delancey. He lays it in. That was a great pass.
Good read. I thought it was going to the corner. Delancey kind of cuts behind the defense and right on the money. Even got a little contact, but no call. So just a 3-point lead here for Gibbs.
We get a stoppage here. I think Morton may have called timeout. Gibbs is pointing out up at the scoreboard. Not sure what they're disputing at the moment. Well, we'll sort things out here again. And going into this fourth quarter, I was curious, when the hunters become the hunted, how do you respond? And Morton coming into this game, some people, may have not expected them to, win this game with Gibbs being such a strong team on paper, carrying a lot of hype, very strong team, good reason. They're a phenomenal squad, but, now they maybe don't expect to be in that position. How do you respond being ahead 2? And now they got to deal with some defensive pressure. I think Gibbs, they felt the heat, now they've locked in.
Well, absolutely, and I think it's no matter what the rosters say, cliche, that they're still high school kids, and they're going to make high school mistakes, and they're going to do things that as a coach you don't want them to do, and, it's up to you to coach them out of those things so they don't happen. And, that's what these games are for. It's going to be a heck of a long time before Morton sees another lineup with a 7-1-6-8, and they're not going to see it in the Middle Illini.
No.
So, it's for them, this is a challenge that, is going to only make them better. We've said it 100 times throughout this tournament. These games only make you a better team later in the year.
And so many times we see teams that, maybe they don't even win a game at the TOC, go on to have fantastic seasons. And you got to be a good team to get invited to the TOC in just the first place. Goodman to tie it off the front rim. Brought in by Keon Wright, the sophomore guard, getting some valuable minutes off the bench here in crunch time. Under 3 minutes to play, and it's Daniels with the ball. Slowing things down now for Gibbs. Feed to Medina. He's been more of a distributor today. Delancey's shot off the mark, and Stefan brings it in. That was a tough layup there from the sophomore.
Good move. Got a little contact there from Stefan, but didn't draw his fifth on that one. But
out to Rugard. Potters can shoot it right in front of the bench. Yes, sir. Alex McKee ties it up with 2:20 to play.
Good kind of circle route there. He hands off. Rugard takes it to the wing, and McKee comes out off the screen and steps back behind the screen, shoots it in, ties us up.
2 minutes left to go, and we are knotted up. Nothing's been decided yet. And Daniels lays it up. Gives Gibbs the 2-point lead right back.
Good drive to the basket. That's one of the few times I think, you can count on one hand the number of dribble penetrations that have.
McKee's in trouble. They got a jump ball. It favors Morton.
Yep.
Now it goes back to Gibbs, though, so got to be aware of that. Any sort of tie at board, I think is probably going to want to call timeout now.
Yep.
So Rugard will trigger the inbound. Again, Goodman is there on the low block. Selke along the far wing. Let him out it to Stefan, and you got McKee there on the near wing.
This was one of those games where I would think maybe Gibbs is scouting on the fly here during the game. They better know where the shooters are at here in this last, 138 of the game.
And you talk about shooters. almost all 5 players on Morton's floor right now can shoot. We'll see Rugard pull one from the high post. Almost banked it down.
Good rebound there by Medina. We kind of maybe bashed him a little bit for not being such a factor on the boards, but he went and got that one. I could see Stefan coming from behind. I thought maybe he was going to poke it away.
Yeah, and Medina has played a pretty strong game. You know, maybe it doesn't reflect so on the point total, but he's been active on the glass, and he's got the ball here. Facing Goodman. Big defensive position
10 on
here
the
for
shot
the
clock.
Potters. Now it's down to 6. Down to 4. Driving in is Daniels. Up to Medina. He uses the glass. And
He hurt us. He hurt us. That's our fault. That's our fault, Morton Potter fans. We're sorry for waking up the...
Again, only just a 4-point deficit now. Should say 47-43. Here in the gym, our scoreboard's got it right. Goodman trying to post up there on Crawford. Medina's around him as well. Kicks out to Rugard. 12 to shoot. Under 30 to go in the game. Goodman working on Medina. Driving in. Stops. Hook shot. No good, and Medina got it.
Yep. Now they got it right on the board, and there's the foul.
And Stefan fouls them. Not good news for the Potters now, as they still got to foul him 3 more times to send him to the line.
Yeah, this is probably where it's a little bit of a disadvantage. You know, you had some fouls in the third quarter that would have been a bonus foul, and like you said, they're still going to have to foul 3 more times here in the final 15.6 seconds.
On the bright side, though, silver lining is, hey, maybe you get 3 more opportunities to try and get a steal.
Well, so I always used to tell teams in the huddle in this situation where you knew the defensive team was going to foul you, I was going to say, listen, you've got to be so strong with the basketball because the official may miss a call. I mean, it could be a nearly clean steal and he gets you across the hand, but if he pokes it away and they miss it, I go, they're going to get a basket out of it. So you've got to be really strong and make sure that they know to get the ball away from you, it's going to be a foul.
This timeout again brought to you by Enercon Engineering. Again, Potters led by a couple. In the third quarter, they were down, or they were tied at halftime. It was 23-23. This has been a game where defense has taken a prominent position. And neither team may reach 50. Don't see that often here in the TOC.
You know, like I said, I think Gibbs' defensive pressure over the last quarter and a half has really, they picked it up a notch, and they kind of limited those wide open looks that Morton got a couple times. There haven't been as many second chance opportunities here down the stretch. And, you know, could that be fatigue? Could that be, you know, Gibbs' athleticism taking over, size taking over? Could be all of those things.
Oh, whatever the result, Morton's going to come out of this game better for it. And at the very least, I think they got to get a lot of confidence from this game. Say, hey, you can compete with one of the very highly ranked teams here in the country as Daniels gets hacked.
Well, this kind of game, you know, like we've said, kind of gets you to the point where, you know, you're going to, you know, be in a close game later in the year, and you know what, it pays off for you. So.
And it certainly will as Adams commits the foul there. Now there's number 4. Still 14.2 to go. Potters, the door is still cracked ajar for them. Oh, that was number 5 right there. So now Delancey will shoot. Last time at the line, he knocked down all 3.
Yeah, he's one of their better perimeter shooters. Good-looking kid on the offensive end and defensive end. He's a key player for them. Oh.
First one is short, though. Broadcasters jinx.
Sorry, Gladiator fans for that one.
That's at least it's a level playing field now
there we
for
go.
us.
Okay.
Would have felt bad.
Yeah.
Now Medina comes back into the game. Got to box out here if you're Goodman. You cannot let Medina, or if you're Selke, you can't let Crawford grab this board.
Offense for defense substitution with Medina coming back in.
Delancey goes 1 for 2, 5-point game. Just need to score now if you're Morton. Inbound it goes to Selke. Gets it across the timeline, kick over. 3 balls blocked! Out of nowhere, Jacob Daniels says hello and good night.
Wow, he came flying out of nowhere, and how he didn't get a piece of him across the arm, I don't know, but he knocked it right into Roger Holzhauer's hands. Good catch, Roger.
That looked like a volleyball player on that one, spiking that one away, and a foul committed there by really banked it in. Medina grabs it, and that will do it. Morton fights hard all the way to the final buzzer against a very strong Gibbs team and comes up just short against the Gladiators from St. Petersburg, Florida. that 48-43 loss. That was a fun defensive game, and it's just a gritty effort all around.
Well, the effort by the Potters was there the entire time, and you know, just a little bit of a dry spell there at the end there offensively, and you know, Gibbs did a better job pressuring defensively and did a better job on the defensive boards. They started limiting those second and third opportunities that Morton got, that got them back into the game in the second quarter, and you know, they even got him a lead here in the second half. So
lots to like for this Potters team. O'Neal Delancey leads the Gladiators with 17. Bobby Crawford with 13 and 10 for Jacob Daniels. Goodman finishes with 12 for Morton to lead the Potters. Again, both these teams will be in action again tomorrow as Morton will take on St. Louis Vashon. Another strong test for the Potters. That Wolverines team is no joke. State champion team down in the Show Me State, while Gibbs will take on the La Mirada Matadors tomorrow. One of the strongest teams out in the Los Angeles area. Two great games here in this Upfree Auto Group National Classic. These are four phenomenal teams that they put here in this little kind of round-robin tournament.
You know, I said this when I've been in before. I applaud these coaches and athletic directors for one, you know, for being willing to put their teams in these situations, because it would be very easy for those, you know, Morton Potters to say, hey, we're going to go to this, you know, tip-off tournament and play, you know, these four teams that are, you know, not on our schedule, but yet, you know, we can come out of it 4-0 or 3-0 and have a great start to our season. But I'm sure Coach Zeller is going to go in there and say, hey, guys, we're getting better. You know, when you battle, you play that kind night in and night out, you know, you're not going to come up on the short end very often. So, I mean, no, there are no moral victories. I understand that as a former coach. But, you know, it is important that you can point out the good things that happen.
A lot of good things from both teams in that game, and it's been a fun one here for Jeff Little. I'm Jonathan Michael. We'll step aside and send things down to Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central after a quick break, and this gym is starting to get a little packed. More fans filing in. The hometown Washington Panthers taking the floor in just a few minutes as the St. Francis Episcopal Wolves out of Houston warm up. That one should be a good one. Stay tuned for that. But for now, we'll send it down to Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central right after this on ClutchSportsIL.com.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back to Auto Group Tournament Central. Gavin Russell, joined now by Randy Johnson. Randy, always a pleasure to join you in the studio.
It's good to be here. Always a pleasure to be with you, man.
You are here every year. I remember when we started doing this back in 2021. I interviewed you then, and every year since. So it's kind of become something of a tradition to have you in the studio. But
sure thing.
You are a knower of ball, as the kids would say today. You watch a lot of basketball. Obviously, you've been around the Peoria area for a long time.
Sure thing.
Kind of give our audience a little bit of background, about what you do. Obviously, you're kind of a media personality yourself, work radio station and stuff. I'll just tell the audience a little more about you.
Well, I am from Peoria, Illinois, native Peorian, lifelong native Peorian. Graduated from Peoria Central High back in '91, went to ICC, picked up a mass communications degree there, and over by Cumulus Media Peoria, and been with them for about 20 plus years.
Nice. What do you do? What's kind of your role entail? I know you said you're just doing more weekend stuff right now, but what's kind of your coverage entail a little bit?
Well, the coverage entails because I'm at 2 stations, so I'm with WZPW, just helping them out, do some programming over that way, and of course my main station, WVEL AM 1140, just doing urban gospel, but do a sports, like a little bit of a sports minute or whatever for the Barber/Beauty Shop Sports Extra. So that and taking care of other information, and plus keeping people up to date of what's going on with this Tournament of Champions.
Tournament of Champions is a great one, and being a Peoria native, I'm sure you've been here more than just the last few years.
Sure.
This is a tournament you've come to for a number of years. Let's go back a little bit, right? This tournament is a lot bigger than basketball.
Yes.
Coach Kevin Brown of Washington, I'm sure you had the
Yes.
pleasure of watching teams he coached. Give us some memories, things you noticed watching Kevin Brown coach teams, and maybe anything you know about him.
Very good question, Gavin. I mean, I can't just name one, but when I first start coming here, I believe it was like 2015 or something like that. I mean, because I've heard so much of Kevin Brown. I've heard the way of his coaching style, had a couple of relatives that played on the team and things like that. And that's how I got to, kind of see him. Didn't know him like I wanted to, but, spoke to him, kind of like 2 shifts past. And we spoke to each other from time to time, see how everybody was feeling, everybody was doing. And, yeah, he was just one of them coaches. He's just a coach's coach. And, just seeing him, you know what I'm saying, just not quit, but giving the players, what they need and what they want, that toughness, that discipline.
Fundamentally sound.
Very much, and that discipline, the toughness, and what it takes to win basketball games. So that's what I believe I pretty much miss about him, and just knowing that his presence is still around. But, just seeing, for this tournament not being for naught, seeing all the, high school teams, and I believe they said over 60-plus athletes have came this way and went to the NBA. So for everybody that's there, I mean, it's like I told people, if you're not here, I mean, you can go anywhere that you want to, but seeing the, future stars of tomorrow, this is where it is, and this is where we could be.
No doubt about it. And I love your take on that, because you kind of have that unbiased opinion, and we bring a lot of great people here that work for the tournament.
Sure.
And they're going to say, oh, well, they're here all week, and this is their job, or they volunteer this. But you come in, you could be at a lot of different tournaments, right? There are a number of Thanksgiving holiday tournaments going on. I mentioned you have ran by a few other places, checking out some other games.
Sure.
But you mentioned kind of that environment. What else about it besides even just the basketball? I mean, you kind of look around here, how you've seen this tournament evolve. What else about that? There's just the atmosphere here makes this tournament a little bit different.
The atmosphere to me, and that's a great question as well, the atmosphere to me, it feels like a melting pot of fans, like from all across. I believe they said about 11 or so states that came this way. I mean, we've had Canada come down here, which I really couldn't even fathom them coming this way. But everybody that's, all around that's came to this tournament, I mean, just like give a high praise on it. You know what I mean? And seeing all these superstars of tomorrow, I mean, that's the thing I love about it so much. And just, being around, seeing some of the stars, some of the coaches, kind of talking to them and, what it is to get, their teams to be who they are and where they have to go, and just all kinds of things. But I do love it.
Yeah, it's very, very special. Now, we got about 5 minutes left before our next game. We got some good games coming up later tonight.
Yes.
We'll talk about that more in a moment, get to this year's tournament. I got to put you on the spot here, and this is a really tough question to ask. But you're in media. You understand this. It's a tough question to ask, but maybe a favorite player you've seen come through here, or just a memorable player. I know you could have to rack your brain. I got to say, Hansel Emmanuel, very special. Very special player. I know we both watched him the first year we were here.
Yeah, we did. And as like I said before, some of the people didn't catch the first time. And it was funny that I seen you, because I did think about that. We saw him do his thing on the basketball court and stuff. And to me, it just gives me not only the hope, but it should give anybody out there to just know you can do anything. You can do anything you can put your mind to, but it's up to you. And as somebody said before, that discipline determines the destiny, but not your desire. You could desire to have all these things all you want to, but if you're not disciplined in what you do, if you're not disciplined, and we're not even talking sports, but we're talking about the marketplace of life. So this is it.
No doubt about it. We had Scotty Houseworth earlier on with Charlie Schermerhorn. He's the janitor and maintenance man. He gave some great advice and just said, work hard. If you can put your mind to it, you can do it. And that's a great point. Hansel Emanuel is in college right now. He's tearing it up. I don't know if you've seen the highlights, but he's throwing down dunks at the Division I college level.
Sure.
And he came through here in Washington. So that's the kind of players that we get. You look over off to our left. I know our camera can't see it at the moment, but Anthony Davis, Matt Roth, Andrew Wiggins. The list goes on and on from there. Lots of special players, indeed, for sure. But kind of bringing it back to this year's tournament, we got a couple of great ones coming up. I know Washington, Metamora, a couple local teams playing.
Yes.
They're going to have their hands full, though. St. Francis Episcopal and another school playing later this evening. What are you looking at of these last couple games, maybe from the local schools, Washington, Metamora? What have you noticed from them so far? What do you want to see them do tonight?
Wow. I'm just seeing.
Loaded question. I'm sorry.
Very much. I'm just seeing them. I like to see the locals. It's like, a middle line, a triple trifecta, because you have Morton already. You got Washington next, which, young squad, young team, but seems like they're doing pretty good hanging with Romeoville. And I saw Romeoville, my gosh, it was like a couple of years back. And just to see him, see them rather come this way, it's amazing. But for them, I think about those teams. I haven't seen Metamora play yet. I want to see, you know what I'm saying? Just to me, I don't know. I'd just like to see, what was coming out of the practices that they've learned so far, how they want to, do what they can to take their game to the next level, and, just have fun with it.
Yeah, indeed.
Just have fun.
It's going to be great crowds here, as we mentioned, the atmosphere, very special.
Yes.
Their fans bring it. And you mentioned that last Morton game. They kept that close. Every single basket, though, that gym became deafening for about 5 seconds.
Sure did.
And you're right there on that balcony sitting up there.
Yes.
That's a perfect view in the house. So if you're not out here yet, you might want to get out here and get your seat, because there ain't going to be many left tonight. But you cover a wide range. We got a couple minutes left here.
Okay.
Of course, you've got Peoria Manual looking pretty good this year. Peoria High, your alma mater.
Yes.
Has some really special players. A couple guys, Zobrist from Metamora going to Bradley.
Yes.
Dietrich Richardson from Manual going to Bradley.
Yeah, I heard about that.
That's pretty special to have these local guys staying home and going to Bradley. What do you think about that?
To me, I believe it's awesome. It's real awesome that these guys stay at home. You can, travel this world, and we know that the transfer portal, we know that's hitting heavy right now. But, they could have went any place in this nation, but to stay at home turf, I believe that's something really, really special. I do agree, and I can concur with that, because, you can get, more travels, but not only get more travels, but it makes you experience life and see it a whole different level.
Yep.
So that's why I like them.
Indeed, and it's special. They already got that home fan base behind them, right?
Yes, they do.
You go to a Bradley game, and right now they have Connor Dillon, who's a Peoria Notre Dame alum, and he comes on for everybody knows, right? He's from Peoria.
Yes.
And they represent so well. It's a very, very special thing to do. So it's an awesome tournament, a lot of awesome players. I'm really looking forward to the year. What's one thing you're looking forward to the rest of the basketball season? I know it's hard to put a finger on, but what are you looking forward to the rest of the basketball season?
Looking to see more talent, see what's up with these other, tournaments and things like that, and hoping for the crowds to come out. And, even though I ain't got a dog in the fight, just go ahead and, just support the future and have yourself some fun when you come up, to these basketball games, because it's fantastic. Hey.
Indeed. We got a couple games the rest of the night. We got Metamora and Washington still to play, so a couple of really good local schools. We got a full day of games tomorrow. I'm sure you might be here for some of those.
Sure thing.
Awesome. Well, join Randy and come out here, watch some great basketball. If not, keep it right here on ClutchSportsOwl.com. But for Randy Johnson, Gavin Russell, we got another good one coming up after a short break. Now we'll send it back live from the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. You're watching KBM TOC on ClutchSportsIL.com.
Peace.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
I couldn't see the top one, so.
A rousing rendition of our nation's national anthem has us set for basketball again. Welcome back inside Torrey Gym as we get you set for the Washington Panthers, the home-standing Panthers, and the host of the KBM TOC, taking on the St. Francis Episcopal Wolves out of Houston, Texas. With Jeff Little, Larry Larson with you. So glad you're spending your Black Friday with us. And Jeff, this could be an interesting matchup. On paper, you look at Washington's size, they just don't have the size that St. Francis has. However, doesn't say anything about their heart.
No, absolutely not. And you know, Coach Schimmerhorn and his staff and the players were sitting there and watched any part of the game right before theirs. Exact same scenario. Morton Potter's up against a 7'1" and a 6'8" kid, and they probably out-rebounded him. All because of effort and getting themselves in the right spots and never assuming that it was, you know, a shot was going in. So, you know, the Panthers, I'm sure, like we said with Morton, the Panthers will have an attack and a game plan to combat the size of St. Francis.
Diving into St. Francis, and we talk about that size, so much of it lies with Nigel Walls, the 6'10" senior. He's headed to SMU. He's been excellent so far in the TOC.
Yeah, and you know, those kinds of players have a way of even in games where they don't score, it still can dominate or still be the major force in a game. So we'll see if he can do that against the Panthers here tonight in the Torrey Gymnasium.
With Washington's style of play, really leaning on the three so far. Granted, still early in the season, but in their first two games this week, a lot of three balls.
Yeah, well, and I think that's because, you know, when you look at their roster, they really don't have a post guy. C.J. Duncan 6'6", James Johnson 6'5", but both of those guys would probably tell you, hey, I'm a perimeter guy. I'll go in there, but I'd rather stay on the outside. And Coach Schimmerhorn will put them in situations where around the basket where they can be effective. Don't get me wrong, but they're in a situation where, you know, they're going to spread the floor and they're going to get out on the perimeter and they're going to make big guys come out and guard them. And then they're going to make smart decisions at the rim.
Washington opened the TOC with a 73-71 loss in overtime to Romeoville on Tuesday and followed it up with a lopsided loss to Wilson yesterday, 86-60, the final score in that one. while St. Francis Episcopal has held both of its opponents below 40 points, a win versus Wilson and a win versus Romeoville. They've been impressive defensively.
Yeah, and you can understand why. When they're as athletic as they appear during warm-ups and their size, you can see how they could dominate a game on the defensive end of the court.
Great length. Sean Powell, tournament director, speaking now. Pre-game presentation here. Sounds like a Den of Honor announcement.
Absolutely.
Taking a listen in. Deanne French being announced as a next inductee into the Den of Honor here in the class of 2024. It's always great to see these announcements before the Washington game, throughout the TOC. Big crowds on hand, recognizing a lot of great people.
Well, and just like Sean said, this tournament doesn't take place, and it certainly doesn't take place at the level that it has grown to in 19 years without those kinds of people that dedicate themselves to this. And it's not just this weekend. I mean, as well as I do, these people put in a lot of time throughout the year. Sean is probably lining up teams for next year already. So, it is definitely a year-round venture for them.
Another Den of Honor inductee.
Kyle Gennart, the trainer here at WCHS.
Takes an army, and the trainer is sure an important person this week. Man,
Absolutely.
a lot of teams to treat.
Well, you know what? It's not very often during the season that you play this many games in a row at this level. I mean, you may have a back-to-back, but you could maybe have a tough game one night and an easier one the next night. You're playing maybe the best teams on your schedule all year until your state series at the end of the year. So, having a trainer and having a staff like Kyle, I know he's not here 24/7, but 23.5/7. How's that? So, he and his staff and the people in the training room do a great job and take care of these kids and all the little injuries they have early in the year.
So after all those announcements, we're set for the starting lineups. The visitors on the scoreboard being introduced right now to not exactly a rousing Washington welcome. The St. Francis Episcopal Wolves out of Houston. Their starting lineup sounds like this. Corey Sion, 5'9" senior guard. Marley Maxwell, the 6-foot sophomore guard. Christian Hodge, 6'4" senior, starts at guard. Nigel Walls, the player we talked about a few moments ago, he's headed to SMU tonight. He starts at forward at 6'10", and Omarion Harvey rounds it out, a 6'7" senior. And here are the Panthers. This always gets you going, doesn't it?
Yeah, this, for years, as a kid growing up in Washington, you would come to the games, and this was so cool to turn the lights off and have the spotlight on them. And now, and then when we kind of got away from having lights, fluorescent lights you could turn on and off, you lost that. And now the LED, we're back to that again. So it's so cool. Neat to see for the kids.
Almost an orange undertone inside the gym with the scoreboard
glow
lights.
From the scoreboard, exactly right.
So Washington's starting lineup rolls like this, as it has all week. Will Martin, 6'1" senior guard. Andre Lewis follows him in the backcourt, the 6'1" senior. C.J. Duncan, a player you mentioned earlier, 6'6" senior guard / forward. Same for James Johnson, 6'5" swingman. He's a junior. And Pierce Martin rounds it out, a 6'2" senior who mainly stays on the perimeter. Feels like a game that C.J. Duncan and James Johnson are probably going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting on the boards.
Absolutely, and I would expect Coach Schimmerhorn maybe be in a situation where he's going to switch some defenses and do some things, just to kind of mix things up and really collapse and really help them on the boards, because it's going to take 5 to get rebounds. It's not just those two guys that'll be responsible for that.
Panthers in their alternate orange look. St. Francis in the navy blues. Navy blue Jumpman uniforms. Last but not least, game ball delivery. It'd be pretty hard to play without that.
Yeah.
The student section is jumping inside Torrey Gym.
I once witnessed a girls' tournament where they played the first quarter with a boys' ball, and it took a girl coming off the bench to go, "This doesn't feel right, coach." And then it's like,
this one is a boys' ball as far
That's
as we
really,
know.
yeah.
St. Francis wins the tip and we're underway. Glad you're with us on your Black Friday. Corey Sion sets up the offense. Into the corner, open tray for Harvey, swirls the iron and out.
Panthers did a good job there on the defensive boards. Andre Lewis coming out of there with it. Like we talked about, it's going to take all 5 orange out there to get the rebound on the defensive end.
Duncan on the wing, reverse back to Lewis, who had 12 points the other night. And he can't find Duncan in the post, but it's out of bounds. Last touched by the Wolves. It stays here.
Almost a near steal there from Corey Sion as he came from behind. Nice dive cut to the basket by C.J. Duncan, and he came from the weak side, Sion did, and knocked it away.
Duncan triggers for Johnson. A junior with D2 interest.
Yeah, with their size, the Wolves' size out there, this isn't a situation where big guys have to guard big guys. You see James Johnson being guarded by a 6'4" perimeter guy and a shot clock violation there. And we talked about the defensive abilities of St. Francis.
Big block right on cue on the first possession. Wall's able to get out to the perimeter. Stuff to Duncan. Eventually ended up in that shot clock violation. Wolves stay on the perimeter. Hodge. 3 from Sion is too strong. Johnson tripped up. That's foul.
I'm amazed. I saw it a little bit in that first game that I worked today that the big guys like that, when they get themselves on the perimeter, they just don't make much effort to get to the offensive glass when they find themselves far away from the basket and the shot goes up like that last possession.
Duncan, a cross-court pass. Morton launches. It's just too strong. Still scoreless here in the opening moments. J.J. LeBoy, high on the left. A Columbia University commit. Crosses against Johnson. Cross-court pass. Sion buries it to open up the scoring.
Good offensive set there to kind of spread the floor and get a shooter in the corner. A little bit of dribble penetration by LeBoy there. He makes a steal. Here come the Wolves right back.
Walls weaves up court. Into the corner. Charge inside from LeBoy. Shot was partially blocked out of the hands of Hodge. Extra pass. Harvey tries again. That's too strong. Walls can't stuff it.
Had a sure layup, tried to dunk it. LeBoy knocks another one out of bounds there. Two good defensive plays back to back.
Out of bounds, last touched by St. Francis. So it stays with the Panthers.
Colton Craghead checks in there for the Panther lineup, replaces Pierce Martin.
Craghead had an impact as a sharpshooter last night.
Absolutely, made a couple really nice plays in Tuesday night's game. Came in, got an offensive rebound basket, and then made a big 3 from the corner.
Martin tries again. That time he got it. Knotted up at 3. Just about 5 minutes in. Walls on the perimeter. He can shoot it a little bit. Don't be fooled by the size. LeBoy backs against Johnson. Slips it to Harvey, and he draws a foul.
That's a big, strong move. I mean, good penetration. 4 guys rotate, and he had to catch it in the midst of a bunch of orange jerseys and still able to catch and get the shot off. And that's a strong move.
First trip to the free throw line tonight belongs to Harvey. Leaves the first free throw short. This is a Wolves team that doesn't have a huge roster, so they really lean on the experience that they have, including a guy like Harvey. Most of these seniors have been on varsity for all 4 years for head coach Harold Baber.
Well, and that, we said that on the opening night on Tuesday night, I don't care if you're a freshman or a senior. Sometimes seniors, it's even worse because it's your last opening night, and freshmen sometimes go, it's just another game. So, But, this is just a situation where when you have that kind of leadership, Coach Schermerhorn has the same thing with a lot of seniors out there on the court. You can, they know what to expect in a game. There's not a lot of things. Maybe it happens a little fast. Nice spin move, Andre Lewis down the lane.
Washington in front by 1.
Great move by Andre Lewis, spin down the lane. No size there to protect the rim either.
St. Francis defense was spread out. Walls, triple, you bet. Nigel Walls, part of the reason why he chose SMU was for head coach Andy Enfield's NBA shooting training background. I think it's easy to see why.
Evidently he's taken a couple lessons already.
Pass to a cutting Johnson. Out to Duncan from the corner. Can't answer.
Halfway down and out.
LeBoy walks it up. Into the post. Extra pass. Sion on the baseline. Slips it in.
Good dribble penetration. Good strong move. The defense was a little slow rotating. You got to get outside the lane when you help. And Panthers didn't quite get there and give up a basket.
Craghead's pass picked off. LeBoy. Easy two.
That's textbook defense. He just steps in the passing lane with his outside hand. I mean, Coach Bob Knight somewhere is extremely pleased with a play like that, boy. That's textbook stuff right there.
Coach Eric Schermerhorn, on the other hand, not too pleased.
Not exactly pleased to see her. You are right.
He takes a timeout. First timeout of the ball game, and all timeouts tonight and throughout the tournament are brought to you by Enercon. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. So it's 11-5, St. Francis over Washington. This game part of the Washington Invitational presented by the City of Washington.
Without a stat sheet in front of me, I think we're looking at more turnovers for the Panthers than we are baskets at this point. But you talked about St. Francis defensive prowess. I mean, you can see.
Lewis from downtown. Panthers with the response out of the timeout.
Good offensive sequence, good patience, good ball movement. Lewis off the screen, catches and shooting rhythm.
Harvey out to Sion. Can't find his second triple. Johnson cruises ahead for Washington. Duncan, catch and shoot. Left it short.
Both those shots he's taken both looked good from where we were sitting.
Washington has taken some good shots. Both teams with plenty of looks here in this first quarter. Scoring at a premium. LeBoy crisscrosses to the elbow. Hodge to the basket. Too strong, and the stick back with the left from Walls.
I think he started to catch that with his right hand, and the ball bounced the wrong direction, not the way he expected. He did it with his left hand. That's an incredible play.
Incredible dexterity. Wow. Ball goes flying. Last touch by St. Francis. It stays on this end. Craghead is off. And Luke Kamensky is on.
Luke Kamensky, another shooter from the bench for Coach Schermerhorn to come in the game here.
He's got a few of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Johnson thought about it there. Instead finds Morton, and he connects.
There's one of them. Not off the bench, but off the starting lineup. He's made a couple. Kind of a mix-up there by the Wolves in the inbound play.
Lead trimmed down to 2 for St. Francis. LeBoy, full head of steam over the rim on the layup. Kamensky slows it down.
LeBoy's drawing the defensive assignment here on Johnson.
It's a good matchup.
Yeah.
Two well-rounded athletes.
Well, and that's what I meant by St. Francis' size. They can put somebody like LeBoy on Johnson. They don't have to put either of the two big kids on him, whereas, most lineups, one of the bigger kids in your lineup is going to guard James Johnson.
That's a good point. Kamensky swatted away by Walls. Sion runs the break, slips it underneath, and a foul. Harvey back to the stripe.
Harvey's telling Sion, man, throw that thing up in the air and I will dunk it. Don't throw it to me like that, they'll foul me.
St. Francis has the length for that.
And we talked about earlier off mic that, you know, the three-point basket being the equalizer. The game's 13-11 here, and 14 on the free throw. But still, I mean, the Panthers have you know, knocked down some open perimeter shots, and they've missed a couple that have been right on the money.
Second one from Harvey. Not there. Remains a three-point ball game. Just how Washington would like it. Pass battered out of bounds. Hodge thought it was last touched by Kaminsky. Not the case.
James Johnson threw that entry pass from back near the opposite free throw line. Coach Schermerhorn was like, where are you throwing that? Not where you want to enter and start your offense, from way back there.
Under a minute to go in the first quarter. Washington looking for its first win of the season. St. Francis Episcopal trying to stay undefeated. Lewis finds Kaminsky. Back out to Lewis. Shot clock under 10. Duncan from way downtown was an air ball.
That was going to be a tough shot. Shot clock off here.
And LeBoy will hold. St. Francis won its first two games here at the TOC, trying to stay undefeated in tournament play. They've played plenty of games down in Texas. Step back from Walls. Off the attachment, offensive board, and the stick back, yes. Christian Hodge was there to clean it up. Washington has some time.
That's just an athletic play. The Panthers are there, and, you know, goes up over him, takes the contact, rebounds, and puts it back in.
Lewis short on the half-court heave. And it's a 5-point advantage for St. Francis Episcopal. We're talking about those power-up timeouts. Every timeout and quarter break is powered by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Also brought to you by Keps Sports Bar. Visit them during the TOC and check out their menu on their website. They also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. They feature Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like us on Facebook for more. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Could go for those two things right now. Culver strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 for every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And PJ Hare is, again, proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future all-academic team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Washington basketball as we enter the second quarter. Deep three from Kaminsky. What a way to start the stanza.
Kind of a little bit of a change. The Panthers went with C.J. Duncan on the point instead of James Johnson. He finds Kaminsky deep on that wing.
Different look works out. Back down to a 2-point game. Harvey has the standout Walls. Crosses over against Duncan. Finds his teammate Hodge. It's an assist for Walls.
Christian Hodge had a great offensive rebound basket and strength, and then he can step out and shoot it from behind the arc. But so many kids these days can shoot from just about anywhere on the offensive end. And a steal there by Hodge.
Lewis lost the handle. LeBoy, drive and dish. Stone from the corner, cans it.
Trey Stone in the game here makes his presence felt. Extend that lead to 8.
Not everybody's 6'4" on this St. Francis team. Stone at 5'9", making an impact off the bench. Panthers looking for an answer. Martin, post feed to Johnson. Has Hodge stapled to him. Duncan The runner, hard off the window, not to be. Walls, Stone again. Timeout Washington. It's a full timeout in the opening minutes of the second quarter.
Wow. I mean, you just see the presence, the confidence on offense from the Wolves in St. Francis. I mean, it's just, they'll distribute the ball and they'll move the ball around. It's not a star player that has to do it and everybody else stand around and watch him. I mean, they play together so well and they do the little things. They have offensive rebound, the defensive end. They're just putting the clamps down and making every basket so hard to earn. And I can see why no one's gotten 40 on against them yet.
And coming into the game, figured, okay, for Washington, it's going to be the perimeter game. For St. Francis, their advantage is on the inside. They're beating Washington at their own game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're at least matching them. I don't know if they're beating them, but they are definitely matching them so far. And I don't know, when you can get easy threes in the game, just in the flow of your offense or off a transition, that kind of thing, that makes the game easy. But when you have to work so hard in the shot clock to get one off, and you're not getting any second opportunities out of it because, you've had to spread the floor to get that shot, it makes it very, very difficult and gets you in the hole by 11. And Coach Schermerhorn uses another timeout to see if he can find an answer here.
So out of the Enercon power-up timeout, Washington trails by 11. Duncan locked up by Walls. It's Johnson. One-on-one with LeBoy. Fading and scoring.
Nice move up over LeBoy.
Walls was waiting in the background. Double team never came. Back down to a single-digit lead for St. Francis, reigning state champion and one of the private school divisions in Texas. LeBoy, no-look dish, cross-court pass. Sion rises and can't hit. Johnson cruises the floor all the way to the rack, and that's a block.
Oh, a little bit out of control there, but I think, he got bailed out there because Sion didn't move his feet, didn't set himself to take the charge, or maybe it was Stone. I can't really tell, but, they kind of fortunate that he got the call.
Nearly a charge brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm. Instead, James Johnson to the line. Can't make the first.
And when you're coming from behind, every opportunity for points, especially with the clock stopped, you got to get those.
Got to make the freebies. Johnson, the tight end for Washington's football team, goes 0 for at the line. The boy crisscrosses across half court. LeBoy, the shake and bake. No triple, stick back from Walls. He's going to get a third chance, and he can't cash in.
Good patience by him in the post, though. He didn't force something there. He made a nice little spin move to get away.
And there's the charge. Offensive foul as Morton threw a bow.
Sion kind of feels that one, I think.
Ugh. Elbow to the nose. Sion.
It's one where your eyes don't stop watering for about a quarter and a half. Maybe a halftime he'll get it back, but
trying to knock the cobwebs out now.
Yeah.
Omarion Harvey's going to come in as Sion is in significant pain.
That might require a little check there from Kyle Gannart. We'll test his Den of Honor skills right away here.
So he heads right back to the training room.
Well, and I think you see the official right now talking to the coach that this is where that safety factor comes in. You've had some, a chance of a head injury. I'm sure Kyle's going to check him out and give an indication as to whether, there's any chance of concussion, and you certainly don't want a player to injure themselves. And, I'm sure that's what he's telling the coach, that, hey, he's going to have to be cleared by somebody before he comes back in the game. So
So St. Francis without its starting point guard for now. It's Trey Stone filling that role now. Shane Duckworth, welcome to the ball game.
Checks in and buries a three from right in front of the Panther bench. If they didn't know him, they know him now.
Again, this is a St. Francis team that can use everybody. Not a big roster. Kaminsky had the ball slip through the 5-hole. Here come the Wolves in transition. LeBoy with the left.
Kaminsky fumbled the catch, and immediately with the Wolves on the floor, come up with a loose ball and a layup for LeBoy. I think J.J. LeBoy is one of those guys that, you know, when you're on the opposing team, man, you better have, there as he is with a steal.
The lob was a little errant, and it's showtime gone wrong.
But J.J. LeBoy, I mean, he's just one of those kids, you know, you better put a little asterisk next to him because he's going to do everything. You've seen him make great passes. He's, you know, missed his three-point shot, but he's distributed the ball well, and he's the top defender, I would say, on the perimeter for this team, and a key person.
Johnson shakes him here. His pass battered away. Finds Craghead. Space on the perimeter. Left it short. Rebound finds Harvey. Glides ahead. There's LeBoy. And the rebound goes to Craghead.
Shot it like he was supposed to, you know. Jay Slott inside, shot blocked.
Big man had it stuffed into the hands of Harvey. Wide open three from Duckworth. He's 2 for 2. Everything falling for St. Francis now.
Same spot. The Panthers may need to get him off of that spot because both of them have been in the exact same place on that right wing.
Washington stuck on a number. Johnson had it jarred loose. Flings it to Duncan. Back to Johnson, around the world, and the lid remains on. Here comes LeBoy again, and he slows it down. You mentioned do-it-all player. He had 13 points, 6 rebounds, 6 steals, and 6 assists against Romeoville earlier in the tournament.
That doesn't shock me.
Harvey, drive and a dish. Stone left it short. Walls made that look easy.
Goes up and gets the air ball and then turns it in. Maybe it was an assist.
In the blink of an eye, it's a 19-point lead for St. Francis, and it could be more. LeBoy, the hammer. Another timeout for Washington as J.J. LeBoy, a do-it-all man, silences the home student section.
Well, I think it's one of those where, you know, I was just thinking in the last couple sequences, the Panthers have moved the ball and have gotten good looks, but different guys are getting it each time. And so, you know, James Johnson took the last one. James may not get a shot for another, you know, the last 2 minutes. It may be somebody else that's going to get their first shot in about 4 minutes. And you just, as a shooter, never get into a rhythm. You know, those guys like to catch and shoot and get it and shoot it, you know, and get 2 or 3 in a row before you get the feel, and then you know whether you're on or not. You know, their defense is so good. They're just kind of, they're spreading the shots out, and, you know, and they're no easy ones by any means for the Panthers at this point. You know, they're going to have to find some answer here, down 21.
It's a great point, Jeff. It seems like everybody has been sealed off a time or two.
Yeah.
Johnson in the high post, searching for that answer. Martin resets the offense. Johnson sealed off. Deep three from Martin. There it is. So Washington gets off that 16 they were stuck on. It's 37-19. Around the world to Walls from the parking lots.
This may not have been quite as far as Martin's, but still not anywhere near the 3-point. We don't have to worry about his shoes being or toe being on the line.
Duncan. Oh, wow. Walls says no. Ducksworth to a cutting LeBoy. Unselfish play and a slam. Wow. Omarion Harvey. Oh, my. My goodness.
That is That is gotten a couple in a row. That was to my point. Was once they get a couple in a row, then they know. The offense finds them. The ball finds them.
Off balance from LeBoy. Oh wow!
And he stares down the crowd for the Washington student section. They must have been telling me that was a great shot. I'm sure.
Washington turns it over.
Duncan looking for Pierce Martin in there and throws it a little high.
So with 27 seconds remaining in the first half, shot clock is off for St. Francis. Well, Martin checks out.
I do see Sion back on the bench for the Wolves, so I don't know if he's been cleared to get back in. We'll see after halftime, I'm sure.
Took a whack to the face with an elbow a handful of minutes ago. Walls against Duncan. Double team comes. Ball gets wedged out of his hands.
Good double by Pierce Martin. Walls was trying to back C.J. Duncan down and had his back to Martin as he dove down into the block and tipped it out of bounds.
LeBoy lost the handle. So Washington will have the opportunity for the final shot of the quarter. Trying to go to the half on a high note.
8.6 left. Oh, and Sion's back in here on defense, so.
Lewis, cross half court, and to the corner. Martin floater, left it short, and that's how the first half ends.
Left it short because it was over. A 6'8" guy flying at him. A lot of us would have left that one short.
I'll say, my goodness. A competitive first quarter, nearly all St. Francis in that second.
Yeah, what was it, 16-11, I think, and now, Washington got another 11 in the second quarter to get to 22, but, wow, when you give up 29 and it's just unselfish basketball is what you're seeing from St. Francis. I mean, they are a very, very talented team.
Not afraid to give up the ball in those fast breaks either, and that's how you really know when
Absolutely,
you can have a dunk.
Yeah, you're right. I could dunk it, but here, I'll throw it to you for a dunk.
Goodness gracious. 10 points for the man a lot of people came to see tonight, Nigel Walls.
Yeah.
Lived up to the billing.
Yeah, he is a nice player. And, when you get a kid with his kind of size that can shoot it from the perimeter and, do things off the dribble, you can see why in high school basketball he's going to be, he's a nightmare for a matchup. But, what's he going to be like at the next level, because he's going to be matched up with another 6'7" guy, the same kind of ability and that kind of thing. So it's always interesting to see how these players leave here and continue to develop.
Of course, and Walls will continue his career at SMU next year. We're going to step aside for a quick break and send it down to Uftring Tournament Central here in just a few moments. I believe it's Gavin Russell standing by. Maybe it's somebody else. We got a rotating cast of characters down there all tournament long. It'll be Gavin and Michael Savoy. Gavin Russell, Michael Savoy standing by. We'll step aside for a quick break and then send it to them here on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for hope. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central alongside Michael Savoy. I'm Gavin Russell. Michael, good to be here with you. And we got our handy-dandy programs here that they have here at the TOC. It's one more day left to come out and get them unless you can make it tonight, but I would highly recommend coming to get one of these. These programs are packed with information.
Yeah, information about a lot of things. You're talking about, the different things they have in this, about the all-hair team even, it's things from, tournament records. Like the page I'm on right now has the tournament records. They have the schedule of the games going on. They have the Baker's Dozen, as they call them, and, they have everything. So it's worth your hands getting on these, so that's for sure.
Certainly, and we think about it too, they have the autographs set up over here. One day this could be worth something, if you're a sports collector, perhaps maybe you're a baseball card person or something, this is kind of that sports memorabilia stuff that, hey, you never know if one of these guys ends up getting famous, if they're say next LeBron James or something like that. You never know. This could be worth something someday, so definitely worth coming out to get. But we were kind of talking about some of the records and stuff like that. Obviously, a lot of players we could go through and talk about. But you mentioned your alma mater of St. Anne High School, kind of up north, a little farther than Central Illinois, but actually has a record in the record book.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, believe it or not, I just learned about this. I had told some of my coworkers I work at my high school, so I talked to them about going to this tournament, and they had never mentioned that St. Anne actually had played in this tournament. So the way I figured this out is I looked on the TOC website. I went through the years, just looking through the history of this tournament, and I saw, 2007, St. Anne played in this. And that actually ended up being the year they won the Class 1A IHSA state title, so a really good season for them. They had beaten a team from Alabama that had a 6'10" Florida State commit.
Wow.
So, and then they actually ended up losing to Washington a couple days later by 15, and
wow.
That was supposedly a really good Washington team. So, yeah, we're 0-1 against Washington. So, if anyone cares to trash talk me, I can take it. So, you know what? But yeah, Cliff Fleming has the most steals in a game in the TOC with 12. So he was an All-State player that year. So it's pretty cool to know.
Indeed it is. And, St. Anne, I assume that quite a few of our viewers probably aren't familiar. St. Anne isn't a very big school.
No.
About how many people roughly are the enrollment?
You think about it this way. Washington probably has around 1,400 students. Really, Middle Illini schools in general, the conference that Washington's in, they have around the same enrollment collectively. St. Anne, the town of St. Anne has around 1,200 people
wow.
within itself, so it's a really small town. The enrollment's been up and down. It's usually around 200, 180, give or take the years. But yeah, it's a pretty small town, and they love their basketball. It's known to be a very athletic school. In the 80s, it was really a track school, and over the years, it's been more of a basketball school. We had Jack Sikma go to our school.
Oh, wow.
Many of you guys may know who Jack Sikma is, an NBA Hall of Famer. He played for the Seattle Supersonics, Milwaukee Bucks. Played in his later years against Michael Jordan. People remember him because he got dunked on by Michael Jordan.
Yep.
So people know that video. Yeah, he went to St. Anne, and we have our court named after him. So yeah, he's a pretty well-known guy.
That's pretty awesome. You kind of learn the little nuances of the IHSA and rich history of basketball. And speaking of history, we're kind of looking through this. 4 NBA All-Stars have come through here at the TOC. DeAndre Jordan, Anthony Davis, Andrew Wiggins, and Zion Williamson. But what I kind of like to look back on now is, this is our 4th year doing this, and we kind of look back at the guys from the first year we did this, right? And obviously, Michael, you weren't part of this the first year we did it. But we're starting to look at guys that have now taken to the college days. Morris Johnson Jr., and he's a guy that we kind of saw. He's playing now for U of I. They had a big win last night against Arkansas. You love to see that progression of the guys that are here. Just a couple of years later, they're making it big on the college stage, and there's players all over college basketball that came right from the TOC.
Yeah, and I had talked to Avery Tibbs. She was a former ball girl this tournament. She had actually played on Tuesday at the nightcap of the tournament, the opening night of the tournament. But yeah, she had mentioned that she was a ball girl, and she had mentioned that she still has players from the tournament that are not playing professionally that still keep in contact with her. So it's just that aspect of it too makes it really interesting. And it's not just the star players that are in this tournament, but it's the star players that leave an impact on everyone else in this tournament too.
No doubt about it. It's certainly a sense of community here, right? We had the reverse signing earlier where players were actually able to get signatures from cancer patients and survivors, so certainly a special moment and great sense of community here in Washington. We've certainly appreciated it all week long. Great hospitality continues, but a lot of history. Once again, one more day to come out and get these really nice programs. As you can see, they're pretty thick. They got over 50 pages collectively between them, information, very detailed information on each team from this year's tournament, plus a number of records, history, things like that. You might even find somebody an alma mater from your school or something of that nature. But we're going to wrap it up here, send it to a quick break. We got Washington and St. Francis Episcopal second half coming up, and then one more afterwards. For Michael Savoy and Gavin Russell, you've been watching halftime on the Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
From the beautiful skyline of Peoria, Illinois, just down the road, back inside Torrey Gym. Glad you're with us on your Black Friday. Jeff Little, Larry Larson back in with you. St. Francis coming out hot in the first half. They lead Washington 45-22. It's easy to see why the Wolves have been so successful on both ends during this tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about off mic about their unselfishness on offense, but defensively they're in tune with each other. You saw a couple jump switches on ball screens, and with their athleticism and their length, it makes it tough to pass out of that, or if it does get passed, it's so slow to get to the other side that you can't take advantage of it. So, it's been a complete effort by them on both the offensive and defensive ends.
Nigel Walls leading the way. He's got 10 points. But you look up and down their side of the scoreboard. 5, 5, 4, 9.
Yeah.
9 points from J.J. LeBoy.
You got 6 in Ducksworth sitting over on the bench that made 2 threes when he got it. I mean,
it's been everybody.
Stone made a couple when he's been in. So, I mean, it's.
Sion down to Walls as we're back underway, and Walls is fouled. That's just tough if you're Washington, Jeff. How do you even go about starting a defensive matchup against Nigel Walls?
Well, I mean, you've got a scouting report. I'm sure Coach Sherman, they watch a lot of film. He's probably seen him play, and he's probably a situation where, we're going to try to force him to go one way, and this is where the help's going to come from. And you saw Morton dive down in there to get a piece of that in the post, but also got a little piece of the arm.
Extra effort rebound from Hodge. Sion layup not there, but the tip is from Omarion Harvey, who had that big poster dunk in the first half.
Dribble drive, and those help situations are so tough. People have to rotate and help, and then somebody can crash the boards, and unfortunately for the Panthers, it was Harvey.
Walls ahead of the pack, takes contact, a lot of it. Will Martin gets knocked to the floor.
Will Martin gets a foul and the short end of the stick on the foul there. He hit the floor hard.
Got in the way of a moving train.
Yeah, the officials are kind of talking to him, asking him, how was your Christmas yesterday, to make sure he's still with us.
First one from Walls has the touch. Jeff, you want to take a guess at who Nigel Walls' favorite NBA player is? There are a lot of similarities between the two.
How about, I'm drawing a blank. I could see the player, plays for New Orleans.
Okay.
Tall guy, was with the Lakers, got traded in the Anthony Davis trade. Brandon Ingram. Thank you downstairs.
Well, that's a good guess, but it's Kevin Durant.
Okay, well, you know what? With the length of the arms, yes, I can see that as well, too. But
Jace Lott is going to go to the free throw line for Washington. Easy to see that comp with the shooting ability on the outside.
Yep.
Long limbs, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
Easy to see why he's a KD fan. First one from Lott is good.
Panthers went inside, and Lott kind of head faked and got him in the air and then jumped into him, drew the foul. He'll get a couple free throws here. Any points with the clock stopped are to the Panthers' advantage for sure.
Lott goes 2-2.
Yeah. And again, it's important to get contribution, or for kids to contribute and feel like they contribute, when they come in the game, and then scoring some points always helps.
Walls over to Hodge, back to Walls, deep three, left it short, good closeout from Lott. Pierce Morton on the far side, all the way downstairs, swatted away by Lott, Lott is there for the follow after Walls was there for the block. So Jace Lott proving to be a spark off the bench.
Jackson Vanderhyde in the game for the Panthers, guarding Sion on the perimeter.
One of the young guns the Panthers have. LeBoy out to Sion, driving a dish. Walls all alone, and you can't leave him that open. Walls has 14.
I still think Brandon Ingram's better, a better comparison. I mean, Kevin Durant's shot gets off so much quicker.
LeBoy, and that's a charge. Vanderhyde in there to take it. All charges brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm, leading the charge against glioblastoma.
I don't know how many Jackson has, but that just adds another one to the Vanderhyde family charge total. His brothers are both happy for him right there. That's a good play by a young player.
His dad on staff, two older brothers, former varsity players. Vanderhyde open for three, left it short. Roof would have come off this place. Lott grabs hold of the rebound and doesn't let go.
Jace Lott's done some good things, contributed both on the offensive boards and gotten a couple baskets and free throws. So good effort from Jace coming in off the bench here for the Panthers.
So Washington hangs on to it, trying to mount quite the comeback. But so much of it in these games, if you're Washington, when you look at the scoreboard, 51-26 down here in the third quarter, it's not necessarily about the wins and losses. It's about, okay, what can we learn about this group going into conference play?
Well, like we said the last time, or after the last game, Morton's not going to see a lineup with 7-1 and 6-8, the rest of the year, and the Panthers may not see a team this athletic and complete all year, but still, Jackson Vanderhyde, nice move and basket.
Vanderhyde doing it all.
But like you said, you learn something about your team. You're learning about some kids that have come in and contributed.
Walls, nothing but nylon.
Jace might have to get up and guard him a little bit more on the perimeter, which I'm afraid will maybe even mismatch quickness-wise.
What a pass from Lewis. Vanderhyde left it short, and he scrambles for his own board. How about the hustle and
good
extra effort from Jackson Vanderhyde?
Absolutely. I mean, that's a great effort by Jackson. He had, good skip pass by Andre Lewis across court, finds him and right on the money. Just left it a little bit short, but doesn't give up on the play. Goes and gets it, and the Panthers will have possession after the timeout.
Vanderhyde gets a lot of high fives going back to the bench as Harold Baber takes a timeout. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. 4:37 left, third quarter. Now going back to Washington, what they're trying to glean from the TOC. Eric Schermerhorn had a great quote to us about Washington and the TOC as Craighead launches from a different area code.
Yeah, it was
left it short. But Coach Schermerhorn said, in order to be the best version of this group, we need to play the best versions of other teams from across the nation, and that's what they're doing with this game as Baber takes another timeout for St. Francis.
Something there he was not happy about on that defensive sequence, and you know what? I applaud him for, we're going to do things the right way, fellas, and I'll show you what it is here on the chalkboard. Let me draw it up for you. So, yeah, I mean, this is a situation where, for the Panthers, the score, you're down 26 here, almost halfway through the third, and are you going to come back? Yeah, you have a chance, but I mean, likelihood's not high. But it's a situation where, he's going to continue to coach. He's going to continue to expect players to do things the right way. And he's, like you said, he's going to try to learn something about his team and about some of the players and what works and what doesn't work. So it's important that they continue to maximize the effort.
Well, one thing that's really stood out with Washington in these games, and even the Romeoville loss in overtime on Tuesday, was how many players they got in the game.
Yeah. Well, and it's early in the year, so you're in a situation where maybe you're doing a little bit more of that than normal. But by the same token, you're also trying to find out, who can play and help us and what situations they can play and help us. So
Walls out of the double team. Hodge pops the three. Walls is there to clean it up. Hodge back to the bucket. Walls with the follow. That's not going to count, but it was still cool.
I am not sure that was a shot. I wonder if he was passing off the glass to him. I don't know, but it sure looked good.
Didn't it? Sometimes you watch so many dunks in 1 week, as there have been this week at the Tournament of Champions, and you can't help but think, wouldn't it be so cool to be able to do that?
Yeah. I don't know. It's something I'm unfamiliar with. So that's, it's amazing how the game has become so much more athletic. I mean, you see kids 6'1", 6'2" that dunk so easily now, and it's just the way it is, I guess. But it's taken some things away from the game too. I'm sure people would argue, but
I don't know about you, but I'll take my entertainment.
Oh, absolutely. And I didn't have to pay $75 to sit here and watch it like I would at an NBA game. So.
Yeah, fair enough.
Or more.
Perhaps some future NBA stars here this week.
As there always are.
Dean Davidson in the game for Washington as Lott head-to-head to the training room. Vanderheit looking to the baseline for Martin into a cheerleader. Tight squeeze on that baseline.
Yeah.
Not a lot of room. Another great thing about this tournament, you get a team like St. Francis in here playing in a bandbox. This is probably a unique environment for them.
Absolutely, and against the home team.
Vanderheit almost had it.
Trying to beat the shot clock, launches a long one. But good presence of mind by him to know that the shot clock was running down.
Harvey is off, so Washington gets it back.
But you know what? There you see Jackson Vanderheit inside, checking out him, much more physical and athletic Hodge to keep him off the offensive glass. Tipped it out of bounds, and the Panthers will get possession.
Martin charges down the lane, and he earns a trip to the line. Vanderheit has really been a spark for Washington, and as a result, he hasn't come off the floor.
Well, and I think their St. Francis coach is asking about the screen Vanderheit set that he just freed Martin up for that drive down the lane, but see if he can get one here and miss the first one.
Second one up for Martin is pure. Panthers trying to hit 30. Wolves offense is slowed down a bit in the second half. Still well in control in this one. Harvey spins to the rim. Count it, and one.
Good, strong move. I mean, you catch that at the high post, and you see quickness and athleticism from a 6'7" kid like Harvey. I mean, that's a strong move. Had body contact the whole way down the lane, and Didn't act like it even bothered him.
Cool, calm, collected. Harvey swishes and the three-point play through. Vanderheit's pass tapped away. This could be showtime. Instead, it's a three. What a heads-up play from Sion to keep the possession alive. And it turns into a Walls three. That's insane.
Left his feet to shoot it, or I think it was going to throw the lob and lost it, threw it off the defender's back, came right back to him, and they get a three from Walls. Wow.
A truly unique play. How many times have you ever seen that?
I've never. I mean, you see them throw it off their foot on a drive or on the baseline or something like that, but never in the court of play have I seen that.
Oh, my gosh. That's Harlem Globetrotters stuff right there.
Wow.
Lewis is going to go to the line. Almost like those Harlem Globetrotter pants from Metamora. Waiting in the wings. That'll be Metamora. Coming up next, our final game of Friday at the TOC. Taking on the Paideia school. Lewis doesn't have the touch there. So it's a 30-point lead for St. Francis. Stone, cross half court.
Oh!
And what a hit. Dean Davidson pulls himself up off the floor in a heap.
Wow. I tell you, you talked about it getting run over by a truck earlier. Christian Hodge, he's a strong kid. He caught that ball going full speed to the basket, and Davidson was going full speed the other way. That was not going to be a good collision.
So Hodge goes to the free throw line. First one too strong. In a matchup like this, St. Francis doesn't look like the underdog, but their school as a whole is really an underdog story. Their school only opened in 2018. And just 5 years later, last year, they won a state title.
That's an incredible feat. I mean, they must have a nice facility, and there's great defense again by LeBoy. Ball gets tipped out of bounds on the wing pass. But, yeah, I mean, when you're a private school like that and can have that kind of success that quickly, you must have something that draws these kinds of players to you. And, you can say what you want about the public versus private school thing, but, still, put together these kinds of players and to get them to play the way we're watching them play is quite a feat.
Lewis lost the handle. And so the Wolves knocked it loose, out of bounds, last touch by them.
Yeah, again, that wraparound, we saw a little bit of that from Morton in the last game. After you'd get by a defender, they would wrap around and poke it away.
Catch and shoot from Craighead is Cash. Sion turns on the Jets and gets himself to the free throw line.
Yeah, that was.
We're told that Colt Craighead has some fans in the student section. Not sure if we can see it. There it is.
Wow.
I love Colt Craighead. Colt Craighead fan club, population one or greater.
One, at least one. The booth to sign up. Other people that want to sign up can sign up out in the lobby between games.
Easy to see why he's a fan favorite. Sharpshooter off the bench. Easy to fall in love with those guys if you're a basketball fan.
Good read there by Pierce Martin.
Lewis up, under, and in. Acrobatic.
That was a good read by Pierce Martin. They jumped the screen and found the screener. LeBoy takes it strong to the rim with his left and draws the foul.
Foul's on Vanderheit, his second. So LeBoy goes back to the line. LeBoy, not only a great high school player, but he also played at the national level for Puerto Rico's U17 team.
Wow.
So he's got some international experience.
You know, they always talk about the international guys too. You know, they're playing with those older guys, or if the U17, obviously they're not older, but to play on that stage, just kind of that would explain the maturity that I see sitting here watching him play. You know, both on the offensive and defensive ends.
Just a well-rounded game. A player who's going to fit in well in the Ivy League at Columbia next year. Part of a dynamic duo with Walls. Lewis, under a minute to go, third quarter. Pass was picked off.
Had Martin and gave it to him a little bit late off the dribble.
Saya left alone. Too strong. Vanderheit there for the board. Craghead passes up a chance to make the fan club go crazy. Martin. Jump pass. Craghead launches. Print out more T-shirts. Wow.
Deep one.
His second triple of the third. And the Wolves can hold for the final shot of the period. Drive and a dish. Maxwell can't connect. Craghead lost the handle. Chucks it ahead for Vanderheit. Lewis darts to the basket, left the layup short, and Walls can't get a shot off in time. That's how the fourth quarter ends. Panthers still playing hard, but it's St. Francis cruising along, and it's looking like they're going to move to 3-0 in the TOC.
Yeah, I mean, there's a 26-point deficit here to go into the fourth, and, you know, Coach Schermerhorn's over there telling kids, okay, here's what we're going to do this quarter, you know, and this is how I want it done, and he's going to find the right people to go out there and do it. So, you know, it's a long season. This is just another game against a quality competition that, you know, that the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC lends itself to you playing. So, you know, you don't like to have this kind of outcome or what looks like could be the outcome, but you certainly have to learn something from it. I think we said one of the first couple days here, you know, you either win or learn. And as a coach, sometimes it was easier to teach after a loss. And, you know, there'll be some things to point out in film. There'll be some things to point out that, hey, you know, this is a play. We did what we wanted to, and just their size and athleticism maybe created something, took it away from us. So, you know, you just got to keep fighting. You got to keep doing those things that you're trying to do as a team and what you believe are your core values.
So after some balls were up for grabs in between quarters, just about back to action here. Matchup part of the Washington Invitational, presented by the city of Washington here at the TOC. Craghead lobs it in for Vanderheit, and we're back underway. Takes a foul from LeBoy.
If LeBoy and Vanderheit is a matchup, this will be an interesting fourth quarter. I'm just going to warn the fans.
Had to try something new sometime.
Yep.
Vanderheit across the Panther. Lewis launches, left it short, and the rebound is reeled in by Maxwell. LeBoy slows it down. Well, LeBoy's presence, even from up here, just exudes confidence and control. Battle to the inside for Harvey, gets tripped up.
Must have gone off him last. Be Panther ball. Will Morton back in the game here for the Panthers to take over the ball handling duties.
Andre Lewis playing off ball. Back over to Martin. Now Pierce Martin. Vanderheit from deep. Halfway down and out. Ball's the rebound. Zips it ahead to Cyan in transition. Underneath the basket. What a dish. And it gets Harvey to the free throw line, but he comes up gimpy. Turned his ankle.
Ankle, or is it a cramp?
Hard to tell.
Yeah. Could be that. You know, that's one of the things that you get at this point. You know, you're playing so many games in a short period of time, and, you know, while it's not hot outside, it's warm in here, and
First one is good from Harvey. We've talked a lot about J.J. LeBoy, Nigel Walls, but it's easy to go down the entire roster for St. Francis and rave about every player that we've seen
exactly.
tonight.
I mean, you would think that this is one of those teams that if you're on this team playing, you're contributing, and you'd have a chance to play somewhere, finding the right place would be key. But, finding that, you should have that opportunity because of what you've learned here.
Martin to Will Martin. It's short. Walls the rebound. Tell you what, shaping up like St. Francis is going to have a nice little test tomorrow evening.
You know what? That would be one that if you haven't got your ticket yet, I think you might want to get it.
St. John Bosco likely taking on St. Francis Episcopal as Maxwell sends one down. Some of the home fans starting to put the jackets on. It's pretty cold outside.
Yeah,
here after
they will need
Thanksgiving. Three from Will Martin. Rebound for Pierce Martin. Lewis left it short.
Again, that three being contested.
LeBoy back over to Maxwell. That one won't go.
What a play by
Soaring
Harvey.
interception
Wow.
from Harvey. Turned into a defensive back. Ended up in the student section.
6'10" kid flying, intercepting that pass down the sideline. Almost saved it. I mean, that's a testament to the, again, I'd say to the coaching staff that they've got him playing the defense the right way all the time. I don't care what the score is, what the situation is, we're going to do it the right way. So,
Tell you what's at stake here for St. Francis, trying to hold their opponents below 40. LeBoy with one hand. But anyways, on that defense,
yeah,
even though the offense is pretty hard to ignore at this juncture, three was tipped out of the hand of Kamensky. St. Francis hasn't allowed 40 this tournament. Sion behind the back. Maxwell can't make it an assist, but there's an and one on the finish. Christian Hodge right there.
This is a much, much smaller lineup out here for the Wolves right now. Hodge being probably I would consider their inside guy. He's a lone body in there and comes up with a off the miss and one-hand tip and draws a foul.
Again, goes back to the fact that really everybody who's played tonight for the Wolves has made some kind of play.
Absolutely.
One that you remember. I don't know about you, but I think the Corey Sion play is going to be the one that I remember from this game.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Never seen anything like that.
Good ball move by the Panthers.
Aiden Neer is in.
They look to break that 40.
Kaminsky is short. Sub 40 still in play. As Hodge Euros, and the layup is there from Maxwell.
Again, unselfish play. We've mentioned it several times. He had a chance to rise up and shoot that himself. And
Neer left it short. Long rebound. Lewis from deep in the pocket. It's an air ball. Scramble for the offensive rebound, but it ends up with Sion. Three from Duckworth. That's short. Threes left and right. Most of them misses at this point. Martin from downtown, and Washington gets over that 40. So St. Francis Episcopal may be a little bit disappointed after only allowing 39 and 36 in their prior two games. They answer with Hodge.
Hodge again off the offensive rebound off the missed three-pointer. I mean, just a athletic guy. I mean, just goes up over the crowd and gets it. Tips it in, doesn't bring it down.
Lewis. Off to Martin. Shot clock down at 10. Neer has no space. Vanderheit, now Lewis. Somebody's got to shoot it. It's going to be Vanderheit from the volleyball line, and he almost had it.
Kinnear, good offensive rebound inside. Good position by Aiden Kinnear.
Fouls on Hodge there. Timeout taken by Harold Baber. Wants to coach up some of his deeper bench guys.
Well, absolutely. And you know what? I applaud him for that. I mean, I know there's people, oh, why would he call a timeout? What's he doing? You know what? He's making sure Morley Maxwell understands, son, this is the way I would like it done. And, you know, if you're going to contribute and help us, this is what we've got to have you do. I mean, you can say what you want, but it's good coaching.
It absolutely is, and Baber's done a nice job building up this program. Started as 7 players back in 2018, and now granted, their roster's not huge, but players to the likes of LeBoy and Walls going to play D1 next year, and a lot behind them as well.
Yeah. You know, these are important minutes of the game for those kids, you know, because they practice and they've got to see at game speed what it is coach is talking about sometimes.
And those are the players that get those big headliners ready to play. As there's a loose ball foul. 3:05 to go in the fourth quarter. Maybe you're tuning in, wondering, hey, Metamora, Paideia School, where are they? They're coming up here in about 15 minutes, give or take. Once couldn't get it. Another chance. Morton from deep. That's an air ball. Duckworth slings it ahead. Maxwell. What a fourth quarter he's had.
You got to shoot a 3 in transition. I mean, just pull up a 1-on-2 and
Lewis slices to the bucket, gets the touch. Sion back out to Hodge. And a reset to Maxwell, who'll slow it down. Joshua Perez in for the first time, and a slam. It's Hodge.
I would venture to guess that Joshua may be the only player for the Wolves that hasn't scored today.
Morton left it short. We'll see if he does score. He'll have a chance. And heck, if the unselfish play continues, they'll probably try and get him a bucket. Ducksworth back out. Extra pass. Maxwell. Step back three. Wow. Too strong. Maybe a heat check.
Tough shot, but shot it with a lot of confidence. But
so does Kaminsky. Misses left. And Martin was fouled. Panthers getting ready for a big sub. Student section is all about it. Justin Bryan is on as Will Martin comes off. So does Vanderheit Lewis. Keener. Carter Brewer. Brewer, another last name that Washington fans are familiar with.
Absolutely.
Deep three, Kaminsky. That one's off. Offensive rebound for Brewer. Hudson Hyder in as well. Kaminsky backtracks. Brewer over to Hyder. Good ball movement here for Washington.
Davidson there with it in the post.
Three from Brewer, left it short. Sion tracks it down. So can the Wolves get Joshua Perez a score? They might hold this one out for the sake of sportsmanship, but we'll see. This one well in hand. So St. Francis is going to move to 3-0 in the TOC, and they will have a date with one of the best teams in the nation, St. John Bosco out of California, tomorrow for the Washington Invitational Championship. Zion's shot is off.
And that's why they come here. I mean, you come this far to play a team like that and give yourself a true test as to how good we are.
In case you want to mark your calendar, that game's at 6 p.m. tomorrow. 3 from Kamensky is off, and that's going to be it after the ball is inbounded. Tell you what, Jeff, we were talking about that 40 mark. Washington didn't get too far over it.
Yep.
The interesting T-shirts continue in
but
Washington student section.
And it wasn't from the lack of attempts, because they got some shots up here in the fourth quarter. But again, the defense from the Wolves just makes everything so much tougher.
Ball is inbounded, and that's all she wrote. Big win for St. Francis, making the folks back in Houston proud with this one. The Wolves moved to 3-0 in the Washington Invitational, powered by the city of Washington here in Illinois. Just an all-around team effort.
Yeah, anybody that has played them would probably not want to play somebody that could beat this team in Houston or anywhere in Texas. So I know it's a big state, and there's probably a lot of schools, but it's going to take a very talented group to or an off night or something like that where to knock the Wolves off. And the Panthers came up a little short tonight, maybe a lot short, but it really stems from more of the Wolves' effort, I think, than the Panthers' efforts, because the effort was there the entire time. So again, a learning experience. You got to go in and watch film. It won't be pleasant to look at it, but there's some things Eric Schimmerhorn will try to clean up with the Panthers, and they'll get better.
Indeed, and St. Francis will roll on to take on the aforementioned Bosco Braves tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. Jeff, it was fun to call one with you.
Absolutely.
I think we'll do it again tomorrow at some point.
I think so.
If not tomorrow, hopefully sometime down the line. Coming up next, we've got Metamora and the Paideia School to wrap up our Friday slate. 9 games today. It's game 9 of 9 next on Clutch Sports Media. And then tomorrow, 8 more games to wrap it all up. It flies by.
Absolutely. I mean, and like I said earlier, if you haven't been out to see this, if you've said, maybe I should run out there, yes, the answer is yes, you should come out tomorrow. There are going to be great games all day long. You're going to see some teams. There's been talent, even in the games maybe that haven't been that close. You can see a player or two that will definitely be going on, and get a chance to see him play and in college on TV or something, or maybe in a college game that you go see in live yourself. So, there's going to be talent all day long, and please come out and support the tournament and the KB Foundation cause here in Washington.
All proceeds go to a good cause. You can see it on your screen, kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. You can also scan that QR code to learn more. We'll step aside for a break, send it to a commercial, and then down to Uftring Tournament Central, and then Metamora and the Paideia School to wrap up our slate today. You're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Joining me is Mike Adams. Mike, thanks for coming on with us for a few minutes.
Thank you. Thanks for asking.
You're a busy fella, I know. You've been around this tournament, around Washington for a very long time. So with all our guests that we bring on here, tell our audience a little bit about what you do at the tournament and how you're involved.
Well, I've been involved with basketball for quite a while. I was middle school coach for 26 years and had the opportunity to come out to the very first tournament. I've been TOC all 18 years, and I'm kind of the host when the teams come in, make sure that they go to the correct locker room, they have correct uniform, and answer any questions, get them to the trainer, and whatever they need, just try to be a good host.
Sure. What's it like interacting with all these new coaches and players, a lot of them coming from California or Texas? What's it like interacting with them when they first get here?
I found, and I've worked at different levels over the years with basketball tournaments, I'm finding the similarity is the coaches courteous, the players come in. I don't care if they come from a 1A school or come from some of the biggest schools around. They are just well disciplined and easy to get along with, and win or lose, they seem to be happy to be here and play their best and play in front of big crowds and enjoy it.
That's awesome. Now, we were talking before we came on here about your involvement in the Missouri Valley Conference, and obviously that's very near and dear to our heart with the Bradley Braves being here in Peoria. Tell our audience a little more about what you do with the Missouri Valley Conference.
Missouri Valley, a friend and I, well, Dave Adams, who used to coach with me, we've been fortunate. We've worked with the Valley since 2007. The tournament in St. Louis, we did do telecommunications early with them. At this point, we moved to basketball operations, and we checked the players, coaches, managers, trainers, doctors in individually as they come into the arena. It's all NCAA and Missouri Valley charter buses come in, they unload all their gear, a bomb-sniffing dog goes through and sniffs all the equipment, gets it okayed. At that time, the players are coming through the metal detector, they go back, get their gear, and they come to us, and we check them in individually before they can ever go into the locker room. Wow. And we've wised up over the years, instead of trying to find out each kid, 7-foot kid, what's your name? Right. The taller they are, the softer spoken they are. Yeah, right. You know, we find an assistant coach. He stands next to us and he identifies each of his guys as they come through and speeds up the operation. But it's very enjoyable. And once we're checked in, the seating is wherever we want to sit.
Oh, that's awesome. Arch Madness is a great tournament. I mean, every year down in St. Louis, that's exciting basketball. You have any good memories of the exciting basketball in St. Louis?
Oh, we've been, for the Valley. I mean, some of the games have been so exciting. One of the best experiences in St. Louis, in my memory, was we worked an NCAA game, a Michigan State and Tennessee in the Dome. And as we were working that game, CBS wanted one side completely filled, every seat filled, and so we were on the other side. And just before tip-off, they come up and they said, would you guys, would you mind sitting on the other side so we can fill all the seats? And I said, looks pretty full. They said, see those two chairs down behind the Michigan State bench? Would you sit there? Absolutely. Yeah. And every time the camera would stop for a free throw, we were right on camera, and my son and his friends were at a local watering spot watching the big screen, and they go, that's your dad. Every time they come. So, no, my dad's working the tournament. He told my mom he's busy all the time. Wow. Well, I was caught. Yeah. Guilty.
Busy watching basketball.
Busy as can be.
That's a great job to have. Well, that's fantastic about the Missouri Valley. Now, one last thing for you I got to ask before we get out of here. Obviously, this tournament is for fighting glioblastoma, and you knew Coach Kevin Brown. Just describe your experience with Coach. I love asking everybody that comes through here that know him. Uh-oh. Talk about Coach Brown and just what he was like as a person.
I'll tell you, I think some of our players, they saw him in action, they heard him, they saw the drive he had, and I think, looking at the 8th graders, and they're looking at Coach Brown and go, God. So we'd kind of say, hey, Coach Brown is the kind of guy, he's going to expect everything out of you that you can give him. And you give him all that you can, and it's going to carry over. It's going to carry over not just on that gym floor. It's going to carry over in your life, fellas. And he had a lot of influence on a lot of young guys in this community.
He certainly is very special to this community.
Absolutely.
So before we go, tell people one reason why they should come out to this tournament. What's a good reason for them to come here?
You see some of the best basketball in the country. And we pair up our local teams, and sometimes we come up on the short end, and sometimes we do well. It does nothing but make our teams better for their seasons. And some of the teams that come in, we think they are tremendous. They don't play in front of crowds like we show here. It helps them prepare for their season, and it helps our local teams prepare for theirs as well.
No doubt about it. So if you're not taking my word for it, take Mike's. He's been here through the whole thing. Great basketball guy. Thank you so much for joining us, Mike. It was an absolute pleasure to have you on here with us. You can catch him. He sits up on the balcony, so go pick his brain on some basketball stuff. But for now, we're going to send it back to the gym after a quick break. This is Gavin Russell and Mike Adams from the Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for hope. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy your hometown community banks. Divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Back inside Torrey Gym for game number 9 of 9 on this Friday at the 2024 KBM TOC. It's the Metamora Redbirds from just up the road taking on the Paideia School Pythons with Joey Wright, Larry Larson in with you. So glad you're sticking with us on your Black Friday evening. Hopefully all your shopping is wrapped up by this point. Joey, Metamora 1-1. That record's somewhat deceiving. They played some tough competition, including St. John Bosco. And Paideia has struggled a little bit here at the TOC, but some good talent, starting with C.J. Harper.
Yeah, great to be with you, Larry. Just like old times up here high at South Torrey Gym. And your first point, our shopping has not even started. We've been watching basketball all day.
What shopping?
Right. We'll shop at the last. I will shop at the last second as always.
As will I.
There you go. But this Pythons team, they come in. They've only got 8 players, but they've got 8 good players, led by C.J. Harper, a 6'4" junior, and Metamora. Of course, you look at what they've done the last 3 years. 2 of those 3 seasons have ended at State Farm Center in the Class 3A Final Four. Last year they bowed out a little bit early, ran into a good Richwoods attack and Lathan Somerville, but that was a good effort for the Redbirds in 2023-24. So Metamora will come in certainly, I think, as the favorite, if you will, with Matt Zobrist and with Jonah Funk. Pardon me. That's a great duo that really keyed the Redbirds against DeKalb. And for a while against St. John Bosco until the Braves had enough in the tank to get that job done. But we'll see if Paideia is going to hang around in this one. It's got to come down to C.J. Harper to have a good game. Again, only 8 players, so they don't have a very deep bench. You really got to lean on your playmaker.
You absolutely do. And you talk about Metamora's runs to the State Farm Center. They're really a program that captivated the entire state and put everybody on notice when they defeated Simeon before eventually falling to SHG in the title game a few years ago before returning and then winning the crown in Class 3A. Let's get to the starting lineups. Metamora being introduced in a bit of a different red look with these jerseys. I don't know if I've ever seen these jerseys. Redbird script across the chest for Metamora, a slick look.
Be new.
Ashton Grease, Colin Ramage, Jonah Funk, Brady Jones. Brady Jones, the 6'5 freshman starting alongside Funk, the 6'10 senior forward. And Matt Zobrist, the 6'5 senior guard, headed to Bradley next year, just down the road. Paideia starting lineup, Tristan Mitchell, the 5'10 sophomore, Caden Elridge, the 6'4 junior, CJ Harper, another 6'4 junior, Reggie Mormon, 6'1 senior, and David Oglesby Smith, 6'4 junior. Late night basketball, Joey. Gotta figure that can't be easy to play this late at night. It's 9:21 Central Time.
Yeah, it's almost reminds me of maybe an AAU event, right, where you're playing all day, early in the morning, and you're playing, so many games through into the evening. This is probably the latest tip-off either of these teams will have this season. A good crowd has hung around, though. A lot of Metamora red and black, and, of course, some fans of basketball here that have been around for the whole TOC. So it should be a fun one. Let's go.
The Pythons win the tip, and here we go. Final game of the day on Black Friday. Pythons set up the offense. It's Harper in between the arcs, charges inside on Zobrist, leaves his jumper short. Rebound volleyballed around, out of bounds, last touched by Metamora.
Here's Harper going to start this play for the Pythons. Pretty good scorer, can get it done from a lot of different places on the court.
Finds Mitchell in the corner. Excuse me, that's Elridge. Now it's Mitchell. Mormon denied the inside. Oglesby Smith hangs and can't hit. Rebound for Jonah Funk, who just transferred in a handful of weeks ago from El Paso Gridley, where he was a standout last season. Zobrist feeds Funk. He's had some electrifying plays. Starts his day with a 3, and it's off.
I'm sure South Dakota very excited to welcome Funk to the roster next season.
Harper got it. In a flash.
Yeah, that's what they're going to need from Harper. Again, not to beat a dead horse, but again, just look at the bench. It's really thin. We understand the Pythons a little shorthanded this week. So this 5 you see on the floor for Paideia going to be so key. And Stevie Shields, I think, will be their first off the bench.
Pass couldn't be tracked down by Jones, and it's a turnover.
Bench has to duck out of the way there. It was coming right at him.
Yeah. They say the ball finds you.
Ball don't lie, I'm told.
Harper walks it up. Mitchell in the mid-range. Nifty move and a make. Paideia with a 5-0 start.
Yeah, it's not been the start to this tournament, Larry, certainly that Paideia won. And tough loss to St. John Bosco yesterday. Maybe they're taking this game a little personal.
Zobrist, step back 3, that's nasty. How do you defend that?
You don't. But it's also not a terrible shot. I think that's a shot that you can allow if you're Paideia. Zobrist is a great player, but he's not going to make all of those.
Harper from the parking lot cans it. Wow. 8-3 Pythons, what a start.
Well, I love this start from Eddie Johnson's squad, Larry. Again, digging in. They actually led St. John Bosco briefly in the early stages yesterday, but St. John Bosco calls a timeout and finishes the game on a massive scoring edge.
Zobrist, another deep one, left that short. Funk battles for the board. Underneath, takes a ton of contact and earns his way to the stripe.
But there's talent on this Paideia team, certainly. But looking at this Metamora team, again, just you look at where they've been in years past. A 1-1 start for Justin Dame, taking over for Danny Greaves this season.
Jonah Funk's first is short.
I mean, you look at some of the players that have come through this Metamora program in years past. Zach Schroeder, Ethan Kaiser, Cooper Koch, right? I mean, guys that have really propelled the Redbirds to the next level.
That one rolls off the rim. A lot of great players have roamed the court over at Tepke Gym these last few years.
And I know high school football is so big in the metro Atlanta area. There's a shot that won't fall from David Oglesby Smith. But Metamora was, for a long time, a football school, still has a great football program led by Jared Grebner. But in years past, since Danny Greaves came to town about 15 years ago, that basketball program has established itself as a perennial winner in the Mid-Illini Conference.
That's quite the story that a lot of people around the Mid-Illini, around Central Illinois, were talking about when Metamora won the state titles. That one rolls out of bounds. I remember sitting there live watching Danny Greaves' presser after they beat Simeon and kind of shocked the state in the state semifinals. He said, you know, when I was interviewing for this job, they told me, this is a football school. You're not going to win much in basketball.
That's pretty good.
I proved him wrong. That's my best Danny Greaves impression, by the way.
That's pretty solid.
I wonder what he would think of that if he's watching, as Ashton Greaves is fouled. He'll go to the line. Yes, there is relation there.
We'll have to look for him around the stands here, but I would guess if he's not here, he's certainly watching Ashton play. And, of course, the team he coached until this season, Justin Dame, longtime assistant, taking over.
Greaves makes the first.
You know, what strikes me about, you mentioned the presser after they beat Simeon to win the title in 2023. You know, go back a year. They lose to Sacred Heart Griffin in heartbreaking fashion. Class 3A state title game, double overtime. Keyshawn Singleton, a name I'm sure Metamora fans are wincing as I say it. A three-pointer at the buzzer. It was a tied game in double overtime, and he hits it to win it. And that postgame presser, you were there too. Well, actually, you weren't there. You were, I think.
No, I wasn't there. I was listening to your call.
Yeah, a great game. Danny Greaves said, we'll be back. I guarantee you that. We'll be back. Sure enough, they go back and run the tables and get the job done.
Paideia, mid-range stuffed. Funk slips it over to Greaves. What a pass, and Greaves hammers it home. Ashton Greaves has some serious bunnies, and Metamora is stormed back. It's a one-point game.
Well, I apologize, Ashton. I wasn't familiar with your game. I didn't know he had that in his arsenal. The senior rises into the air and slams it down. Jonah Funk setting up that possession for Greaves there, Larry, and that's been the constant for those Metamora teams we've talked so much about. They've always had a player like Jonah Funk, Cooper Koch, Ethan Kaiser, right? A tall guy that can man the middle, step outside, get it done from beyond the arc. I'm really excited to see what Jonah Funk can do with this Metamora coaching staff this year. Certainly a great coaching staff at El Paso Gridley, too. Don't mean that as a slight, but pardon me. I think Funk's going to have a really good season here, his senior campaign with the Redbirds.
You make a good point. There have been a lot of players in that system that have fit well. Paideia still with a one-point edge. The Pythons hunting for win number 1 in the state of Illinois. Harper picked up by Zobrist. Slithers his way to the inside, and the teardropper doesn't go. Offensive rebound, Eldridge back out to the perimeter. Mitchell plunges inside, and the bank is open late.
Talking a lot about Metamora, but Paideia has the lead, 10-7. I really like what I'm seeing from this starting five, and again, you've seen Harper in on so many possessions, kind of facilitating this offense.
Zobrist pulls inside the arc. Reset to Greaves. He thought about it. High low to Funk. Double team there, and he slips out of it for another assist. Colin Ramage drops it in.
Ramage, another one of those Metamora names. Remember Katie Ramage a couple years ago?
Of course.
Leading that great girls basketball team. And Colin Ramage, again, wearing that number 11, looking in a good way like Zach Schroeder.
Harper somehow got through the defense. Mid-range is off. Greaves was looking for the freshman Jones, couldn't get it. Mitchell jets ahead, teardropper, left it short. Battle for the board. Oglesby Smith there, and the stick back falls. Paideia with the second effort, key to their lead.
Absolutely, and they've really been effective from inside the three-point line. Slow and methodical on their possessions. I like it. Not rushing it, taking their time and letting the offense come to them.
Greaves, cross court. Jones pops it. It's off. Rebound volleyballed around. Reeled in by Funk, and he slips it in off the bank.
Funk and Metamora combined, or Funk and Matt Zobris, pardon me, combined for a lot of Metamora's offense against St. John Bosco. That duo really looked comfortable in such a big spot against such a big-time opponent. And Funk continuing to have a great tournament of champions.
Mormon. Now Oglesby Smith. Back to Harper. Cross court. Mormon all alone. Too strong. Elridge stuffed. Funk says absolutely not, and it's going with the Redbirds.
Really a fan of Funk's game. I think again, he's just so long and he's able to use that size to his advantage. Also has a great shot from the perimeter.
After some subs, Zobrist will walk it up, but time called as, oh no, did we spill some water? Did the ball boy spill some water? Oh no. They're gonna have to work overtime. Here comes the cleanup crew in front of Paideia's bench.
How about those ball boys and ball girls that have been around all week? You know, we had Maggie Mose in our Upspring Tournament Central studio show earlier today. She's got her jersey in the rafters as Maggie Kreck had a great career here from 2002 to 2006. Her son was a ball boy, is a ball boy this week, and great story on Tuesday night. Went up to the coach, his head coach, asked if he could use the bathroom. Mind you, this is during the game. Coach is in a down stance, calling out a play, coach and his team. All in good fun. Coach said, just go wash your hands.
Always key this time of year. Here's Funk. He's ready to put somebody on a poster, but instead it's out of bounds. Last touch by Funk. And the Pythons get it back, trying to tack on to their 1-point advantage. Strong defense continuing for the Pythons as David Oglesby Smith has been matched up with Funk. He's got some size on him, but he's done a good job. Mitchell off to Stevie Shields. You mentioned earlier as a guy off the bench. Foul on the floor, excuse me, that's a timeout taken by the Pythons. And every timeout here at the Tournament of Champions is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Glad you're with us on your Friday night. Maybe the family's still in town, chowing down on some late night leftovers. In case you're just joining us, Paideia jumped out to a quick lead. They're hanging on to that lead by 1. Pythons looking for their first win at the TOC. Metamora 1-1.
You mentioned late night leftovers. It's funny. Last night, everything closes pretty early on Thanksgiving. We go to the gas station across the street from our hotel where a lot of teams are staying. And late night snack run was the Thanksgiving dinner of choice for a lot of the teams staying down at the Embassy Suites in East Peoria. Of course, they had a great meal at the Countryside Banquet Facility in Washington, but that was at 11 o'clock. We're talking this happened about 11 o'clock at night.
I'll tell you what, that Huck's probably did its biggest business at pretty much all month last night.
All year. Captive
at
audience.
11:30.
Captive audience of hungry high schoolers.
Metamora trying to hold for the final shot. Greaves trots his way inside, draws a whistle. You know, Greaves is 6'2", Joey, but he plays a game that's much bigger than 6'2".
Well, he absolutely does. Just go back, rewind your stream a little bit to that big finish above the rim earlier in the first quarter. He absolutely can use that vertical down low and play the passing lanes, use that wingspan, disrupt passes.
Shooter's touch on the first.
Draw some contact, get to the line.
Tied up at 12. Sub C.J. Harper is off. Murphy Mullins, excuse me, Harper is on. Murphy Mullins is off. Stevie Shields and David Oglesby Smith box out down low. That one doesn't have the touch. Funk can't tip it in. And that's all for the first quarter. Dead even, 12 apiece between Metamora and Paideia. We mentioned all those power-up timeouts. Brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Also brought to you by Keps. Come to Keps Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu on our website. We also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. We feature Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like us on Facebook for more information. Joey, I know that you won't be losing your money every Sunday night at Keps. You're not great at Texas Hold'em, I know firsthand. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. My goodness, I can't talk. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And also brought to you by PJ Hair. PJ Hair is again proud to be the sponsor of the KBM TOC, and this year's Building for the Future all-academic team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma.
Talk to me when Keps adds an Uno night. How about that? Blackjack.
I'm sure I'll see you there.
Yeah, let's do it. And Scoopy was in the house earlier tonight. How about that?
Scoopy was signing some autographs, part of that reverse autograph signing, highlight of the night. Ashton Greaves trots it home. Metamora has its first lead.
Yeah, breakout game so far from Greaves, 7 points. I say breakout game. Fans in Metamora well aware of what Ashton Greaves can do. But having his biggest game of the Tournament of Champions thus far. Mentioned Stevie Shields in the game for Paideia, also Murphy Mullins a little bit ago. Now he's checked back out. Really excited to see what both these kids can do. Both are freshmen, but both stand at 6'5". And you see the height. I think once they fill out, they're going to be factors to watch. And Stevie Shields, just to finish that point, someone that Eddie Johnson really trusts to play big minutes off the bench as a freshman here in one of the best Thanksgiving basketball tournaments in the country.
Redbirds force a turnover. Set up the offense. Jake Walker over to Greaves. Now it's Zobrist. Back to Walker. Skip pass to Bourne. And a block is called. David Oglesby Smith called for it.
Oglesby Smith late in the St. John Bosco game was a guy that the Pythons went to in the low post quite a bit. Even when not much was going right for the Pythons offensively, Oglesby Smith was a nice piece.
Zobrist rises and hits. 17-12, Metamora has opened up a 5-point advantage.
The big contingent of Bradley Braves players after their win against Judson today on hand watching games earlier. Don't know if they've hung around, but Matt Zobrist, I'm sure they're excited to have him as a teammate next year.
Harper's response is too strong. Funk walks it up. Greaves, one-on-one with Harper. Hands off for Bourne. Out to the corner. Walker can't hit. Greaves, offensive rebound, a step back. Too strong. Another offensive rebound for Metamora. Bourne tightropes the baseline through the triple team, is fouled.
Yeah, and Eddie Johnson knows well, Larry, you got to grab those rebounds. Now down 5. The momentum is shifted toward Metamora. Had a lot of conversations about momentum this week, whether you buy it or not, but
Big Mo.
Big Mo, that's right. But as this lead continues to grow, you can't give Metamora free second opportunities, as good as this Redbirds team is.
First one too strong from Bourne. What has really turned this game are those rebounds. Opening few minutes, Paideia had a lot of offensive boards that turned into points. Now here in the second quarter, last few minutes, Metamora has flipped that. Warren, the 6'2 sophomore.
Mullins back in for Paideia.
Warren splits the pair.
For Paideia, pardon me, you don't have to panic here. I'd be interested to see if they go to Harper, though. Let him make a play. He sparked that offense earlier.
Mormon backtracks. It's Mitchell. Calls for the screen. Gets it. Around Eldridge. Mitchell downhill all the way to the rack. Missed the layup, but it's swiped away by Mullins into the corner. And Mitchell's three is off. And a foul on the rebound.
Love that tenacity from Mullins. Coming in and asserting himself a little bit off the bench.
That's what you got to do. So often what teams are looking for off the bench. A little bit of a spark plug. Jones off the set play. Layup one halfway down and out. Harper on the near sideline. All the way to the basket. He's called for the charge. That was Zach Bourne in to take it. Every charge during the TOC brought to you by Jody Brown, State Farm. Jody Brown and her team support the KB Strong Foundation in the charge against glioblastoma.
Talked a lot about it this week, Larry. That was Kevin Brown basketball for you, taking charges, diving after loose balls. Grit, tenacity, and Jody Brown does so much good work here locally with KB Strong, locally and nationally now, to further the fight against glioblastoma.
Some folks from the KB Strong Foundation went out to St. John Bosco for their tip-off event before this tournament started. So the cause continues to grow. There's a foul as Bourne was trying to drive.
Talked a little about this throughout the week, but Jody Brown telling a crowd of about 300 high school players, coaches, their families on Thursday, yesterday, Thanksgiving Day, big banquet they have, that she envisions KB Strong growing into something like Susan G. Komen, all the great work that that foundation does for folks impacted by breast cancer. She envisions KB Strong becoming something like that for glioblastoma families. So really cool to see, and they're off to a great start. I think they're about, about the $500,000 range since they started up?
In that neighborhood.
Yeah.
And this tournament's a big part of it. Horns first is off. Second one is good. Paideia. Good ball movement. Mitchell drives baseline and scores.
Mitchell, the sophomore, stepping in a big spot. Only 5'10", doing a nice job of ducking and weaving through the Metamora trees.
Zobrist collides with Greaves. Sorts. Greaves turns on the Jets. Too strong off the glass. Rebound for Oglesby Smith. Mormon, a right block layup is there for Caden Eldridge. Paideia punches back.
Pythons hanging around. Again, that 0-2 start, they took it personally. Pythons think they've got a little more in the tank.
Zobrist, deep three, left it short. Another board for Oglesby Smith, who's out there playing with 2 fouls.
Don't like that shot from Zobrist. Early in the shot clock, contested three, had to step back to shoot it. Redbirds like to play quick, but no need to hurry here with a 3-point lead in the early stages.
What's the Wooden quote? Go quick, but don't hurry.
Yep.
Mormon is off. Rebound volleyballed around and eventually wrapped up by Greaves. Jarred loose. Who touched it last? They say Oglesby Smith and Paideia. Funk back on.
John Wooden knew a thing or two about ball.
A few things.
Certified ball knower.
One could say.
They would say about John Wooden.
Zobrist jets ahead. Corner three, he got that one.
That's more like it. They were a little more methodical with finding Zobrist open in the corner there. That's an easy shot for the Bradley commit.
He's got 9. Metamora leads 22-16. Mitchell, Euros off balance, and he'll go to the free throw line. He lost his goggles in the process. Got to get those back on.
And landed awkwardly on his leg. That was a weird sequence, but glad to see Mitchell is okay and good to go. And Mitchell's been a good piece here in the second quarter. You know, when they've needed a basket, they'll give it to Mitchell.
Foul on the floor there, not on the shot. So back to Mitchell. He goes right back to the rack. That one's too strong. Funk in there for the board, but he traveled. Couldn't gather his balance.
Big sequence for Paideia here these next 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
Harper sends it into motion, needs to get it in, and he does. At about 4.5 on the 5 count.
See, Pythons have a whole shot clock to work with now. I like this. Get into your set, see what's open, move the ball around a little.
Mitchell showing off the handles, dishes away to Mormon, right elbow jumper. Can't use the bank, offensive board for Mitchell.
Another full shot clock, no need to hurry. Didn't like that shot so much from Mormon. I like a mid-range jumper, but you got to have a good look at it. Metamora did a good job of closing out and cutting that off.
Harper from steps behind the line, left it short, cleans up his own mess, and he's swatted away by Funk.
Got to do just a little bit better job of leaning into Funk, drawing some contact. Tough to avoid the 6'9" South Dakota commit, but you got to lean into him there and not give him an opportunity to block it away. Another full shot. Sorry to cut you off, Larry. Another full shot clock for Paideia.
You love a full shot clock.
Man, I guess so.
35 seconds. Bit of a throwback. Don't see that even in the college game anymore much. As Harper floats it in. Third tries the charm.
And a full shot clock now for Metamora. But I like the 35 seconds here at the high school level. You know, I think 24 seconds is perfect for the NBA. 30 seconds perfect for college.
Zobrist airballed, and rebound was nearly saved.
And I might have said the same thing verbatim yesterday during the Paideia game against St. John Bosco, but I think 35 seconds is a nice happy medium. At the high school level, you've got some coaches that are all for it. You've got some coaches that would prefer not to play with a shot clock at all. I think 35 seconds is just good enough to keep things interesting.
Acrobatic layup attempt left short by Harper. Metamora runs the break. Jones, coast to coast. Now going back to the shot clock, Joey, do you think that's something that's going to go statewide in the state of Illinois? Right now it's only in tournament formats.
Well, it is. It has been approved. It's on the way. I think 2026, 27. It's coming to IHSA basketball on a full-time basis. And
well, clearly you follow it closer than I do.
But I mean, that has been a big discussion, and coaches, I would say, are generally for it. But it's been something that is divisive. I mean, yeah, I always use the example of a Kevin Roy over at Monticello. Absolutely not in favor of it.
Funk swarmed by the defense, almost had an and one. Instead, he'll shoot 2.
But then there are coaches that like to run and gun, and therefore it really doesn't have a huge impact on a lot of offenses. But
no.
Defense is where it can really come in and make a big impact.
Funk has been held to just 2 points. He's done a nice job distributing from the post, though. Make it 3. So my big question is, a big name and preps reporting in the state of Illinois, specifically Chicago, Michael O'Brien. He's got a podcast called the No Shot Clock Podcast. What does Michael O'Brien do now?
Well, now he can rename it the No Private Schools Podcast to talk about football.
3 from David Oglesby Smith goes down. We won't go down that rabbit hole, though, as the shot clock is off for the remainder of the second quarter. Metamora leads by 5. Walker, now a baseline drive from Jack Hessling. Back out to Greaves. Greaves inside, the dish to Funk. Foul on the floor. Oglesby Smith wanted to travel. Not going to get it.
just to put a bow on that shot clock discussion, I did check 2026-27 it is, coming to boys and girls games, statewide, varsity, boys and girls games, so that'll be fun. I think that'll be a good change.
Thanks to the research department for that one. Funk makes another free throw.
Intriguing game here in the early stages. See if Paideia can't get one more bucket here.
Funk misses the second, and there's a foul.
Good foul. I like that from Metamora. Give your defense an opportunity to get into a set. Don't let Paideia run the court, get numbers. You have a foul to give. That's the first foul of the game against Jack Hessing. That's a great foul.
Harper had time, but he was sealed off. And that's how the first half ends. Metamora 27, Paideia 21. Redbirds respond after the Pythons came out sprinting.
Yeah, I'm impressed with what I've seen from Paideia. 6-point game. We've seen a lot of games this week start close and in pretty lopsided, so we'll see if Metamora can turn on the Jets and build on a 6-point lead here in the second half. But I really like what I've seen from David Oglesby-Smith and Tristan Mitchell and C.J. Harper digging in and leading the Pythons to good things here in the early stages. Mentioned that loss to St. John Bosco yesterday, and Paideia starting its time here at the Tournament of Champions with a loss as well against DeKalb. And you look at Metamora, they've beaten DeKalb and they've lost to St. John Bosco. But a good start for the Pythons. We'll see if they can build on it.
Standing by in Uftring Tournament Central, it's Michael Savoy and noted ball knower Teddy Ball. First, we send it to a break, though, then Uftring Tournament Central. You're watching KBM TOC, Metamora Paideia School. Second half coming up here in about 9 minutes or so.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for hope. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy your hometown community banks. Divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Hello everybody, welcome back to our final edition of Uftring Tournament Central. My name is Michael Savoy. Joining alongside me is CSM coworker Teddy Ball. And Teddy, it's been a fantastic night of basketball. Friday is usually the most labor-intensive day in terms of the tournaments. 9 games, 18 teams for you guys throughout the whole day. And Teddy, what has sticked out to you in this tournament?
Just really a lot of good games all around. You know, I think there's been a couple of games that have ran away from some people. It's just, you know, the cost that comes with these good teams playing other good teams. Some of them are just a little bit better. But, you know, today we've seen a lot of good ones, and tomorrow, you know, the tournament games, when it comes to the tournament championships, we should have a bunch of good ones on our hands.
Certainly, and, you know, I called the first 2 games of the morning with Cody Schindler, and we had called the St. Louis St. Mary's School and Milwaukee Juneau. That game ended up being a 79-53 win for St. Mary's, and that game was pretty much, you know, really the 4 teams that we saw play were pretty much the same style of play. You know, they were full of athletes. They ran down the court. It was really a matter of the turnover battle, and the teams that won those games won the turnover battle, and that was the case with St. Louis St. Mary's, like I said. And that was also the case with the second game we did, which was Romeoville and Florence Wilson. And that game ended up being a 77-71 win for Florence Wilson. So those are 2 very fantastic games. I know you called a a few games yourself. Teddy, what did you think about your games that you called?
Yeah, so I called 3 games today, 2 of them with Jonathan Michael, 1 of them with Joey Wright. One of them that really stood out to me was the Vashon game. I thought that was a program that looked very strong. Obviously, they're very successful in the state of Missouri, but that was the first game I called. They looked very, like I said, very good, well-rounded. They're a team that I believe they play tomorrow, and 100% I believe they play tomorrow. So not exactly sure. I haven't checked the board on who they're going to be playing, but in the given circumstance of whatever they play, I think they're a good team to pick.
So they play Morton tomorrow at 4:30. That's be the National Classic Championship game. So that's a very big game for them, and they're pretty much they're pretty much a TOC regular now. It's their 4th appearance in the tournament champions. Very successful in this tournament. We've seen this team year in, year out. I saw them last year play. You've been in this tournament a little bit more than I have. What do you see out of Vashon that makes them so successful?
Well, for one, like I said, they're a numerous time state champion. They have a continuous history, a continuous program model that they follow. So that's going to be a really good game. Morton is a team that I think there's a little bit of question marks going into this season. They weren't too sure how they were going to be. Lost some players, but they kept a lot as well. But at the same time, we saw them in that game today. They played very competitive against a good Gibbs team. So overall, it should be good competition between those two in the final game.
What is one team that sticks out to you? I can answer this first. We had talked about Detroit Renaissance before, but I think, even though they took a loss today, it's not really indicative of what they could be. I think they're a very dangerous team in this tournament. You think about, Jordan Sigmund. He's a very good player. Lance Stone also. We saw them. Me and Jonathan Michael did a broadcast the other day, or I guess it was yesterday, about the Detroit Renaissance, and they did really well. So that's a sleeper team for me. Let's see, where do they play? They play at 10:30 tomorrow for the Gray Ribbon Showdown against St. Mary's out of St. Louis. So that should be a great game. What about you, Teddy?
Yeah, I think I will go with the other team in that game. I'll go with Archbishop Hannan. They looked very good in their game. Obviously, they went against that Detroit Renaissance team that you talked about, and that the Renaissance team, they scored 103 points in the game they had yesterday. Very high octane, 41 points from Sigmund, 32 from the guard as well. So I think, you look at those two guys, obviously they're very well-rounded, combined for 73 points in that game, and then you go against Archbishop Hannan, and it didn't necessarily shut them down. They, offenses still did their thing, and they still scored points, but, Drew Timmons and, the rest of the Hawks, they really did a good job of attacking the right game plan.
So I'm looking in tomorrow's games, the ending of the tournament, the second to last game before the Washington game, we have St. Francis Episcopal against St. John Bosco. That should be the game of the tournament. A lot of people you talk to here that know what they see out of these teams, they'll say St. John Bosco is 1A and St. Francis is 1B. So that should be a great game. That should be a game that I'm looking to watch. I'll give you my phone because I know I have the pictures on there, and you can look and see about the tournament tomorrow. What's the game that sticks out to you?
Just off of first impression, I think Wilson Metamora will be a good one. We're seeing what Metamora play right now, obviously. Washington, Paideia. That one has an interesting part to it as well. What's the team that really sticks out to me? I mean, you can't put away seeing St. Francis or St. Joseph Ogden. I mean, that's a team like, I'll hand you your phone back. Go ahead, but watching them play today, they're such a strong program, and year in and year out, they're top of the nation. And watching them for the first time in person was surreal. Got to call the game with John today, and the way they play is just so free. They're very, they have fun out there. Obviously, when they're playing teams that are going to be a little bit lower in their competition that they might be used to going to against in California, it might be easier to do that. But for the most part, these guys play super free, very energetic, and they're doing a good job.
Yeah, St. John Bosco, ranked number 5th in the country via Max Preps for a reason. They are legit. And so is this game coming up for you guys, the second half of the final game between the Paideia School and Mora. We'll send it to a commercial break, and we'll be right back into the second half of that game.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Well, Thanksgiving was yesterday, which means, according to a lot of people, it's now Christmas time, and we're having a jolly good time here inside Torrey Gym today on Black Friday. Glad you're with us pretty late. 10 o'clock on the dot in the Central Time Zone. Metamora, Paideia going at it to wrap up our Friday schedule. Metamora with a 27-21 lead. Joey Wright, Larry Larson in with you. And Joey, Metamora with a bit of a surge after falling behind early.
Yeah, it's been an interesting game. You know, back and forth. Metamora fell behind early and then stormed back to take a lead. But Paideia has been hanging around. And C.J. Duncan, Tristan Mitchell. You look at David Oglesby Smith or C.J. Harper. They've all been chipping in and helping the cause. We'll see if this 6-point deficit isn't too much, though, for the Pythons to overcome. I mentioned just before we tossed a break, a lot of games at this tournament have started close and ended not so close. So hopefully the Pythons can keep it entertaining, and the Redbirds, for that matter, can keep it entertaining, too, because I'd like to see a compelling game here as we approach the late local news.
You and me both. Your late local news is next, except on the East Coast. Now for the folks watching from Georgia, no late local news on ClutchSportsIL.com.
Nope.
Only sleep.
Only sleep.
A lot of basketball coming up tomorrow. Tristan Mitchell inbounds to C.J. Harper. We're back underway.
Yeah,
and the game clock started about 4 seconds late there.
Just 4 seconds of free basketball we get.
No complaint about that. Mitchell back out. Harper in and out. Offensive rebound. Oglesby Smith with a second chance effort. That's what propelled the Pythons to their early lead. Efforts like that.
Yeah, Oglesby Smith, you know, he's not the tallest player. He's close on the Pythons roster. They got a few players in that 6'4", 6'5" range, but really seems to be kind of their 5, and he's not afraid to go down low and get the job done, going to work.
Zobrist comes up gimpy. There goes Harper. How did he make that?
Harper was one of the 30 intriguing players to watch, as so named by the tournament program before play started this week.
Foul on the floor as Jones battled for the rebound. Ashton Greaves scans the floor, has Zobrist. Back out, 3 on the way is banked home. Colin Ramage from downtown.
Ramage has had a nice effort to this point, 5 points. His first effort from downtown.
Harper, a little too much English there. Zobrist ripped away the rebound, but he stepped on the baseline.
Of course, downtown is not far here from Raymond Artori Gym, the square. Just a stone's throw away.
All decorated for Christmas.
That's right.
Have you put up your Christmas lights yet?
I have not. So I've been here all week.
Oh. I wasn't sure if you're a pre-Thanksgiving guy or not.
No, not that.
I've always known you to get ahead on things.
I'm very festive.
Oglesby Smith swishes it down.
And if there's one thing I hate, it's procrastination. I don't do any of that. Maybe Sunday.
2-point ball game inside Torrey Gym. Funk with Eldridge all over him. It's kicked loose. Oglesby Smith to the basket for 2, and we're tied.
Eddie Johnson cooked up some success there in the halftime locker room.
No leftovers to be found here.
Python's eating good here in quarter number 3. Duncan again almost forced a fast break. Harper, pardon me, I've got Washington on the mind here at the TOC. C.J. Duncan, great player for the Panthers. Saw them a minute ago.
Well, I don't know what in this gym would make you think of Washington.
I don't know. I don't know what it could be.
Zobrist. Downhill. Back over to Funk. Feed to the inside. Batted away from Jones. Paideia with an opportunity to take their first lead of the second half. Layup not there from Mitchell. Rebound was loose.
Hit off the.
It's going to stay here.
Hit off the shot clock, I think. Or will they call a foul? I think they're going to say it hit the shot clock. And it'll stay home.
Harper seeking an option. Has one in Eldridge. Off balance shot from Oglesby Smith. My goodness. There's that first lead of the second half for the Pythons.
Yeah, there you got a great look at the Pythons bench. Again, Paideia is doing this with only 8 players. A little short-handed this week at the TOC. Pretty impressive stuff.
Zobrist. Ramage down to the baseline to Funk. Cross court, he finds Zobrist. And a board is pulled down by Elridge. Harper accelerates to the basket, gets the shot off barely and goes back to the free throw line. C.J. Harper is a magic man with these angles that he takes. I have no idea how he gets half these shots off.
Well, he's got 10 points for everything he's done tonight, Larry, and you're right. I mean, especially if he gets a rebound kicked out to him, he's so explosive when it comes to cutting into the basket.
Too strong on the free throw.
Not afraid to go right at Jonah Funk down low. Zach Bourne back in for the Redbirds.
Mormon off for Paideia. Harper, the headliner for Paideia. Second goes down.
Great look there at the ball, slicing through the net.
Artsy, some might say. Zobrist, little jelly.
Yeah, Metamora just has to get back to playing its game.
Harper can't respond. Reeves saves the rebound. Pace starting to pick up. Zobrist passes out of the double team and out of bounds.
And even with a little momentum, the Pythons can't rush things. Saw them offer a couple tough shots earlier in the game, and I don't love that from Duncan, even though he's been the best player for his team tonight. Take a little time, size up your opportunities rather than rush something too early in the shot clock.
Harper holds. Plays catch with Oglesby Smith. Turns on the Jets. Layup rolls off. That same team battle for the rebound there. Zobrist zigzags. No look to Greaves. Swims down low and he's swatted away by Oglesby Smith. Vicious.
Saw Funk with a great block earlier, and Oglesby Smith throws his name into that stat column with an emphatic rejection there.
Elridge checks out for Paideia, along with Willingham.
Pythons, Larry, they don't have that one 6'9", 6'10", 7-foot presence down low manning the paint, but they're just so consistently tall. Everyone is about the same height.
Funk hangs and hits over Oglesby Smith. Metamora back in front. Oglesby Smith's turn. They're going back and forth now. Paideia by 1.
These games have an impact on seeding tomorrow.
I tell you what, we've got Michael Savoy sitting down here off to our right. I'm going to send Michael on an assignment. Michael, I don't know if you can hear me. Your job is to go take a picture of the tournament schedule board they've got out in the lobby. They've got some matchup set for tomorrow. So we're going to get Michael on that.
Oh, he's already on it. He already
it.
had a picture ready.
Look at that.
Wow.
We'll get you that here in our next dead ball. Funk double teamed, passed out of it. There's a foul. So looking ahead to tomorrow, all the matchups are set, Joey. So we'll start at 9 a.m. DeKalb and Romeoville. Renaissance out of Detroit takes on St. Mary's to follow at 10:30. Wilson takes on Metamora. So the Redbirds will play at noon against Wilson out of Florence, South Carolina. St. Petersburg Gibbs against La Mirada at 1:30. Shot to the outside. It's off from Bourne. So here come the Pythons. Oglesby Smith left it short. Bit of a heat check. Bourne head in transition, lobs it up for Funk, a little bit too tall.
Metamora Wilson's going to be a lot of fun. I think that's going to be a really intriguing matchup. I want to give a call real quick to our entire crew, as this is an Enercon power-up timeout. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Power. So I was saying, though, Larry, I want to give a shout-out to our entire crew. John Michael is our director. I don't know who's running our graphics for this game. Maybe John can pop on and tell me, but Teddy Ball's on our graphics. There we go, John. Appreciate that. Great. Rodrigo Perez is in the house as well, and great camera work from our entire roster of camera operators. Who do we have? Elsa Olmstead on camera, Charlie Schermerhorn, and I can't see the balcony. Is that David Stevenart down there?
It is
on the balcony. All doing
Three
a
is
fantastic
swished
job.
through by Tristan Mitchell, who's also doing a fantastic job himself.
He is.
Big part of a 4-point lead.
Maybe Knox
for
Minus got
Paideia.
a picture of him.
Zobrist, the lob to Funk. His flight was diverted on his way to the basket. So it stays a 4-point lead for the Pythons.
And Metamora maybe starting to get a little nervous. Again, you can't overlook anyone in this field. But Paideia has not looked particularly inspiring in its first 2 games. Metamora 1-1. It should factor into the Mid-Illini Conference race this year, but the Pythons give them everything they can handle. Look
Bourne,
out.
Funk, oh wow. Funk shuffled the feet, but he had the rim on his mind there. Wow. He's ready to take flight from the free throw line. 38-34, Paideia.
Highlight of the game, Larry. Sorry, I was going to say Ashton Greaves. That dunk, I think, is still probably the highlight of the game. Only dunk we've seen.
Harper drives against Zobrist. Gets knocked to the floor. Fouled on the floor. Not every game needs a dunk or a dunk fest, you know?
No, not at all. Been so impressed with the passing we've seen, especially from that St. John Bosco team. The dunks are going to happen, you know, with the likes of McCoy, Harrington, Collins, but we've seen some great no-look passes, behind-the-back passes, inbound passes.
Elridge will go to the free throw line. He's fouled as he was cutting. Foul there on Funk, his second. So the Redbirds big man not in any big foul trouble. First free throw from Elridge goes down.
Stevie Shields back in for the Pythons.
That one well short from Elridge. Offensive rebound and 2 for Oglesby Smith. A force to be reckoned with in the paint tonight.
Too early, Larry, certainly to name a player of the game. But David Oglesby Smith's going to be in that conversation. 16 points, and anytime the Pythons have needed a bucket, he's been there.
Redbirds need a bucket now. Zobrist. Jab step. It's Greaves. Right wing, catch and shoot off the mark from Jake Walker. Foul on the floor on Paideia. So the Redbirds get it back. Shot clock off. Fouls on Shields. And there's Zobrist in the mid-range, left it short, rebound volleyballed around, pulled down by Eldridge. Pass to Mitchell, who's ahead of the pack. Just able to slam on the brakes before the baseline. Now the Pythons will slow it down. They can make it a 10-point game with a 3. They've done a lot of damage on the inside. Pass to Oglesby Smith. He's fouled.
Yeah, and Oglesby Smith there. That foul won't send him to the line. Don't think we have to worry about the double bonus for either side here through 3 seconds, but they can run a set play here out of bounds.
Mormon scans the floor. Oglesby Smith got it! Have a night, David Oglesby Smith. That's a long 2. And Paideia's lead is 9 over Metamora as we go to the 4th.
Man, Oglesby Smith all over the floor. He's been on fire tonight, especially in that 3rd quarter. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Every timeout, including in between quarters, is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. 8 minutes left for this one. A lot can happen. 9-point lead for Paideia. Might feel comfortable, but Joe, you can't get comfortable against this Metamora team.
Well, this Metamora team, I know there's been some turnover, of course, over the last few years, but remember, they were down against Simeon when they won that state title, right? They've been in big stages before, been on big stages before, and faced deficits and come back and overcome them and won some really big games. So 9 points entering the 4th quarter. Not going to phase this Metamora team. If you're Paideia, you can't get complacent. Keep running your sets. Don't rush things and ride the hot hand. I want to see more David Oglesby Smith.
He has been a lot to handle. He's got 18 points. Zobrist, he's got 11 points. Jones cross court, finds Greaves. He can't find the bottom of the bucket. And a loose ball foul on the Redbirds. They're going to get Jones for that one. That's his 2nd. First of the 4th quarter. C.J. Harper in no rush. Redbirds bench trying to make some noise. Foul away from the basketball. That's also on Metamora.
Just to underscore where the Pythons have been this week, Larry, they lost to DeKalb 80-47 on Wednesday. C.J. Harper had 19 points in that game and then took their lumps yesterday against St. John Bosco in a big way. 85-38 loss. C.J. Harper had 21.
Pickpocketed. Ramage lays it up and in. Could be the spark that the Redbirds need.
7-point game. But the Pythons looking to wash away 2 big losses. Showing everyone here at the TOC what they're capable of here in Game 3.
Oglesby Smith has been the star. Swung to the corner for Mitchell. One-on-one with Greaves. Shot clock at 7. Mitchell calls for the screen. Matched up with Funk. It's a mismatch. The shot is blocked. Never had a chance. Jonah Funk locks him down.
Going back to what he was doing early in this game, and even at 6'9" can step out and play defense along the 3-point line. Has a size advantage over everyone on the Pythons roster. Has about 4 inches on Oglesby Smith.
Jump pass into the post, knocked away from Brady Jones. Harper zips it ahead for Mitchell. Jets into the lane, banks it home.
Smallest in stature on this Pythons team. Moving downhill and getting to the rack. I love it.
Jones passed down low to Zobrist. They wanted a foul, didn't get it.
Pythons have won just once in 6 tries this season.
Harper back over to Mitchell. Whirls into the lane, hangs in the mid-range, and it goes. Tristan Mitchell, the handles into the shot.
Really, really like what I've seen from Mitchell.
It's a double-digit lead for Paideia. Greaves in the mid-range, can't respond. Knocked loose. Everybody scrambling for it. Who's gonna get it? Metamora will. Up to Funk. Couldn't catch the pass. Still under the bucket. Fights. And he'll go to the free throw line. What an effort.
Yeah, what an effort. And just to remind our viewers, every time we've got a charge today, it's a Jody Brown State Farm charge. No charge there, but a good segue into Kevin Brown, because that's a possession that he would have really liked. Getting after the loose ball, right? Diving for it, getting on the floor, doing what it takes.
Funk's first free throw goes down, makes it a 10-point game. Colin Ramage checks out. Jake Walker onto the floor for Metamora. Funk hoists the second. Off the front iron. And it's a lane violation called. So Funk will get a mulligan. I almost said breakfast ball, but something feels off about that at 10:23 p.m.
Breakfast is closer than I'd like to think.
You gonna make the hotel breakfast tomorrow?
Probably not. Not a knock on the hotel breakfast. I'm just not a big breakfast guy.
Funk can't capitalize, but there's an offensive rebound. Jones. Zobrist pops the 3. Off the attachment, another rebound for Jones. Another attempt for Zobrist. That time he got it. Timeout Paideia, and the Redbirds faithful have come to life. Power up timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. And what kind of a sweater is that?
It's a powerful one.
That's one way to put it.
I love that sweater. That is awesome. That might be we've had a lot of great crowd shots this week. That might be my favorite.
Yeah.
It's Christmas season.
Gotta be honest, Joey, I don't even know who that is on the sweater.
He's got to uncross his arms. I thought it was, I thought it was Carlton.
Okay.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Oh, sure.
He's got his arms crossed now. He's not letting us see. Enercon sponsoring all of our timeouts this week at the TOC, enerconpower.com.
Not necessarily Christmas sweaters, but sometimes.
I love a good, ugly Christmas sweater. Ugly in a good way. We got to get Ethan hooked up with some. I like that jacket. But
Ethan's always styling.
yeah, looking good down there.
Out of Paideia's timeout. They walk it up as Metamora is cut into the lead. Pythons once led by 11. Mitchell bounces it back out for Harper. Drives on Zobrist. Foul on the floor, no shot. They're going to get Zobrist. That's his third.
Yeah, not overly concerned yet. Of course, if Zobrist picks up 4, that's going to be trouble for Metamora. Zobrist and Funk, by the way, Larry, they're at 22 combined points. That's just over half of Metamora's offense has come.
They called an offensive foul there.
Jody
But
Brown.
I hate to cut you off.
No, you're good. It's I don't know that it was a charge, but it was a, we'll call it a Jody Brown State Farm offensive foul. How about that?
Has a nice ring to it.
I like that, yeah. But my point was 22 points combined from Funk and Zobrist, little over half of Metamora's offense. They're great players, but Metamora has to diversify things just a little bit more.
Zobrist into the paint. Tough shot. Not there. Stick back.
Ooh.
Halfway down and out. Zach Bourne earns a trip to the stripe. And a little conversation between the officials and Paideia head coach Eddie Johnson. Stripe says, hey, come on. Let's all be in the Christmas spirit here. Let's settle down.
Is that what he said?
Sure. First one goes for Zach Bourne.
You know, we saw St. John Bosco coach Matt Dunn in their game against Paideia yesterday. He was told to sit down and stay there. Stay on the bench.
Yeah, that was in the first quarter. That was somewhat surprising to say the least. Second one rattles home for Bourne. Things get tense. Things are getting tense inside Torrey Gym. It's late. And we've got a good game. Glad you're with us for it. Oglesby Smith to Moorman, around the horn to Shields. Harper back out. Mitchell thought about the 3. Shot clock under 10. Oglesby Smith back to Mitchell. Somebody's got to shoot it. It's going to be Mitchell, and he makes it. 49-42 Paideia.
You don't need me to tell you that's a huge shot.
Zobrist. Out to Greaves.
Oh, what a pass.
Greaves, the answer.
What a pass from Zobrist. Talk about passing. He wasn't even looking at Greaves.
Buckle up. 3 minutes to go in the fourth. Harper holds. Pythons want to constrict the clock. Harper, tough shot, good defense, but the tip is there. Harper was the one to put it in. 6-point gain. Greaves a no-look dish. Jump pass to the corner to nobody in particular, and Oglesby Smith plucks it. For Redbirds, do you play for the turnover? The answer is yes. Walker answers that question. Greaves all alone. And a foul on the rebound.
Well, Greaves is the hot hand right now. Had the big 3 on the connection from Zobrist a minute ago. See who Metamora goes to here. I like maybe something for Funk down low. Give it to the big man and let him go to work. He's the tallest player on the court. Has a case for maybe being the best player on the court. Give it to Funk. Take something safe. Down low. Back a man down and let your standout future Division I player go to work.
Reeves is the trigger. Lobs it up. And gets it back. Cross-court pass. What a find. A lot of contact down low. No whistle, and a rebound goes to Elridge.
Not the end of the world here, but Metamora's got to defend 25 seconds into the shot clock here.
It's a 6-point game. Got to score at some point.
Make things difficult here. Get Paideia out of system a little bit. Break the play. Make him improvise.
And this is why so many people have been proponents of the shot clock. Bring some strategy into it late in games. Harper slips it through. Elridge will go to the line. What a find that was.
Pythons did a great job of working that shot clock here, getting to the line. Even with a pair of misses here, you still took a lot of time off the shot clock. But at the line is Elridge. Elridge only has 3 points.
To make it a 3-possession game, he leaves the first short.
Again, you still took a lot of time off, and obviously a make here, you're looking at a 3-possession game. Metamora's running out of time. Fouling's not going to be an issue for either side. One more foul apiece, and the either is in the double bonus.
And that one goes down for Elridge. Metamora's going to have to go quick. Reeves faces full court pressure. Pass to Zobrist was tipped. Zobrist, deep three, gotta have it. Didn't get it. Stick back isn't there either. And a foul on the Redbirds. A minute to go.
Enercon Power could be the real winner here, Larry. Both teams have a lot of timeouts down the stretch.
That's a great point. That's one way to put it. So Elridge goes back to the line.
Good to see Elridge heating up at the free throw line here. 8-point game. Again, he can't do anything better than a 3-score game. I still think a quick possession here for Metamora is the answer. Would love to see them go to Funk, maybe Zobrist, right? And they targeted Zobrist on that last possession.
So it's a 9-point game. It's going to take a small miracle for the Redbirds. Funk all the way inside, lays it up and in, and one.
There you go, something quick at the rim, draw some contact, get to the line. And on this subsequent defensive possession, be pesky, right? Get in the passing lanes, maybe bring a double team, press, trap, do something to try and create a turnover. You don't have to foul, but this deficit is at a point, Larry, where Metamora can't settle into a defensive set and try to defend 25, 30 seconds of the shot clock. They've got to be aggressive, and if they can't get a turnover within 5 or 6 seconds, maybe you do look at fouling and just hope the Pythons go cold at the line.
So here is an Enercon power-up timeout. 53 seconds to go. Plenty of time. For Paideia, feel good about it. For Metamora, you remain hopeful. Game so good that some have risen to their feet inside Torrey Gym.
3 timeouts left for Metamora, 3 timeouts left for Paideia down the stretch. Some have risen to their feet here inside Raymond R. Torrey Gym. Great crowd has hung around, Larry. You know, it's past 10:30. And obviously it's a Friday night, nothing to do on a Saturday. You figure it's the weekend, holiday weekend, but still a really good crowd inside Torrey Gym. Helps to have a local favorite in Metamora in the house.
So Funk's and one free throw. Left it short. And a lane violation called on Metamora. Funk jumped a little early to try and get his own miss, perhaps an intentional miss. Oglesby Smith trapped in the backcourt. Timeout taken by Paideia. Like you mentioned, Joey, plenty of timeouts left.
Yeah, 2 left for Paideia and 3 left for Metamora. And with just under 50 seconds left, I mean, yeah, you know, and Metamora out of this timeout again. Same thing I just said. I think you give it 5 seconds, 6 seconds, maybe 10 seconds, try to force a steal, do something, but the shot clock at this point is irrelevant. Because it's at 31 seconds right now. It didn't reset, but you just can't afford to wait until there are 17 seconds left in this game to overcome a 7-point deficit. Metamora's got the cheerleaders here, and again, a lot of red and black, just to circle back on that point here in the stands. And it'll get pretty loud in here pretty quick if they can force a turnover, get a bucket, cut into this lead. How about Paideia, though, Larry? On the road, obviously thousands of, maybe not thousands of miles, but a long way from Atlanta, a long way from home, on a holiday. You've taken 2 tough losses to start the week. What a bounce back it's been. I can't say enough about Eddie Johnson and this Pythons program, coming out and really playing some good ball.
Oglesby Smith gathers the inbounds pass, and he's going to the free throw line.
Oglesby Smith has 18 points. Talk a lot about C.J. Harper, but David Oglesby Smith, I think Larry's got to be my early candidate for player of the game.
I would concur. Going back to that bounce back point, not only has Paideia taken some losses, but they've taken their lumps this week.
Oh, in a big way. St. John Bosco, 85-37, I believe, yesterday, if memory serves, something to that effect. Paideia actually led led in the first quarter. It was a 1-point game going into Q2. Didn't finish that way. But the Pythons have regrouped in a 9-point lead here with 46 seconds left against a Metamora team that I think will be the real deal this year, as they have been in the past.
Zobrist in and out. Rebound tipped out to Paideia. And they'll go back to the free throw line. So Paideia can make it a double-digit lead again, which is almost a shame because that's not going to be indicative of how good this game was.
Not at all. But on the other side of that, the score is the score, and the Pythons have done exactly what they've needed to do down the stretch to secure this outcome, and the Redbirds have just gone cold offensively.
That's right. Had some looks. It's been almost seemingly halfway down and out on almost every Metamora possession down the stretch. As Caden Elridge knocks in 2 more. The lead is 11 for the Paideia school. Funk from deep, left it short. Greaves stick back, rolls down. Timeout for Metamora. With 25 ticks remaining.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe there's any hope left for Metamora. I don't know, Larry, what do the Redbirds need to do? I mean, you've got, obviously, they've got it comes down to forcing turnovers more or less. I don't even hate the idea of going inside and trying to go up off the block, but you just need quick scores, and you need to get more, where they're just going to run out of possessions at this rate, especially if Paideia keeps hitting its free throws. So you got to get creative and come up with some kind of way to keep getting the ball back if you can manage a quick score. And that's, of course, after a stop to start it.
Crazier things have happened, but not yet this week.
First time for everything. Let's see.
Mormon Trapped in the backcourt, Oglesby Smith passes ahead. Mitchell weaves it across the way. He's fouled on the floor. No shot.
And I think these free throws will about seal it if it's not already put away.
First one too strong. So it remains a 9-point game. Now looking ahead to tomorrow. Metamora takes on Wilson. We mentioned that. As the ball is inbounded, Funk cruises up the floor to the basket, around and down. So went around the world twice before eventually falling. 5 seconds, there's a foul. And for Paideia, they'll take on the host, Washington, to wrap it up. That game at 7:30 tomorrow. Joey, looking at this schedule that we've now got, St. Francis Episcopal, St. John Bosco at 6 o'clock stands out pretty well.
Yeah, that could be the game of the tournament. I think the Wolves and the Braves have enough in common and enough differences to make that a really intriguing game. St. Francis, a lot of height, a lot of skill, and of course the same is true for the St. John Bosco Braves, one of the best teams in the country. But there are good teams all around the country that don't get the spotlight that St. John Bosco does.
Greaves from half court, an impressive effort, falls short. The Paideia School Pythons punch back at the TOC. What a response after some rough outings earlier in the week. Today they get it done against one of Central Illinois' best.
That might be the most impressive performance we've seen at the Tournament of Champions this week. Larry, great to be back in the booth with you. Again, hearkening back to the olden days, how we used to do it here on ClutchSportsIL.com. Appreciate a great viewing audience for being with us. But
just two headsets and a soundboard,
started,
if I can even talk.
Started with a lot of big games in this gym back in 2019-20, but with just 8 players and after 2 huge losses to start the week, the Pythons, as you said, strike back, getting the job done against a good Metamora team. And I mean, just a great effort from David Oglesby Smith and C.J. Harper, Tristan Mitchell, Caden Elridge down the stretch. I mean, even your Murphy Mullins and Stevie Shields off the bench. Just a great effort.
Great effort indeed. So we look ahead to tomorrow. Our action begins tomorrow right here. Same place here on ClutchSportsIL.com, CSM YouTube. We start with DeKalb against Romeoville. Bright and early, 9 a.m. Joey, what do you say we wrap this thing up for the day?
I think we should. We've got to get some sleep. We've got to be back here bright and early. But what a fun day it is at the TOC and this great event. Just one more word before we sign off for the KB Strong Foundation. Of course, going back to this tournament's great cause, raising awareness and money to further the fight against glioblastoma. Title sponsor OSF Healthcare doing some great work with new facilities, new strategies to target not only glioblastoma but all forms of cancer. But KB Strong specifically, you see their information on your screen. Give that website a visit, learn more about Coach Brown and what the KB Strong Foundation is up to.
We encourage you to give it a look and pitch in how you can, and you know how else you can? By showing up, buying a ticket for tomorrow.
That's right. Buy a T-shirt, buy a hoodie. They've got, I know they've got tumblers. They've got a lot of really cool KB Strong merch. You know me, anything orange and black, I like to get my hands on. So I'll get a hoodie tomorrow or something like that, and wear that proudly, certainly. Buy a ticket, buy some concessions, buy some merch. Looks great, feels great. And yeah, help the cause, as you said. However, if you can't make it out tomorrow, maybe you're watching in Atlanta or anywhere around the country, go online, and if you're so moved to donate, certainly we encourage you to do that online, kbstrong-fightingthefight.com.
So that'll do it for our Friday coverage at the 2024 OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. From our final game, Paideia gets it done against Metamora. We'll be back in with you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Hope you can join us. But until then, for Joey Wright, I'm Larry Larson. For the rest of our entire hardworking crew, good night, everybody.